I'm State Senator Randy Robertson, and I'm going to go ahead and get the meeting going. We're going to have some of our members will be Zooming in this morning. For those of you who are not familiar with the State Senate, our good friends over in the House have 180 members, and we have 56. Each one of them represents anywhere around 65,000 people. Each state senator represents around 200,000 people. And so during the off season, as we call it, senators are extremely busy in their districts doing many, many different things. And many of our state senators also have jobs. They're physicians and I hate to say some of them are even lawyers. And then we have people involved in real estate and other things. So they do have to make a living. For those of you who don't know, I'm a retired law enforcement officer. I spent 30 years on the job, and so I have a little more flexibility other than the fact I have a 6-year-old daughter who has to get to school and do everything, and I live about 2 hours away from here. So, but I have a understanding wife and family who tolerate me, so it works out pretty well. Our agenda is going to change a little bit today. I got a call late last night of one group that said they would not be here for whatever reason. We will try to get them in as we move forward. Can't guarantee anything. I'm a little OCD about a process. And so I want us to try to get like information. But one thing it did open up for today that we had not planned on is public testimony. So if anybody wants to sign in and be heard today, we will have some extra time for that today. And I want to be clear during this process. After the first meeting, I got a call from a concerned individual who said, I like what you're doing, but I want to make sure that these people shouldn't be able to testify. These people shouldn't be able to testify, and these people shouldn't be able to testify. Well, he made the mistake by calling me, because anybody that wants to testify is going to be able to testify. I don't care where you stand on anything. Your opinion, my opinion may differ. I'm here to educate myself on the recovery community more than I know. I have some knowledge of the recovery community after spending 30 years doing the job I did, where I dealt with getting people there. I dealt with people who needed to be there that weren't there, and because they weren't there, they ended up in a county jail, or they ended up charged with a heinous crime and things of this nature. So, but we're here to educate, and I don't care what group you're associated with. I don't care what your beliefs are. I don't care whether you like me or not. I'm glad you're here, and I want to hear what you have to say, and I'll ask questions. And so I just want to thank everybody for being here. This has been a weird week. I'm the chair, so I get to determine what gets to discuss from up here at this table. The week started out with me watching a video of a young lady being stabbed to death on public transportation. Doesn't matter that it was in another state. It was a horrific crime. As media does and many other people do, everybody's starting to speculate the cause and all this other kind of stuff. Look, I'm a cop. I don't do that. I stay as detached as possible until all the evidence comes in, and then we make our determinations based on that. And so we can't let that get lost in the conversations we have, that we live in a country that's in turmoil right now. We had a kid in Colorado shoot 2 of his peers, one inside of a school, one outside of a school. We can't let that pass in the conversations we have every day. We have to absorb this. And I want to be clear. I don't care if you're a Democrat. I don't care if you're a Republican. I don't care if you're black, white, gay, straight. I don't care what faith you practice. We're all in this fight together, and we have to stand shoulder to shoulder and get through it. And I can promise you, if you're my friend, you're going to be pissed off at me more times than you're going to be jumping up and down. I'm very straightforward. I'm very passionate about what I believe in, but I'm also a person who suffers from a disorder that I have 1,800 books at home, because I want to know as much about everything as I can possibly know before God decides to snatch me from this life and take me somewhere else. And then a couple of days ago, we had the assassination, not of a politician, but of an individual who was an advocate or activist, however you want to call it, to our young people and to college students. These 3 things are completely unacceptable in a society like the United States of America, which no one will ever convince me that is not the greatest country on the planet. We give more rights to anyone on the planet. And so for these things to happen, we don't need to pass it through and wait for the next lead story. We need to look at these things. We need to determine why they happened, and we need to determine how we prevent them from happening in the future. And I'm talking about deep thought prevention. I'm not talking about simple political rhetoric. That doesn't solve anything. That's people who worry about getting reelected. Look, I think I'm going to get reelected next time, but I'm never going to change my conversation in order to gain votes to get reelected. We have to be honest with each other to do that. I thank all of y'all for being here. I thank DBHDD for being our great partners in this process. I'm going to open this meeting as I open every meeting that I have, and that's with prayer. I'm going to pray this morning. I ask that if you feel comfortable, bow your head and close your eyes, pray in your faith tradition as I pray in mine. Dear Heavenly Father, I approach you as a humble servant this morning, Lord God. I thank you, Lord God, for the lives you give us. I thank you for the opportunity you've given us, Lord God, to serve our fellow men and women. God, I come before you this morning asking you to have grace on us, God. We fail you each and every minute of every day, God, in this country. I ask that you wrap your arms around that young lady, Lord God, and you welcome her into your kingdom. I ask that you hold those children close to you, Lord God, as they recover from the damage that's been caused to them, their bodies, and their lives. And Lord God, I ask for you to help us understand, Lord God, the tragedy of a non-political assassination, Lord God, by someone, Lord God, who was only doing what he felt you had asked him to do. Now, as we beg for these benefits, God, I ask today that you keep our mind open, our hearts open, Lord God, keep our minds focused on our mission today as we move through this process. And we ask all these things, Lord God, in the name of your Son, my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. With that being said, one other point of personal privilege. This past week, I was able to pick up 2 books, and I don't support anybody, but I picked up a book by Abigail Shrier, and it's called Bad Therapy, Why the Kids Aren't Growing Up. I started reading it. I think it's worth your time. It's worth your money. I received no money from promotion of any books. I'm a state elected, I'm a senator, so really I receive no money, but and then Dr. Sanjay Gupta does one, It Doesn't Have to Hurt, which really has a conversation within the committee we're having today, where he talks about alternatives to opioids and the responsibility of each one of us to take care of our bodies, not to suffer pain when we shouldn't suffer pain, and what to do to prevent pain, suffering. And he's got a little piece in there on cannabis, which anybody that knows me knows where I stand on cannabis. And if you don't know me, I don't stand on cannabis. But not only is his piece in there on cannabis good, okay, but he did an interview with NPR a couple of weeks ago, and I was privileged enough to listen to it, and they go a little deeper into it, and it's worth finding the interview. I think it may have been on Fresh Air or one of those programs on NPR. If you get an opportunity, listen to the interview. I think the only way we get to the solution we're trying to get through in this committee is by broadening out where we look for solutions, places that we normally wouldn't go, and places that let's be careful about getting into an echo chamber and thinking that we're going to gather intel in there, because rarely do we. I don't want to be in a room full of Randy Robertsons. It would drive me up the wall, I promise you. So just a couple of things I started reading this week. I usually have about 6 books going at one time. So it takes me about 4 months to finish everything, but I do try. So with that being said, we're going to move forward. I want to thank the staff that are here today. They always have my back and make me look a whole lot better than I am. From research to Senate Press, and again, like for DD being here, and of course, William Spencer, who's my legislative assistant, who probably works twice as hard for me than he does any other legislative assistant does, because of my insane behavior, the way I get crazy about things at times. And he's a good guy, and we share a lot of passions while at the same time focused on what we understand to be our mission. So I want to thank everybody off this morning. And with that being said, we're going to go ahead and get started. Is there anybody here from the Georgia Addiction Counselors Association? Okay. Anybody here from GACA wanting to testify? Okay, if you want to come on up to the witness mic, we're going to let everybody speak from a seated position as opposed at the podium. And you're on witness 3 mic. If you would introduce yourself.
Sure. So my name is Jared Wyndham. I'm a certified addiction counselor, certified peer support specialist. I serve on the board of GAR in the ethics position and NAR liaison. NAR is our national affiliate.
Okay, so you serve on GACA, GAR, and NAR?
Well, we're GACA and GAR.
Okay, GACA and GAR.
And then I'm a liaison with the NAR.
I don't know if you were at the last meeting, but I mentioned there that I'm the founder and sole member of AAAA, which is Angry Americans Against Acronyms.
Okay.
So,
yes, I'll try to explain them.
Yeah,
as much as
if you when everybody comes up, if you'll tell us what your acronym means, because I know a lot of y'all think they sound cool. GAR to me is I think a fish that eats
fish.
Yeah, trash.
Right.
Yeah.
So
and some people eat GAR in part of the state I live in. So
so GACA being Georgia Addiction Counselors Association. I'm on that board because I am an addiction counselor, and then GAR being the Georgia Association of Recovery Residences. I serve on that board because I operate a recovery residence myself that's GAR certified.
Okay, you may be the guy we're looking for.
And I also serve on a women's recovery residence board. That organization is called Angels in Flight. They're located in Wrightsville, Georgia,
Okay.
Johnson County, and then my program that I operate and founded is called El Shaddai's Refuge. It's in Lawrence County.
Okay. So what I'm hearing you say, and I'm going to get back to your certifications just a second now. I appreciate you have one recovery program that's just focused on females.
I serve on a board.
On a board that just focuses on recovery centers for females.
Females, correct.
Okay. Because we have discovered through our jail systems that when men get out, there are much more opportunities for men to find resources when it comes to recovery and when it comes to community stabilization than it is for females.
Right.
And so that's unique, and I
much
do
more
appreciate that.
vulnerable population and have special needs. Well, men and women have special needs,
Yeah.
but
usually as the child caregiver and everything else, females experience a much more prejudicial community when they get back out as far as services and things of that nature.
I would agree.
But I want to get to, you said you had 2 certifications, correct?
Right. I'm a certified addiction counselor, level 2.
Tell me what is a certified addiction counselor level 2? What education and what work is required to become that?
Right. So for that certification, you a level 2, you have a bachelor's degree. Doesn't necessarily have to be in psychology or specific field of study, but you have to have a bachelor's degree. It requires substantial amount of on the job training, as well as a substantial amount of continuing education hours to learn therapeutic modalities and how to actually work with people in
Where do you get your in-service?
Some of those could be obtained if at the college level, but for example, GACA has many education service providers, so they have people who are able to provide that education.
Are the service providers certified?
They are.
And who are they recognized by?
Also GACA.
So if I wanted to build a curriculum, I would get my curriculum approved by GACA.
By GACA, right.
And then based on how long it took for me to present my curriculum, then you could get that much credit for coming to my class.
Correct.
Does that bother you a little bit? What qualifies GACA to be able to certify My curriculum.
They're a so another acronym. They're the NADAC
Which
affiliate.
means,
That's a national addiction. I'd have to
no, I'm
I'd have
with
to
you.
look it up.
That's what I'm
I'd
saying.
always just call it NADAC.
We swim in alphabets.
So I'm not
Yeah.
going to sit here and
Yeah.
say I can remember exactly all
Yeah.
what it stands for. But so in Georgia, it's actually interesting. There are two certification bodies. We have one that's affectionately called Abracadabra, and that is an addiction and alcohol and addiction counselors certification board as well. So
Okay.
you actually have two entities in Georgia that are providing similar services.
And those boards are
individuals.
established by who?
They're their own nonprofit operating.
So these are
entities.
501c3?
Right.
Okay.
And
And
so they have their own clinical supervisors. Clinical supervisors are people who oversee counselors, but for example, a counselor like myself or a clinical supervisor could, like you said, develop coursework, have it approved by GACA or the other entity, and offer those continuing education hours to become a counselor.
to maintain the counselor certification you have.
Right.
And tell me the difference. How many levels are there? You're a 2.
Right. So you have a CAC 1, a CAC 2. There's also a CIT, which is a counselor in training. That's a person who's working towards.
Okay, CIT to me is critical.
Or like
Is an entirely different.
counselor in training is what it stands for.
Crisis intervention. Yeah, I was a crisis intervention instructor as a law enforcement officer, where we trained officers, deputies, people that work in jails and other places how to deal with people in having mental health
Right. Crisis
distress
episode.
episodes, things of that nature. So see, a lot of times our acronyms kind of get criss and cross. So tell me the difference. You say there's a 1, you're a 2.
Right.
Is there a 3?
So there's a master addiction counselor.
Oh, wow. So we threw
person-
numbers out the window.
Yeah,
We went to
threw the
master.
numbers away.
Yeah.
Roman numerals were out the
Yeah.
way. That person has a master's degree in psychiatry.
Okay. It has to be in psychiatry. Okay.
And each one of these ultimately pass a national exam. So after you've done all the work in the field, you've done all the training hours, then you sit for an exam that's proctored, much like a CPA, becoming an accountant or someone
Right.
else, to basically
So is there a national
Give your-
is there a national exam for 1?
for one
And there's a national exam for 2,
and
and there's a
for-
master
and
national
master,
exam.
right?
And
And
who-
for a clinical supervisor, that's a person who's overseeing counselors.
And who makes that determination? This associations?
These associations have those credentials set up and a track that you follow for coursework, practical work experience, and then ultimately passing that.
Is there any
national
state
exam.
body that regulates these counselors?
These entities are basically the regulator.
So the answer to that is no.
No, right,
Okay, so state has no involvement. DBHDD or no one else
right.
has any involvement. So
Unlike a LPC, which would be a licensed professional counselor, that is monitored by the
okay,
the state.
in this arena, do you see more of what the counselors that fall in your field or the licensed professional counselors?
I deal more with like just the addiction side.
Where would I find a licensed professional counselor? Most likely.
Working in probably a much higher level of care, because they're like my credential. I'm only working with substance use disorder. If a client presents with other underlying issues, I may recognize them and be suspicious that they may present with schizophrenia or some other kind of diagnosis. But of course, I can't write any kind of prescriptions, and I can't diagnose anything other than substance use disorder.
Can an LPC write subscription?
No. I mean,
Okay.
a therapist, psychiatrist,
Psychiatrists can write a
would
prescription.
write a
Right.
prescription.
Right.
So those clients,
Psychologists can't.
right?
Right. Yeah.
So those clients would be referred. We use the terminology refer to a higher level of care.
Okay.
So refer to LPC, or to deal with maybe someone who has grief issues, or if you have a teenage student that was following some pop rock artist and held a gun in a certain way and it looked suicidal, someone would refer them to talk to LPC to make sure there really wasn't some type of suicidal tendencies or something, but that would be outside of my scope,
Right.
just
So-
with just dealing with the addiction itself.
Well, I appreciate that. And I hope I didn't get you too deep in the weeds on
That's all right.
understanding, but you know, when we're talking about this is such a misunderstood area where people think that I'm sending Johnny to a recovery center. And a lot of times they think that's the same thing as a hospital. Same
Correct.
thing as a clinic, and I'm talking about a medical clinic. And so they assume when they walk in there that everybody they see is a healthcare professional, i.e. somebody that went to some medical school, nursing school, or something that they came out with some type of degree in medicine, whether that's mental health or other types of within the medical field. Now,
I agree with that. And it's very interesting because courts, mandate individuals to come to programs like I operate. And these very individuals may present with other issues of which I cannot really help them with.
Yeah.
Now I feel like I have an ethical responsibility to get them connected with the correct resources, but not every operator.
Well, and you just took the words out of my mouth. You sound like you may be one of the good actors. So, and an actor not being a bad thing, but what you have a bachelor's degree,
I do.
and what is your bachelor's degree in?
Actually, accounting, minor in Spanish, and I have a MBA in international business.
Okay, so
Don't work in that field anymore.
and you're not a
because-
master yet, right?
No.
Even though you qualify to take the.
Well,
because
that would be, I'd have to have it in psychiatry.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Psychology.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, thank you. Well, in the profession I came from, there was times you had to have an associate's degree, bachelor's degree, but they could be in anything.
correct.
And so, I had a deputy that worked for me that had a bachelor's degree in archaeology. So he was not in forensics. He was just a regular law enforcement officer. But so now that we've gotten through the certifications to some degree, and we're trying to scratch because we're going to have a lot more questions about the qualifications of individuals working in recovery centers. So tell us exactly about the what the recovery centers that you're involved with, what they do, and anything you want to offer us up about GAR, which is the group that I got the message from last night that said they would not be here with a presentation.
GACA, right?
No, it was GAR.
No, GAR.
GAR's here. It was
Yeah.
GACA.
Right.
Okay.
GACA.
See, that's the danger of acronyms. I'm telling you.
The Counselors Association is Donna Ritter, I believe, was
Yes,
going to be here.
that's who it is.
And
That
she
is
wasn't
Mick
able to
Ritter.
attend,
Yeah,
so.
yeah. All right. So,
So the two organizations I work with, the organization that I run, El Shaddai's Refuge, I offer clinical counseling as a component of my recovery residents. If I was going to speak on GACA's behalf, I would simply say that we endorse the work that GAR performs as far as certifying recovery residences. GAR offers continuing education training. GACA endorses that training and actually gives counselors who attend it continuing education hours. Much like any kind of profession, as a counselor, you have to obtain a certain number of hours every 2 years to maintain that certification. So
now El Shaddai is a recovery center?
recovery residents,
Or
right,
recovery residency. Where is that located?
in Lawrence County,
Is
right
it,
outside of Dublin.
and people live there?
Right.
Okay. And how many beds do you have
I
there?
only have 6.
Well, that's more than none. So
Small-
6 is good.
Small group.
That's fine.
My wife and I actually live on property with the guys. So
Okay. So it's all males?
all males.
Okay. And what type of, and we'll call them patients, if unless that's an inappropriate term.
We usually call them residents, but
Okay. Yeah.
residents.
That's what we call people in jail too.
Right.
Uh,
Clients or
yeah,
residents. But
clients and residents. That's the words we use.
the majority of the men that I work with are usually this is usually a last chance or a better chance,
Right.
because they may have been incarcerated many different times and now they're being given a better chance to try residential treatment.
Okay. And that's you're reading my mind, and it must be scary. So you have 6 beds. How does a typical resident get to El Shaddai?
Most are court mandated, and so those courts or persons affiliated with the court use a list, which is GAR publishes on their website, of accredited programs throughout Georgia. So many courts may utilize that list.
Accredited by who?
By
By
GAR,
GAR.
certifies the
Right.
recovery residences. Another acronym, THOR, which is not the Thor God, but stands for Transitional Housing for Offender Reentry. Although that term seems to be offensive, so the Department of Community Supervision is changing offender.
Who's changing it?
Department of Community Supervision. They're the ones who have that terminology. THOR, Transitional Housing for Offender, is going to be changed to Opportunity
Well,
for reentry.
heaven forbid we find somebody in the worst place in their life. And we were so concerned about offending them with the title
I think
of what they are.
maybe not offensive, but maybe just more encouraging might be the way that.
Yeah. Well,
But it is what I always think it is what it is though. But
well, and I think that's the problem we have, that we're running into all these issues that we have when we start looking at the number.
so,
Now, when you say judicial, are these individuals going through accountability courts?
combination, it could be a superior court mandate that says because of this offense, you're being
And let's be clear, a mandate out of Superior Court is a Superior Court order.
right.
Right. So
Court
it is a judicial
order.
from a Superior Court judge who is the highest ranking judge in any jurisdiction. Right. In any circuit.
So it could be that type of case, or in many cases, what you just mentioned, it could be an accountability court, most specifically a drug court or like a mental health court.
Well, do you have 6 residents there now?
I have one that just completed, so I have two beds open for 4.
So you have 4 there now. Those 4, are they there by judicial order?
All participants in drug courts.
Okay, good. Okay, so those 4 were recommended to El Shaddai.
Correct.
Okay, so now they come to El Shaddai. What do y'all do?
So at my program, it has a.
And I'm talking about intake.
Right.
I'm talking about intake to treatment.
So the intake really starts with a screening while they're most likely incarcerated. That's going to be a phone interview with me, having a conversation with them. Mine usually lasts about 45 minutes because I want to get to know the person best I can over the phone, as well as I want to disclose everything I possibly can about where they're coming to and what they're going to be doing, so that we don't bring somebody in and minimize the surprises as best we can. So I try to describe in detail what the environment's like, everything that they're going to encounter.
Tell us.
So that's
what's the environment like?
So mine is 2 miles down a dead end dirt road in Lawrence County near the river. We live in a log cabin. So if people love concrete jungle like we're in today, they're possibly going to hate living out there in the country. So I want to make sure they know they're coming to rural Georgia. They make sure they know that, there's going to be some technology restrictions. We're going to try to shut off, contact with the outside world, for about 30 days, a little blackout period, disconnect from society.
You said going to try. Do y'all cut off technology for 30 days?
We do, because we use a special, first, they don't have access to phones or computers.
Right.
When they do, we use a technology on a phone called Bark, which locks the phone down so I can control whether they can be on social media, who they can contact, if they have a trusted parent, sibling, or a sponsor or someone, we can load those numbers in the phone, but it basically stops them. It helps them follow the rules because it locks down that capability.
Are these individuals still under supervision of a court?
They're still under supervision of the court, and many times under like a probation or parole supervision as well. Sometimes that gets transferred to my area. Sometimes they rely on me to simply report progress back to that judicial circuit, and they share with that local probation.
How far away is your furthest client from home?
3.5 hours probably.
Okay. So not much of a chance of getting down the 2 mile dirt road and running home. Yeah.
And I specifically try not to, Lawrence County is the 3rd largest landmass wise county in Georgia. But I try not to take people from Lawrence County. It's just a huge distraction to try to do recovery in your own backyard. I'm not saying it can't be done, but it is helpful to
The isolation is
just change,
important.
change location, you know, just to, so that you don't have all these distractions.
So once you get through the 45-minute triage on the phone,
Right.
what happens next?
So then if we determine that it sounds like they would be a good fit, we issue an acceptance letter that has to go usually before the judge in a superior court situation. If it's an accountability court, it may have already been approved for them to go to a program. And so just once they're accepted, the drug court coordinator that works for the judge can arrange for that person to be transferred. So I would say 99% of the people that come to me usually arrive by sheriff transport.
And taxpayer transport.
Yeah,
right?
taxpayer transport.
So,
Which
and I-
ensures they arrive, they don't get
Right.
distracted.
and
get off
so I should have asked you this to start with. How long has El Shaddai been in business?
this end of this year be 10 years.
And El Shaddai is a 501c3?
501c3.
Okay. So I show up. I've cleared your 45-minute triage. I show up at the door. What's the next step?
So our intake process is we have a handbook that helps detail what their expectations are. They get to read that, ask questions about it. The first, I say 3 to 4 weeks, because it depends on the person's progress and what their history's been. Some people have already been off drugs for some weeks or months before they arrive. So they're able to kind of hit the ground running. Some people need a little more time to get acclimated, but normally within 3 to 4 weeks, I call it an acclimation phase. So during that time, I'm doing addiction education, one-on-one counseling, and then immersion into 12-step recovery, which is exposing them to going out to outside 12-step meetings like Narcotics Anonymous, which is a common tool that many people use in recovery.
Now, how long have you been in the business of counseling and in the business of substance abuse?
So my organization started, I call it El Shaddai 3.0, kind of like a software release, because it progressed as my own recovery and my own credentials. Obviously, I'm a person in long-term recovery, so I didn't just wake up clean one day and have all those credentials. So as I became better equipped to offer better services, I reformatted my program. So as a counselor, to specifically your question, since July of 21.
Okay. Have you found that as you go through the process, most successful recovery residences and programs somehow include the 12-step program in there?
I see a lot of success in it. I mean, my organization operates in a Christian faith-based environment. That's something that I disclose in the conversation so that the client knows that they're coming into that environment. We're not trying to force anybody to adopt our faith practices, but if they're on board with that, we operate in that environment. But the 12-step program offers a therapeutic value that seems to help a lot of people.
Would I be wrong if I said throughout the research I've done preparing for this study committee and prior responsibilities through my profession, that I found that the 12-step system is pretty consistent in those that succeed?
I would say
Some in some manner it is in there. There may be layers of other things there, but the 12-step program is in there, whether we're talking about Alcoholics Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, Gambling Anonymous, Pornography Anonymous, whatever. It's just this
Sex and Live Addicts Anonymous.
where it's like I think what was it, Atomic Habits talked about these small little habits that we had to get into, and the 12 steps kind of push these individuals into that habit.
That's correct.
Right. And look,
and even Celebrate Recovery, which is a Christian format, still has a 12-step feature to the to format. So it is somewhat, I would say it's fair to say it's tried and true. And
I think that's the great way to say it, because we tend to, there's always something new coming out. And I've got both of the latest copies of the DSM-5 in my office. And so we know the chaos that comes with people wanting to add new conditions and everything in there. We know the fight in the medical community and everything to. And
in your research,
get there.
You probably saw, like AA was formed in the 1930s, but if you actually,
I've got a first edition at home and with a nice blue dust jacket on it.
But if you do research that the work that GAR does, if you study it historically, you can trace it all the way back to London. There were houses in London that were people in the 1800s cohabitated together in an effort to be able to overcome their alcohol.
And I just need y'all to confirm my thoughts on that because the reason is that there's always people coming up with these bright new ideas. And in some circumstances, new is not better.
Right.
If we have something that has the track record of what I seem to be seeing in the 12-step model, then maybe that continues to be, and I may overstate this, but the backbone that we build around to come up with recovery programs that offer consistent recovery throughout the state of Georgia. Because our problem that we discovered before this study committee was ever voted on and established was that there were 700 different models of recovery residences in a state. And while some of them were doing things exactly the way that we feel they should do them and people were actually getting positive results out of them, we have a lot of them that are out there, 501c3s, and they can say they're nonprofit for tax purposes,
Right.
but somebody's making money. And but there's a lot of programs out there that were just preying on people that needed recovery and families that had loved ones that needed recovery. So that's what I want to do here is we've torn the building down and we have a foundation,
Right.
and we want to build up exactly what needs to be. And I'm going to use this word, the perfect recovery model, as close as we can get there, that can be supported, and that we get a head nod from DBHDD saying, hey, this is something that we think will work. And then we figure out how we take that model and make it consistent throughout the state, whether that's policy adjustments or whether that's legislation. And policy adjustments are painful. Legislation is bloody. And look, I enjoy pain. I don't mind bleeding, but at the end of this, we've got to come up to some solution. So that's very helpful. So I come in, you get me into you explain the program to me, and what do I do next?
So I work, like I said, doing the addiction education, one-on-one counseling, taking them to, we have a lunchtime meeting in Dublin. So we go to that lunchtime meeting so they get used to going to the 12-step meetings, and then they follow the evening routine with guys who are already going out to work. So
What routine?
Evening
Okay.
routine. So
I thought you were throwing another acronym at me. I apologize.
evening. So these people who've already been there, who have acclimated, learned about addiction, at least a foundation, and they're set up with a local employer so that they can go out to work during the day, be able to they pay their way to be in our program, and as well as hopefully save some money. So when they get out, they can.
Is this a sliding scale pay? Or is there a fee?
Ours is a fixed
flat fixed?
fee.
Okay.
It's all inclusive of everything except their personal clothes and any kind of medications or eyewear, that kind of thing. We provide, I say, amenities, meaning detergent, soaps, deodorant, laundry detergent,
what if
Tylenol,
I was going to ask, what if they're on medications when they show up? Whose responsibility is that?
They ultimately theirs, or usually the family will
Family
help.
is theirs.
Right.
Okay.
So that's kind of like a case management scenario, because it's really not a counselor's responsibility, but in a recovery residence, we have to be a counselor, we have to be a case manager.
Well, I think each one of them has to be case specific, right? Because we're all not the same.
So for example, I have a resident now who has diabetes and high blood pressure. He came from jail. He had none of the medications. So we had to find
because the
local
jail
clinic.
provided medication, but once he left the jail, he was no longer their responsibility.
My understanding was they were going to send 30 days with him, but that didn't happen. So
yeah.
How
long have you had him?
He's been there for probably pushing 90 days.
Okay. I was going to say, if it was earlier than that, we can fix that problem about we get them to get medication.
So we got him to a clinic, got prescriptions, got him filled. He's doing much better and able to focus on his recovery.
So the jobs you help these gentlemen get, are they jobs that reflect these men's skill set, or are these just employers that say, hey, we know you running this program. We'll be happy to give them the opportunity to come out and work.
Right. Since mine is such a small group, I'll try to work with a specific employer or employers who understand the work that I'm doing, the importance of why I don't want these guys out working, what I call graveyard shifts.
Right.
If they have a stimulant use problem, the worst thing you can do is send somebody out to work at 2 o'clock in the morning, because they're going to be very tempted to return to that very substance. It was keeping them awake all the time. So, I work closely hand in hand right now with a individual that owns 2 different restaurants in Dublin, and he allows them to work what I call normal daylight hours. Much success I see in my clients are what I call returning to the basics, just like you do with a child. When I grew up, my parents didn't let me stay up all hours. We came home, we ate supper, we did our homework, we took a bath at a certain time, we went to bed at a certain time, we got up, we went to school, we regimented, disciplined lifestyle. And that's kind of how my program works. And I explain to them, no one's trying to put you under their thumb or be controlling, but we're trying to create a safe environment and a safe format for you to get your life back under control.
And these people are paid by the restaurant.
Right, paid by the restaurant.
They are paid themselves, or is the money sent to El Shaddai, and then El Shaddai pulls its fee out, and then the remainder are put on an account for the resident?
That's the way ours works. And
the way I just described?
The way you just described.
Okay.
It's a relapse prevention, so that they're not toting cash on their person and be tempted to. Of course, we know misery loves company, so people will give you stuff for free, but it's still a tool that will help prevent relapse prevention.
Do you drug test these individuals? Okay. What type of drug testing do you do?
I use a cup that's got a built-in dipsticks in it. And it's a 16 panel, so it's testing for a variety of drugs.
The reagents are built into the stick that's attached to the cup.
So like a liner inside the cup.
Yeah. Okay.
And then in my program, we're a nicotine-free environment, so we test for nicotine as well.
It's not a bad idea.
And I include that in my addiction education about nicotine. They watch a whole video about it, the aspects of vaping, all the negativities of the impact on their health. And like I tell them, the last thing I want to do is get you clean from drugs, getting a nice life started. The next thing I know, somebody calls and tells me you're dying from cancer. So
yeah,
but
so
that's kind of a personal preference. I wouldn't say that's necessarily a
right
uniform model across all
and
recovery residences.
And you make my point. This is a personal preference run at El Shaddai.
Right. And they're told that before they come. So
no, I understand. But what I'm saying is El Shaddai is a model of a recovery center.
Correct.
It is not the model, because I can go to somewhere else and find a place where my addiction may be alcohol, and they say, well, hey, if you got them, smoke them, but don't drink. And so that was okay. So
and I do referrals if I'm full. There are many programs in Georgia that I'm aware of that do what I consider quality work. They're on the GAR list, and they very well may have nicotine.
That was my question. For you to do a referral, that referral would need to be on the GAR list?
GAR list, right.
Okay. So the individual's working, they're everything's going good. And how long are they in your program? My
program is 12 to 18 months. So a minimum of 12 months, possibly up to 18 months.
What makes the difference between 12 and 18?
The difference can be by choice or not by choice. So if the person doesn't feel like they're ready to go, they want to stay longer, they can. Don't have a safe place to go, they can stay longer. I use something in my model called setbacks as a form of consequences. So if the person is non-compliant, but it's not something that is so devastating that it requires me to discharge them, then I use setbacks in a form of we're looking for 12 successful continuous months of.
So you're looking at behavior modification, right? And a setback, if they refuse, then basically they would be in contempt of a Superior Court order, right?
And they could choose to leave and say.
But for them to leave means they go to jail.
Right. And most likely sent back to another program if they get another chance and start all over.
But in my experience in reality, if it's a failure to comply, most likely they're not going to get sent to another recovery program. If we're in a state where recovery beds are tough to get to begin with. If we have somebody that's non-compliant, wouldn't you agree that there's a good chance they're going to go back and whatever time they've got left, or if this is a pre-sentence type of program
Right.
where they go back and they go into the system and then they would go to court, and part of the pre-sentencing would to find out that they were given an opportunity, refused to comply, which could impact how they would be sentenced. Or if it is a part of probation and parole, then they have a certain amount of time on paper, as we call it. And then
Correct.
when they went back into the system, failure to comply, from it becoming on paper, it becomes concrete, and they're inside then to do the rest of their sentence, correct?
Right.
Okay. So what you are, and this is not bad, but what you are is you are one of the more compassionate sticks that are used in the judicial system to get somebody hopefully back balanced so they can transition back into community and be a productive citizen, right?
And the way I explain it to them is you weren't sent to me just to do time.
Right.
If you were just doing time, you would have been sent to Jackson for further processing and been deployed out to one of their many campuses that they operate. Here, we're trying to actually change our behavior, our mindset.
Well, tell me what
Heart,
behavior, what's a behavior that would get me set back?
I mean, it could be major, what I consider some major non-compliance. So we have during that blackout period, for example, where you're not supposed to be contacting other people, and they're never stopped from.
Do you actually use the word blackout when you're talking to
I
the
describe it
addict?
that way.
Yeah.
So they're never barred from calling their attorney.
Right.
If they are in accountability court, all they got to do is say, I want to speak to the drug court coordinator, speak to my probation officer. So we're not stopping those communications. So they can leave if they want, or if they decide I don't want to be here anymore, then I'll help them try to find a way to get somewhere else.
How many employees do you have at El Shaddai?
So with only 6 people, I'm the staff person. My wife teaches high school, works with me part-time, and then I have a few volunteers that step in.
Your wife teaches public high school?
High school.
Okay, so she has the dangerous job.
Yeah,
right?
and by
She has a
day,
tough
yeah.
job. Yeah. Okay, so basically you determine the curriculum, the protocol, the activities, and all of these things while these men are being don't like to use the word held, but while they're being rehabilitated or
Yeah.
treated
Right.
at the recovery center. And so basically any setback that they may incur would be because of a conflict with your rules.
Correct.
Right? Okay.
So I've had a person who, I call it snuck around and used a phone and called drug court and said, well, I knew this was a faith-based program, but it's a little bit too much. And of course, the drug court knows my program very well. So they're like, well, did Mr. Wyndham set up this phone call, and where are you calling from? And so, they kind of got himself in trouble, with the action he took. And
let me ask you about your faith-based program. And do you receive any state funding?
No.
Okay, so everything's donations and through the fees and everything like that. What is your faith-based program? Where does it come from?
I would best describe it as Protestant Christianity.
Okay. Protestant Christianity.
So we do
are they mandated to go to chapel?
We do a daily devotion that they read and journal about, a Bible reading.
Okay, the devotion, does it come out of the King James Version or some version of the King James Version Bible?
They could use a translation of their choice.
Right, but a translation of the King James Version Bible.
Something like right.
Right. So if somebody of a other faith wanted to come into your program, could they?
They could. So someone maybe who just really doesn't have a faith, but if they're hardcore in their beliefs, then I usually will explain, well, we're going to be doing a Bible study. We're going to be going to a Christian Protestant church on Sundays. If that may be less therapeutic than it
Well,
than,
but
than you would want it to be. So
would you not agree that to some people, the Bible is more of a guidebook, a leadership book,
could, yeah.
a book of emotional support and things like
some
that?
people refer to it as just spiritual literature.
Spiritual literature
Right.
of someone who may not believe in the God that you and I may believe in.
Correct.
Right. So
So they wouldn't be denied, but
well, that's, let me finish,
Mhm.
please. So what I want to ascertain is you're not trying to recruit these individuals into your belief.
Correct.
Is that right? You're not mandating that somebody be baptized or somebody to stand in front of a congregation and profess their loyalty
Beliefs.
to my God or your God, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay.
Most people profess they already believe that and feel like that it'll be therapeutic to be there. I have had some that were just like,
I've met few people that on their way to jail did not pray to God.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And then I've
whether they
had-
believe in him or not.
and then I've had a
Yeah.
few that are just like, I really
Yeah.
don't know what I believe. I don't, but I don't have a problem, going to church and sitting in a Bible study.
Okay. So this individual that you had to set back, he knew all of this,
Right.
but coming into the program, he just didn't realize the percentage of it. And so, which
Which-
I'm not faulting.
Mhm.
I mean, the place is called El Shaddai.
Right.
I mean, in law enforcement, we call that a clue.
Yep.
So
Stands for God Almighty.
it
in
does.
Detroit.
Yes. Yes, it does.
And we disclose that in the
Yeah.
initial interview. as
For
well.
those who don't speak Hebrew,
Hebrew,
right?
that's
Ancient
right.
Hebrew. Yeah.
Yep.
So he gets set back. What is a setback for an unauthorized phone call to the drug court?
That and there were some other smaller issues of just not completing chores and certain things. I think he got a 30-day setback
Okay, so a month.
a month.
So, and how long had he been in the program?
Now
at
the
that time?
interesting thing was it turned out that he really just wanted to go somewhere where he could smoke. They really didn't have a problem with the Bible
Well,
study and whatever when the truth came out. But
Yeah. so he had to make a choice between cigarettes and Jesus. He went with cigarettes. Right? Yeah, that's called that.
he's still there and actually doing great.
Listen, that's
So,
called an addiction.
Yep.
We appreciate that. I lost my father to lung cancer at the age of 56, and he smoked 3 cigarettes the last day of his life.
Right.
And so I appreciate the addiction there. But so where was he at in the process when you had to do the setback? How long had he been in the program?
He had made it to the point where he was out to work.
So how long is that?
So he'd been there about a month.
Okay, so
So-
he was still somewhat of an
Right.
infantile stage and just didn't understand it. And you notice a level of maturity as they go through,
I do.
a level of comprehension and understanding of what the mission is as you move through.
Some people, of course, everybody's different, kind of like students in a school system. Some will catch on fairly quickly. Many in my work, I notice that it may be 8 months, 9 months before the light bulb starts to really go off. So usually by the time that they're ready to complete is when I'm like, oh, I really like to keep this guy around because they become a real asset, to me because they become a mentor, a role model to other people who are coming into the program. But
What are
kinda-
the most, remember, if you have a question, all you have to let me know. And do you? Don't tell me that. For the time El Shaddai has been open, what are the majority of the addictions that you get in there? What's the addiction
addiction,
primarily?
methamphetamine seems to be
Wow.
one of the largest, followed by opioid drugs.
And when
and,
we say opioids, are we talking about pills or are we talking about heroin?
Kind of a cross section. Most of them I've met they had their preference, but they would have used whatever they could get their
Well,
hands on. But it
and-
could
and-
be heroin, fentanyl,
and listen, and I tell
pain pills.
everybody this, when I came into law enforcement in 85, heroin was a thing. And if you asked me today, describe a heroin addict in 1985 in Georgia, and I was in a community of a little over 200,000 people, I would tell you it was an African-American male, 60 years old or older. And then before I retired, if you asked me to describe a heroin addict, that I have contact with on a regular basis. It would be a white female, 17 to 25 years old. And people ask why. And I told them because when we attacked the pill mills,
Right.
we took away a great source of opiates. And so people looked for cheap, inexpensive opiates, and that was heroin.
Correct.
I mean, I've talked to one girl, she's on heroin, got pregnant, got off heroin, went to the hospital, had her baby. While her baby was in the NICU and she was in her hospital room, her boyfriend came in and gave her an injection of heroin because she felt she had held on as long as she could during the waiting for the child to be born and develop and be born. And so that's, we have a world now where we talk about opiates and everybody forgets that there's a lot of needles out there, that it's not just pills people are getting at the local drugstore. So primarily we're talking about meth, we're talking about opiates. Okay.
And then many will disclose they've used marijuana. Most people have left the alcohol and moved on to, higher things.
Right. And if anything, alcohol is a complement to the primary addiction.
Right. Might be
And-
something that people, but I guess because
because of the environment.
right, it's just
Yeah.
but meth is a stimulant or an upper.
That's right.
Alcohol is a depressant. So it's taking you in the opposite direction. So most people, when they get on stimulants, will automatically just kind of leave the alcohol alone.
And the average citizen doesn't understand that because they see most people drinking alcohol out partying and doing all this other stuff, but they don't understand the depressive chemistry that happens as soon as you introduce alcohol into the body as it's processed and metabolized,
It's a
right?
huge gateway to relapse because
Yeah.
many people think, well, because it is in.
Well, using the word gateway drug offends people, so you have to be really careful. People don't think that exists,
Right.
but I think you and I do, and based on research, I think marijuana is one of those
Sure.
things too. And so, but that's my personal opinion, and it will not be reflected in my professional opinion, or if it is, it will
Because,
be reflected with evidence.
Alcohol is found on every aisle in most major grocery stores, and nowadays, on the drive up here on I-75, I got in some traffic, and some vehicle in front of me was smoking marijuana because it was just. I knew I wasn't smoking it, but it was just coming in the vehicle.
I'm sure it was medicinal.
Yeah.
And no better
I'm
place,
sure.
no better place than
They-
to take your medicine than behind the wheel of a
They were in
vehicle.
pain, I'm sure.
Yeah. Driving a multi-ton vehicle is the place you want to take your medication.
Right.
And I'm being sarcastic, facetious, and any other
Yes, sir.
term that the media may want to describe me as. But and meth's tough. I mean, but I will tell you this, and again, as I talk about my experience, I was never afraid of people coming off meth as far as them dying or whatever.
Right.
I was not that way with heroin or anything else. A lot of people that I experienced in jail that were coming off heroin, we would isolate them in the medical unit of the clinic, and we would give them a blanket, and they would be observed. But if somebody started experiencing DTs coming off alcohol, then we would have an ambulance come and get them,
Right.
and we would take them to a hospital, because DTs means death
Yes.
to many. Sweating, crying, screaming, and all that, we knew you were alive.
Right.
And we tried to manage keeping you as comfortable as possible, but we could see the light to the other side, where in DTs, the light you see is not the light many want to see
Right.
to get to the other side. So, the 6 beds you have, these are the primary addictions that you run into out of the drug court.
Occasionally over the years, I have worked with the just alcoholic, but
Yep.
I would say the majority of my clients are on either have been on methamphetamine or some type of opioid based.
And saying, just for
Right.
the record, the reagents that you test for these.
Correct.
Yeah, because you're in rural Georgia,
Right.
where meth is known to be a popular hobby,
Right.
where it's easy to make and easy to find somebody to use. So as they're going through the program, you're drug testing, they're going through counseling. They're going through the faith-based counseling. They're going through the 12-step, which I'm going to keep separate from faith-based.
Right.
They're going through the 12-step programs. You have available in your area AA, NA programs.
Right.
Okay. And,
And we also do what's called just therapeutic group.
okay,
meetings.
you're getting to my point. So what other types of therapeutic,
right.
services are offered at El Shaddai?
So in those evenings, ongoing throughout their entire stay, we do therapeutic group meetings, which could be a variety of topics. It could be or therapeutic modalities like cognitive behavior therapy, learning to change our way of thinking. I also do acceptance commitment therapy, which is not so much about changing my beliefs, but accepting things as they are and committing to the outcome. So the best example I can think of is two kids on the way to Disney, and one child is enjoying the ride down. He's accepting that it's going to be an 8 or 12-hour trip, and he's looking at the cows and the fields, and he's counting barns and everything else. He's having a great time, and there's one child that's over there bouncing off the seat. When are we going to get there? When we get there, I hate this, can't stand it.
So would the right word be patience?
Ultimately, patience.
Yeah.
Right? But
Okay. This type, and tell me the name of the therapy again.
acceptance and commitment therapy.
Okay. Do you have a curriculum for that?
I do, because we do examples of, so we use one example in a little video that actually shows the kids on the ride to Disney. And
Is that behavior modification? Is that type of instruction backed up by any particular study, medical study, whether psychological study?
Right. They're evidence. They're called evidence-based.
Evidence-based, yes.
Evidence-based practices.
Okay.
So we'll introduce those concepts, maybe show an example that way, and then I'll give them a few minutes. Sometimes have a worksheet or something to kind of jot down their own thoughts and ideas of, well, how could I apply this in my own life? Something that I'm struggling with accepting and committing. I mean, many times an example may just be accepting that, you know what, I have substance use disorder, and so rather than trying to work so hard at battling and thinking of it as a stigma, I'm gonna commit to using these tools to overcome it and be successful in my recovery. Have had people, identify, that sometimes it's relationship issues, a variety of ways they may apply it to
so at the end
themselves.
of this program, you have a file on me, correct? Is that file submitted to the court?
No. So at the end, they simply get a
Certificate of
completion, and that's the green light that they need to show that the.
So is the
court.
file maintained by El Shaddai?
We'd keep it on file, and
Okay.
I guess it could be
So if you
subpoenaed or something.
Right. That's my question. So if somebody comes in and says, "Hey, I want Randy Robertson's file. He completed El Shaddai and all this, and here's the court order telling you to submit that." Are you aware of anything that would prohibit you from surrendering that file?
Well, I mean, you normally need a release of information from the individual.
The individual does not want to release the information.
Most of the time, that's going to result in a violation of like probation or court, whoever it is that's asking for it, and the individual saying don't release
I'm
it.
saying this individual's completed the program and they're no longer under supervision of the court.
Right.
If somebody came in there and asked and handed you a Superior Court order telling you to surrender that file, as long as, I mean, you're not a medical facility.
Right.
So HIPAA would not be applicable,
Well,
in my understanding.
Right.
And GAR or somebody else could correct me. But
we have a CFR 42, which
tell me what a CFR 42 is.
So that federal law that prohibits just basically handing over that information.
Yeah.
And specifically disclosing information about a person who has substance use disorder.
Right.
Common
But
term,
but that would be challenged in court under the judge's court order, when you would challenge the court order to ask for the record to be released, correct? That would be a debate in front of a man or woman in a black robe, right? So if
I know not to do it because
right, you would say federal law prohibits me from doing
right,
this.
Right.
And if they say, well, this order from this federal judge or this state Superior Court judge says that this does not fall under that law for this particular reason, then you would submit it. And my question is, if they open that file, do they find all of the programs that this individual experienced while they were there inside of El Shaddai, and something that is not covered by the federal statute is if you got a subpoena asking for your curriculums and for your program guide,
Right.
is that available to be submitted to the court?
In a summary format, because to be honest, with only 6 people, someone could be going through the program at El Shaddai today, and next year it might not be exactly the same because I have the luxury of being able to tailor it to the
Yeah.
client's needs. So
You customize
customize it.
part of it,
Right.
but
But still,
the vast majority of it is pretty static,
Right.
correct?
Right.
I mean, we make adjustments and everything.
Correct.
There are people that work in government whose sole job is to amend and change policy, standards and procedures, regulations, whatever we want to call them, on an ongoing basis.
Right.
So when if something negative were to happen and there to involve civil or criminal action, then we would have to submit those policies and procedures to make sure that our everything was done appropriate
Right.
to what we were supposed to do. And so even though your program is customized, and that's understandable, each situation calls for
Right.
different responses, but there is a standard operating procedure that you go through. There's a standard curriculum. If you can teach the curriculum and you teach it one way, you can hand me the curriculum the next day. I'll teach the same curriculum, but I may teach it somewhat different,
Right.
even though we're both accomplishing the same thing. So if somebody come in and said, I need the curriculum on the particular therapy we're talking about,
Right.
then
That'd
you
be
would hand them that curriculum, and they look through and go, okay, so everything that he does fell in within the guidelines of this curriculum. Those types of records are available
Right.
at El Shaddai.
Right.
Okay, good. Okay. And so I go through the multiple types of therapy, and then I'm 18 months in, and then what happens?
So and they may receive certain assignments to work on based on their personal needs. But when they reach that point between 12 to 18 months where they have completed at least 12 successful months, they're eligible. We call it completion. I don't use the term graduation, but
Right.
they successfully complete, they receive that certificate of completion. And then we've in those month or so prior to that have worked on a reentry plan back into society. Many times, if it's with an accountability court, I don't have that much that I can do because I'm basically just doing a warm handoff back to drug court.
And they graduate from drug court.
And they graduate from
yeah.
drug court, right?
Okay.
And just to throw this in for
Yeah.
drug court specifically, the reason they wind up with me many times is either drug court has done an initial assessment that shows that this person's very unlikely to be successful just showing up, daily reporting and living in the community, so they get sent to treatment, or they have tried it and failed at some point and now they've been sent to treatment. And I get a combination of both of those.
And tell me again what city El Shaddai's housed in,
We're in
or county.
Lawrence County.
Yeah.
Lawrence County, because we're out in a rural area, but
Yeah.
Dublin being the county seat.
I live in an unincorporated part of Harris County.
Right.
So yeah. Okay.
It's confusing because we have a city address for 911 purposes. It's actually in the county next to us because we're out there in the middle of nowhere.
Okay. How is your property zoned?
It is just rural. It's just zoned rural residential.
Rural residential. Okay. So you and your wife have a residence out there, and then there's a separate,
Actually all under the same roof.
all under the same roof,
Right.
and it's considered residential. Okay. Are you subject to any health department inspections?
So Lawrence County has a local ordinance
Okay.
that requires recovery residences to meet certain guidelines. So health inspection, fire marshal inspection, sanitation. So got to have a acceptable septic tank system in place to house that many people, excuse me,
Right.
that many people in in one place.
Commercial kitchen,
Don't have to have a commercial kitchen, but
okay. Fire suppression,
not with the number I have. but-
because 6 could be a,
right.
yeah, okay.
But we did have sanitation. So septic tank, for example, we spent a few years ago about 18 grand on an expanded
Right,
septic tank system.
okay. Any other unique requirements but on that city ordinance or of any law, rule, or regulation that
They specifically require a GAR certification. of-
your
of
city ordinance or your
the-
county
the
ordinance
county,
requires, and it mentions GAR in there?
Georgia Association of Dakota Residents
Okay.
certification. And then you pay a annual fee, which is a token fee, $25. If you meet all those requirements, you pay the $25, basically just a form of registering, or I guess a very inexpensive business license, if you would.
So,
And
so do you have to have a business license?
it's a recovery residence certification by the county. And we post it on our
In a,
bulletin board in a conspicuous
but do
place.
you have to have a business license separate from
No,
that?
no.
Okay,
So it's just that $25 fee.
okay. No occupancy permit?
No.
Okay.
The
Did
city
you have
of
a question?
even though I don't operate in the city of Dublin, since it's neighboring, that is our county seat, the city also has a very similar ordinance.
But that doesn't impact you,
But it
right?
doesn't
Because
impact
you're
me.
outside the city.
Right.
Do you have a question? Let me, 9.
In my experience, that what you've just described, Lawrence County as requiring for you to operate, that's pretty robust for us, especially for the area that
Right.
we're talking about. Do you know how many other recovery residences operate in that area?
In that county. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Three other specifically in the county, and or 4. One is in the process of seeking GAR certification. So I was going to make the comment that I'm very in favor of a state mandate and oversight, strictly because what I've seen in our area, although it is robust and the intention is great, there's really not the manpower or the people who are that knowledgeable to really enforce it well. So like we've had
People to enforce what?
to enforce that ordinance. This seems to be
Does the county have a code and inspections department?
they do. And I guess it could just be a slackness on their part, but
Is it-
we've had one program for specifically that has not had the GAR certification for a number of years, and yet they've still been allowed to, operate. And then we have one that just popped up out of the blue recently, and I contacted one of our commissioners and said, do we or do we not still have a local ordinance in place? And oh yeah, we do. We need to go check out 309.
Is it still,
That
is
street needs
it
to-
still operating?
I have this
Recent?
a week ago, so I
Okay.
haven't followed up on it, but
Okay.
Uh,
Thank you.
And to echo what you said, it is really unique for a
Right.
county to have an ordinance that deals with recovery centers, recovery
another
residences.
county not too far down from me is Tatnall County, which Reidsville is the county seat, and they also have a very similar ordinance
Do you recall when this ordinance was passed?
during the pandemic, I believe, 20 or 21. So
Did you receive any pushback when you attempted to do yours by residents who didn't want that in my neighborhood somewhat?
no, so where I am is on kind of historic family property. So even though the tract of land that the house is on is like a 4.5 acre, but I have like a 45 acre adjoining tract, and all that used to be owned by my great grandfather.
Okay.
So, we're out there, we're not really in anybody's backyard, so to speak. But of course, I'm well aware that throughout the state, that's often
Yeah.
pushback because people don't understand, you know, they just assume that
They
you're bringing in drug addicts and they're going to be all sitting on the front porch using drugs,
Yeah.
you know, which we're not doing, but
they think they're like feral cats. They'll just
yeah,
overpopulate your county all
Right.
of a sudden, right? Yeah.
like raising
Never seen
it's going to
that.
stink real bad,
Yeah,
but it's
yeah.
you know, it's really not. They're just people that need help and need nurturing. So
Okay. And so beyond normal structure requirements and things of that nature, expanded septic, um, really, there's no other, you said it includes health department inspections
Right.
and things of that nature?
we have an annual visit from the one of the fire marshals that comes out and
Okay.
checks, you know, like basically we don't have obstructed exits,
You
don't have power cords draped all over the place, and
do you store pharmaceuticals on property?
we have over the counter meds,
Right.
but if a resident has their own medication, you know, because we're not a medical staff, so we can't dose. They have that in their own
They're responsible
possession,
for
right.
but you're aware of who's on what
Who on- right.
medication, right?
I don't have anybody that's on anything that would, you know, most people aren't pill seeking somebody else's blood pressure medication or
Yeah.
diabetic medication. So if we do have anything that we, you know, we have a lockbox, or the resident can bring a lockbox, and then of course they'd have to open it on demand if we
Right.
say, what, you know, open it and show us what's in there.
How many meals do you provide a day?
They get breakfast, lunch, dinner, and all snacks.
Okay.
Everything's
And all the
provided.
food is provided. It's the part of the all inclusive.
right, part of the all
Do
inclusive.
you take into account the diabetic
Yes.
as far as the unique diets and
Right.
things of that nature?
So we try to either, so we do meal planning, and the residents participate in it. We have one person who's lead preparing the meal, someone who's a helper.
These are residences that
resident.
prepare them.
And so we do that each week. We sit down and map out, these are the meetings that we're going to be going to, and in the evening meal, they prepare and we eat together in a family style setting. The breakfast and lunch is kind of on your own. They have access to what they need, but they prepare that themselves.
Do you find that the buy-in on the community aspect of it, of meal planning and all this, has a positive impact on the recovery?
It does. I mean, it's really a core component of what we do. Many of these individuals have never sat at a table with family. They don't know how to properly set the table. So I mean, I teach people, you know, fork goes on the left, knife and spoon goes on the right, blade to the plate. And they're like, how do you know that? I said, well, my mother taught me. But,
Yeah.
you know, so they learn how to set the table. So they pick up, you know, social and hospitality skills that they otherwise would have never, you know, gotten. So
Do you witness bonding in
Yes.
there between the residences?
there's a lot of camaraderie
Yeah.
during that, you know, during the mealtime.
All right.
It's not really an official meeting per se, but it's probably one of the most important meetings that we have, is that, you know,
Is there-
family mealtime.
Are there televisions in the,
We do have TVs,
okay,
but they're not on during the meal, you know.
right.
meal-
No, I'm not talking,
Right.
I'm just talking about do they have them in the rooms, or is it a day
in
room?
a
or-
common,
common area?
area, right.
Okay. And who chooses what they watch or not? Is that left up to them?
It's
Is
left
that
up to them. We pretty much don't have access to
a lot of,
anything that would be highly questionable. but,
yeah, because it's called El Shaddai,
That's right.
right? Yeah. Okay. All right, good. Anything else you'd like to add about your program, or any other questions from the committee? Okay,
I've got one.
yes, 9.
What is the living area look like? Do they have their own rooms? Do they share rooms?
So ours is a dorm style bedroom
Okay.
with 6 beds, three bunk beds. And so they have it's like one big bedroom, and then they have a you know, a bath. There's another half bath they can use for, you know, if it's, you know, a situation where having to wait to get into the bathroom. But they have they have a kitchenette and a den area that's there, but dedicated to their use. But the house itself, we use there's a main kitchen, dining room, and like a large gathering room that we use for that evening meal and group meetings and that kind of thing.
That's a great question. What's the square footage of the house
It is about
in its entirety?
probably about 3,600.
3,600 square foot in, so it's a standard size. How many bedrooms?
It is 1, 2, 3, 4, so 4, including that large.
So three traditional bedrooms and then a
So this, so mine,
common area. Well, it's not common. It's a bunk style
right.
room.
We have so ours is a log house on a full basement, and so what I call a daylight basement. So the back of the house is open to and so that whole downstairs floor is made into their personal space.
Okay. Was this a property that was reconfigured to become a recovery?
It didn't really require any modification, but
Okay.
it actually was my parents' retirement home. They're no longer living, but
Dr. Kirkpatrick, Senator Kirkpatrick has a question. Can you hear us, Senator?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. I'm sorry I can't be with you today, but I did have one question, and that is, we know from looking into this previously that recovery residences, because they don't provide treatment, are not regulated in the same way as rehabilitation treatment centers. And I'm curious, since you're on the board of GAR, if you have any idea what percentage of sober housing or recovery residence facilities have voluntary GAR certification. You probably don't, because there's no registry. We don't know where all of them are, but I just wondered if you have a ballpark sense of that.
I really don't, because like my area has the ordinance that requires it. So, by default, everybody around me has it. But when I reach out beyond that throughout other counties and throughout Georgia, I can name countless of them.
Do me excuse me, Senator. Let's do it. I know they just handed you something. If that's something from GAR's going to come up and testify next.
Okay.
So let's let GAR defend themselves. I'd rather it be something not just handed. So
Okay.
yeah. So let's do that. Yeah, because
They do have a count of number of certifications,
Right.
and the actual number of beds in.
Good. Yeah. So we do have GAR here, Senator Kirkpatrick,
Okay,
and that's
great.
a great question to have them answer, because I, like you, think it's unique that we have a county ordinance that specifically mentions GAR as being part of the certification. And that's unique. And Senator Kirkpatrick brings out one of our problems is that there is no standard across the state, that the GAR certification is voluntary. And we have a lot of bad actors out there that choose not to volunteer to follow the right path,
Right.
which is why we're having this meeting to start with. So that's great.
Thank
And
you.
obviously,
Thank you. And we miss not having you here.
Me too.
Do you have a follow-up?
Yes, I did.
Mhm.
Don't laugh. She's an attorney, you know.
So when we've got some shared living spaces or and bunk beds, we're sharing rooms here. When you do your interview call with a potential client, are you thinking about roommate matching and things like that, and kind of your whole, if you bring somebody in at the front end, if you will, of their recovery journey, are we trying to see if the person's going to fit in your home?
To the best of my ability. I mean, obviously I disclose in the discussion, this is what the bedroom setup is like. This is, their bunk beds. And I describe how, they're built, they're custom built out of 2x6s. So it's not a flimsy little thing you might have slept on with your younger brother when you were growing up. So they do get an understanding of it. I ask, how do you feel about, of course, many of them are in jail. They're like, well, I'm on a bunk now. So if yours is, if it's not metal and doesn't have a mat, sign me up, you know.
Okay.
What I've found is many people are just they're ready to get out of that incarcerated environment. But I do, to my best of my ability, try to determine, does it sound like they're going to be able to mesh with a small community, you know, environment.
And listen, I know this was your parents' retirement home, and that's a beautiful story. But is the property, are there any requirements that you be handicap accessible? Or do you make that accommodation out of your own, out of the goodness of your heart?
There's no requirement, but by the fact that my dad was, there
Yeah.
are some features to the house. We have a handicap ramp to get in the house. Now, actually, I don't know that I really could accommodate somebody in a wheelchair because of the level where they are. So that, you know, that's the thing I disclose, you know, may not be.
And
That's for certain.
as far as you know, that's not a qualification under GAR certification?
Right.
Okay.
And there's certain, you know, medical situations where, like, I had a call recently for an individual who really needs to be in recovery, but has to be on dialysis,
Yeah, you read my mind again.
you know, 3 times a week. As much as I'd love to, I'll have a heart to help anybody and everybody I can. Yeah, it's really not feasible for me to think that even if medical transport would come and get this person, there's one of me, 6 clients. I mean, it wouldn't make sense. Everybody else would suffer because my time would be totally devoted to that one, you know, that one individual situation.
All right. Anything else from the committee? All right. Thank you so much. I
Okay.
appreciate you. And then we'll invite our friends from GAR to come forward if they're ready.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning.
Morning. Should I assume you're Candace Whitaker?
I am Candace Whitaker. That's a good
Great.
assumption.
Thank you, Candace. I think you see the direction where we're going this
Yep.
morning.
Yep,
And so we really appreciate GAR being here.
absolutely. Thank you for having us.
And I apologize for leading everybody to believe that you guys abandoned us
That's okay.
late last night when I got a text message after I'd gone to bed.
No,
So,
you're
yeah.
fine. I appreciate it. So I do have a presentation, but I don't want to do a death by slideshow type of thing. There are some basic things that I think we do need to go over to make some clarification. And then I think we'll just, shoot from the hip.
I was reading your slides and the first one said addiction is recognized as a chronic brain disease. Is there anywhere in Georgia where they describe what is classified as a addictive disease?
I'm not to my knowledge, but I have the information from the addictionologist that was here last time. So I'd be more than happy to find out that information, and get back to you on
Yeah,
that with him.
because I think, and I know our friends from DBHDD may be able to help too, but I'm thinking there's somewhere in regulation in Georgia. I don't know that in the fact that it's code, but that alcoholism is not recognized
It
as a
is not.
disease.
Yeah, for the
Okay.
treatment centers in the state,
Yeah.
they are not allowed to treat somebody that just has an alcohol use disorder,
And
which is being
just-
changed.
just that-
DBHCD is in the process of changing that.
Okay, and in the process of changing it is just including it in regs?
That's what I've been told. I don't know the full story, but I did speak to one of, so,
Well, let's act like it's not being changed.
Okay, all right,
Because
sure.
if it's not changed, it's not changed.
sure, absolutely.
And DBHDD have been phenomenal partners with us through this process, not just dealing with recovery centers, but dealing with mental health beds and everything else that we're struggling with. And I have I have West Central Georgia Regional Hospital over in my district. And so the problems or the the circumstances and opportunities we have there dealing with the mentally insane, the criminally insane, excuse me,
Mhm.
in the state. So I appreciate what they're doing, but they, like DFACS and others, are overwhelmed
Yes,
with the problems we're running into in the state.
100%.
So are you qualified to give me your opinion
Yes.
on whether alcoholism
Well-
is a chronic brain disease?
I am not, no,
Okay.
no, not in that.
Are you qualified to give me an educated opinion? Or do you feel that you are? Because I feel that I am.
I feel that I am, but I will be very mindful and know that when I need to stop and
Right.
refer to somebody else for
So,
sure.
so do you agree with the change that we
Yes.
anticipate DBHDD to make?
Absolutely, 100%.
Would you agree that alcoholism is as much of a disease as any of the other addictions that we have?
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
And would you agree that it's an oversight of the state of Georgia not to recognize alcoholism
Mhm.
as a disease?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Totally. Absolutely. I do want to clarify a couple of things with this. The biggest thing is the levels of care, because there seems to be some cross conversation that I want to clarify very to start with. So first of all, recovery residences are not treatment centers. Those are two different things. Okay. So we have different, our levels of care. We have detoxes, we have residential, partial hospitalization, intensive outpatient, which are referred to as PHP, IOP, more acronyms for you. And then we have recovery residences. Okay. So detox, residential, PHP, and IOP, those are all under DCS. And so they have a separate license that they have to acquire, and they have to do something completely separate. But there is no,
Which one are you looking at?
so detox,
Right.
residential.
No, I'm saying the one you're describing
Oh,
right
okay.
now.
So I'm saying all three of them are under a separate license. There is.
I'm looking at 4. What 3 are under?
So the detox,
Right.
first one, the residential, then PHP IOP is clumped into one because it's typically in the same location. It's just different hours.
Okay.
And then those are just those three.
Those-
Residences are totally separate.
Okay, those 3 require what type of licensing?
It's called a DATEP license. It's a drug, alcohol treatment education program.
Okay, and where does this license come from?
That's under DCS. DCH, excuse me. Thank you.
Yeah, again,
DCH.
acronyms.
I know.
Don't-
DCH policy.
DCH. Okay, so that would be Dr. Burke,
Yes. So
just Mike 9.
And there was a law change last year. So the licensure and oversight work for DATEP is moving over to DBHDD
Oh.
as of January.
I didn't know it went through. Good to know. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was to add continuity
That's right.
in so that, well, and believe it or not, this law actually, I'm glad everybody's sitting down, removes a little bit of bureaucracy from the state of Georgia, because we are great at creating bureaucracy, as every other government in this country is, especially the one housed in DC. So I think this will add a little more continuity to services being provided, I think. And I think DBHDD is better equipped.
I agree.
handle this.
I
Yeah,
agree
yeah.
completely, especially if we could move forward with a mandate. It makes sense to have it all under the same thing, because IOP PHPs have housing. So most of the time, not all of them, but most of the time they have housing, and that should be certified.
And Candace, can you back up for a minute
Sure.
and tell me about what's your role at GAR?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So I am the executive director of the Georgia Association of Recovery Residences. We also call it GAR. So I've been on the board for 5 years now, and I had the privilege of working under 2 of the people that started GAR, and GAR was created before NAR. So GAR was created in 1987, and I always gloat about that. When we're Jared and I are going to get on a plane after this and go to the NAR conference, and that is one of our special things that we like to brag about, is that we were created first, because people in Georgia realized we needed to have this. And so I have a bachelor's degree in health and human services management, and I kind of just fell into this field, it was a little bit of a God moment. I was originally done lots of things in my life, but I was a personal trainer, and I also did some personal training for military soldiers. Moved to Georgia to be closer to my family. Didn't know what I was going to do with my life, and kind of fell into this. And my feet were put to the flame, and I just thought, man, I love this. The only knowledge of treatment that I had back then was that show intervention. And so when I started off at Hope Homes, which was started by Beth Sanders. And she's on the NAR board as well. And so she got together with a few people and said, look, there's too many bad actors. We need some oversight. And so that's how GAR started. And so
But to be clear, GAR is a part of, geez.
a part of NAR.
It's
I
part of
know.
NAR now.
No.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Um,
We are underneath the NAR umbrella.
But GAR is a voluntary program, correct?
It's a volunteer certification in the state. yes.
Volunteer certification, in
Yeah.
the state, right?
Yeah.
Does NAR require any certification also?
So NAR does not. What they're working on is more of some type of national recognition, but
Okay.
that's very
GAR,
different.
GAR stands for, and I just want,
Georgia Association
Exactly.
of Recovery Residents.
so does Florida have FAR?
Yes.
Okay,
And then OCAR is Oklahoma, and I can, all the acronyms are hilarious. It would
Yeah.
drive you crazy.
yeah, well, no, it's already done that. I just thought, honestly, that y'all could have been more creative than that, but, yeah.
I agree.
NAR Florida, NAR Georgia, NAR something else maybe.
Yes.
But so GAR started first
Yes.
and you got into it. So I'm really interested in understanding the mission of GAR.
Yes.
So I know that's where you're headed. So
Yes,
I just wanted
absolutely.
to clear that up to start.
Yeah, I mean, and that mission was that every Georgian in recovery deserves safe, ethical housing. And that's what was started because there were just so many places that were at the time referred to as flop houses. So no oversight, just drugs being brought in. There's not any formal training, nothing like that. So that started to really happen in the 80s, and that's why they began GAR to sit down and provide some type of regulation.
Does GAR regulate all four of these?
No.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
So tell me where's your focus?
Recovery residences.
Okay, so your recovery, your focus is on one of these 25% of what we see.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that's good.
Yes.
And the reason why you don't have anything to do with the other three or what? Well, here's the key. What's the primary difference?
Insurance.
Okay,
Unfortunately, that we have done an awful job of allowing insurance to dictate treatment in this country. And because of that, it's causing detriment to a lot of different things and whatnot. So I have consulted for several different IOP PHPs and helped support them and realized, and I worked at an IOP PHP and learned a lot. And I'm very grateful for my background because it taught me a lot about how to structure GAR better. And because of that and seeing all the insurance fraud and everything, we are glad to not have anything to do with that.
and to be clear, we're not here to beat up insurance. We'll do that at another meeting.
Sure.
But two things you just said, at times insurance companies are the bad actors.
Yes.
But they're not the bad actors in insurance fraud.
Sure.
Those are people taking advantage of
Absolutely.
the insurance.
Totally
company, right?
agree.
But the reason that happens is because there is no clarification of what the insurance company's responsibility is, correct?
Yes. And sometimes it's out of ignorance that it's very easy
Yeah.
to commit it.
And when we're talking about the PHP and the IOP, those are at times connected to larger healthcare
Yes. Sometimes, yes.
who normally have people there whose primary focus are nothing but to deal with insurance companies,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And to vet out insurance fraud.
Yes.
Correct. Okay.
Yes.
And also they can be an obstacle to getting individuals into recovery, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. So recovery residents were providing safe supportive housing for people in recovery, flexible and can range from months to over a year. And so moving forward, I want to ensure that we're referring to recovery residences and not treatment centers because that is
And
a
that's what
big
that's what
distinction.
we're here for.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. So now with this, there are different levels of recovery residences. So this is really important because now there's different types of structures. So if we're looking at a level 1, a NAR level 1, this is typically your Oxford houses. Currently in Georgia, I know of one Oxford house, and this is when a group of people that are in recovery get together, rent out an apartment or rent a lease or a house or something like that, and they say, hey, we want to create a contract that says we're all going to stay sober, and if you want to live here, you have to be sober, but there's no type of monitoring. It's just them getting together. It's a peer run place.
What's NAR's involvement in that?
I don't know the details, and I will try find out more, but apparently there was some struggle between NAR and Oxford Housing back in the day. I don't know what happened.
Tell me what Oxford Housing, where did
It's
that
just the
come
term
from?
that came from. So this guy created this organization called an Oxford House because, you know, he was seeing a lot of people that are in recovery, but there wasn't really recovery residences at the time. And so just something that was a smaller, scalable, hey, you know, we're living together and we're in recovery.
Sounds
That's
like a fraternity to me.
basically, but you're just in recovery.
Right. So if a group of people sign a lease on a house
Mhm.
to move into it,
Yep.
and they all have the same mission of, hey, we're all going to live together.
Yes.
Basically, we're all going to be accountability partners to
Yes.
everybody.
Yes.
And we're going to make sure everybody stays off of whatever their
Yes.
addictive issue is.
Yes.
So,
It doesn't have to be an Oxford House, but that's the model that was termed that.
right. That's an Oxford House model. But when it comes into then the state nor any organization really beyond zoning,
Mhm.
local zoning
Yep.
and things of that nature wouldn't have any authority
No.
to interfere with anything that group does, right?
No, not
Okay.
really. Not
And
really.
you only know of one Oxford House in Georgia?
But it's not GAR
That
certified.
Oxford, yeah, it doesn't. Well, I'm disappointed to some degree when I found out that GAR is voluntary to begin with.
Yes.
And we'll get to that. But you only know of one Oxford House in Georgia,
Mhm.
and I don't need an address, but where is that located? What city is that?
I believe it's in Sandy Springs.
Okay, so Metro Atlanta.
Mhm.
Yeah, this is the look of shock on my face. So okay, thank you.
And then we move up to level 2, which is more of a managed environment. There are house rules now, and you have appointed resident leader. So not necessarily a staff member. You have someone that's probably been there for a little bit longer, knows the rules, and wants to help support and encourage the residents. So they're helping them, hey guys, let's get together and do the house chores and that type of thing.
What's the difference between that and well, other than somebody picked a leader,
There's an owner. There's an owner.
there's a business license.
There is sometimes either a business license or it's a nonprofit.
So it would be not similar to El Shaddai, because El Shaddai is a 501c3
Yeah.
that is being run by two primaries.
Yes, but he is a level 3, so he's a step
Right.
up.
So is this more typical?
But I mean, I would say most of ours are level 3s, because for court mandates, they typically only go level 3 or higher. So we try to encourage them and say, hey, look, here's what you need to do to be a level 3 if you'd like to be. And we help educate them, but we still take a very close look at what the structure of the organization is.
So if I lease a house near a hospital.
Yes.
And I put a sign out front that says the House of Job, because it has to be biblical for people to think it's legit. And then I say, I'm going to run this, and I tape rules up on the wall. And so I'm the leader.
Mhm.
I'm the person that signed the lease with the property owner. And so that everybody that drives their intoxicated or overdosed child to the hospital drives by my property and sees my very religious sign out front, and they come inside, then I can charge them whatever I please. Then I would be a level 2 recovery residence, correct?
In loose terms, yes.
And tell me how loose. I mean, I qualified based on this description.
Yes, I mean, there's
I'm not required to have any type of special training. I'm not required to be any clinical thing. Look, I'm a CIT instructor. I can tell people how I can put glasses on them and show them how to deal with de-escalate when somebody has schizophrenia and all this other stuff. So I could go in there and stick my instructor certificate up on the wall, and I'm good to go, right?
Yes, but part of being GAR certified.
Right.
Now, are we talking about not GAR certified? We're
Yes.
talking- Okay, yes,
Yeah.
yes,
So I can
absolutely.
do that
Yes,
and make money
100%.
in the state of Georgia.
Yes,
And tell moms and dads and
1000%.
grandmothers and grandparents that I'm here to save their child's life, right?
yes,
For a low price of $1,995 a day.
sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely. And then once we step up, we move to level 3, which is El Shaddai, as an example of that. So you have supervised activities, you have staffing, and you have life skills programming. And then we move up to level 3. This is brand new. NAR just introduced this last year. So now this is including a clinical aspect. So if you have a licensed clinician on your staff.
So your slide says NAR levels of recovery residents.
Yes.
But NAR doesn't, NAR's voluntary, I'm assuming the same way as GAR is, correct?
NAR is like our go-to reference. They're helping guide
So they're a
the
resource.
affiliates. They're a resource and they're helping to guide us and support us. But they're not requiring anything I mean, they tried that years and years ago and it never spanned out really.
But when I'm looking at this, the only groups that will GAR certify a 1 or 2?
If they approached us and they went through the process, absolutely.
So
I would love to bring everybody to the table.
yeah, I agree. Okay, level 3, supervised activity, staffing, and life skills programming.
Yes.
Okay. And when El Shaddai became GAR certified,
Mhm.
what did they have to do?
So I printed you out a nice book here.
Yep.
It goes through all of the standards that we require. So first we start off with an inquiry, which lets us know a little bit about the organization. And so we gather some basic information and set up a profile. And then once that moves forward, there's a certification fee that we require in order for us to go through and explore, go through the documentation is first. The documentation list is included in there and it goes through and it's dedicated to each level. So level 1's going to have a bit less, level 1 and 2 have a bit less versus a level 3 and 4. So the documentation is everything, your pre-screening that you do, we want to know every question you're asking.
The 45-minute triage?
Yep. So we want to see that. Then we have your policies and procedures. So we want to see all of that. We want to see your mission and vision, your business license or 501c3 status. And then everything from your house rules to your schedule to how a resident finances, what does that look like? What are anything that the resident signs on a piece of paper or anything that the structure of the program that is included, that we need that documentation.
Okay, criminal background history of the individuals running the program?
Okay, so that's a great question. I would love to work more on that. The level 4 is the only one that is now requiring that because it's already mostly required in that instance if someone
Why
has.
is it not required by GAR?
We would like to, but we need help figuring out where to draw the line in the sand. You've got to remember, a lot of these owner-operators have backgrounds.
We
And
all
so-
have background.
Absolutely. So we need to have conversations about what is this going to look like. So we are working with FAR to get more of an idea in Ohio. So Ohio just passed a mandate the first of this year. So we're asking them for what is the best way to do this and how to move forward. It's something
Do you know
we've
how,
wanted to
do
do.
you know how to get a criminal background history? Do you know how I can get a criminal background history on you?
Well, I'm sure you have a special fan.
No. There's no, I promise you. No. Do you know how I can legally get a criminal background check on? Do you know if you go to any sheriff's office
Yes.
in the state of Georgia,
Mhm.
do you know how they give you know how you can get your own criminal background history? You just fill out a form.
Yeah.
And there's nothing preventing GAR. And look, I work with people all the time and they'll go, I need to get this done. And I'll go, great, we can help you with that. I
Mhm.
need your criminal background. I need
Sure.
your criminal history. And they'll say, well, how do I get that? And I said, well, you go and get it. and they go and get it and they bring it to me. And so GAR could tell anybody that wants to be GAR certified, give me your criminal background history.
Sure.
And I understand if we're running recovery centers for children, that
Mhm.
we don't want anybody that has that's on a criminal, you know, any registry,
Mhm.
sex registry, sex
Mhm.
offender registry, or anything like that. And we understand in the recovery community
Yep.
that rarely do I meet somebody in the recovery community. And I got to say, it bothers me a little bit
Mhm.
because it shouldn't be just the people that have experienced addiction
I agree.
carrying this forward.
Yes.
Because I know, look, I've got family members, a lot of people have family members that have died from addictions
Mhm.
who were not addicted themselves,
Mhm.
and they should be the ones picking up the sword and charging into the battle along with those who are recovering.
I agree.
And so I think that there, even though I believe that, somebody with a recovery history, somebody with multiple DUIs, somebody with theft charges and other things, people that have done time in prison because of their addiction, I would not think, and of course, GUARD seems to do a great job, and I respect the organization, that should not prohibit them from getting a GUARD certification.
Mhm.
It's not saying that you agree with them and all this other kind of stuff, but if somebody's had, somebody's been, 3 years off paper. They've done their prison time. They've finished their probation and parole and all this other kind of stuff. And now they're in the community working for a 501c3,
Yep.
or they're establishing a legitimate business of recovery.
Mhm.
Then I think but I think that's a very simple addition
Absolutely.
to the GAR certification is the
Absolutely.
criminal history of the individuals running it. Now, if I've got a guy coming in to open up one of these and I look in there and he's got 47 counts of insurance fraud,
Mhm.
or he's got all these other issues related to that, and he tries to say, well, at that time I was addicted to this, this, and this, and I did all this, it would still be really hard for me to say, you know what, I'm going to give this guy an opportunity to go do this.
Yep.
Unless there were certain qualifications that went along with that, as far as there has to be a certified public accountant that manages the books,
Yeah.
has to be all this other kind of stuff, and possibly even some requirements through the Secretary of State's office.
Yes.
So, but because that would prohibit me, if I were the bad actor, from going and opening the House of Job down from Piedmont Hospital
Yes.
in order to fish with dynamite and hopefully catch sad and unsuspecting moms and dads to let me take their money.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and we've discussed it for a very long time. And I think the thing is too, is that we need support from bigger resources such as attorneys, and we need help and support with that. And so for a while, it's felt like we've been NAR referred to us for a while as the sleeping giant, because it was, resource wise, I mean, we get no funding. And
How do you
so,
operate with no funding?
well, we put on this great golf tournament that's happening on September 22nd, if you'd like to come and sponsor that. So there was a couple of
If
times.
somebody's going to help me look for my ball in the woods.
Absolutely, I will get
that's
you.
terrible. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean that a group of us got together and said we need to figure this out. And so we put on a golf tournament, and that is our main source that keeps us going. But I'll be honest with you, without any type of funding, it just makes it really difficult. So recently, when I stepped into this role, one of my big things is I've changed us from a 501c6 to a 501c3. And so once we receive that, we'll be able to apply for more grants and do more things.
Remind me, I understand 4s and 9s, or
Yes.
4s and 8s. Tell me what a 6 is.
So it's just a membership organization. It just refers to that you're
Okay.
you're
So it's an
building a membership.
association.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. And so we had to, of course, but with our bylaws, we had to get the whole membership to approve and yada yada, and then you got to fill out all the stuff. And fortunately, I had a CPA that was able to help us, and we got that submitted and everything. Now we're just waiting on the 3 people that work at the IRS to give us our
The 3
status.
people. Well, be comforting. They're all armed. Now, so, yeah.
So, but yes, I will be completely honest with you.
I hope everybody that testifies in front of this committee is
Absolutely.
completely honest.
This is a bit personal, but I'm just going to let you know, coming up on the 15th, I will not be taking a paycheck this month.
Well, that's admirable.
I think it's important.
I don't know that Georgia Power will approve that, but I hope the members of GAR realize that and
Yes.
they do what's right.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to tell you something. I sit on the Public Safety Appropriations Committee
Mhm,
for the Senate Appropriations Committee. And I go back to those non-addicted that want recovery for family members, but they're not willing to put skin in the game. They're not willing to bleed to make it happen.
Absolutely.
Until we move away from looking at government as God,
Mhm.
that we think government's going to pay for everything, until we realize that it's each individual's responsibility
Yep.
to lift up their
Yep.
community and lift up those people. Believe me, I do a 45-minute program on the failure of the church,
Mhm.
of not doing their job, of church abdicating its responsibility to the government.
Yeah.
And look, I'm a very proud member of my church,
Mhm.
and I am a proud member of government,
Mhm.
but I understand that
Yeah. And I
that
think that,
government cannot fund everything.
yes,
Because there's a lot of really bad things out there that want government to fund them. and
absolutely. I
I
absolutely
will
agree.
not do that.
Yeah.
But I think what y'all are doing, the idea of GAR
Yep.
and the idea of recovery centers,
Mhm.
I think is very admirable. And for anybody that's not willing to contribute and help with that,
Mhm.
I would be happy to call that person into question,
We-
find out
we
what
are-
they don't.
We are absolutely fighting and doing everything. And the problem is that I don't want to gouge the membership. And so by,
Is it gouging if you're getting, you need the necessary funds to run an organization?
so it's based on what we charge is based on bed size. And so, it's, if you have a certain amount of beds is what we base an annual fee on.
Shouldn't your fee be based on what it takes to operate GAR?
Yes, but
And I will admit, I'm stepping
Sure.
out of my lane
yeah.
into somebody else's business,
Mhm.
and you're happy to tell me, Senator,
Absolutely.
I don't agree with you, or I don't think that's any of your business,
Mhm.
which is not going to stop me from asking the question. But I think your organization is important enough,
Yes.
and I want to be clear, I'm not running down the field holding a GAR flag.
Yes.
I think any organization that does what your organization does is worthy enough
Yes.
to be properly funded. But, businesses don't charge people just for what it costs them to run business. There's a margin in there that has to come back so that the overall business can stay profitable.
Mhm.
And you have a budget,
Yes.
and your budget has your salary in it.
Yes.
So when you stop taking a salary, then you're out of budget.
Mhm.
You're
Well, the
deviating
fear-
from the budget.
So what has happened, and now we have a CPA to help us support this, with the golf tournament has been a bit of a struggle because in the past we had a lot of support from treatment centers, and that's not happening because they're struggling to keep their doors open. So what is going on though is that if we're asking for more money from our membership, who is that ultimately going to go down to? The residents. And so many places are already struggling. I can't tell you how many places waive their admission fee because they're not going to receive help. These are people that are trying to get help, and the families are broken, and we don't want the finances to be a reason somebody can't get support. And so there are tons of places up there that don't charge anything.
What's GAR's annual budget?
I'd have to look at a spreadsheet, but it really depends. I'd have to look.
It depends on expenses, right?
Yes, and unfortunately, there are expenses that come up. Our insurance has drastically gone up because insurance companies won't cover recovery residences anymore and what we do. So that was an expense that was not expected.
Explain that. Insurance will not cover recovery residences in what we do. What does in what we do mean?
Because it's getting too dangerous for recovery residents for an insurance company to come in because of how many overdose deaths have occurred, how many situations have occurred. So now the insurance companies are increasing their rates for recovery residences and have been dropped. There's several different insurance companies that used to cover and won't cover anymore. So there are only 2 insurance companies that we can refer people to help them find, but that's it. There's only 2. Because one of the things we require is you have insurance, you have liability insurance.
You're talking about the recovery centers themselves.
Yes,
Okay. And you'll provide me with the 2 names of those insurance?
absolutely.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so that's,
But there's,
I
and
think ours been in business since 87, you said, I think?
yes,
Okay.
since 87. Like I said, I mean, there are things that we are doing to prepare for that, but I believe in this so much and I'm not letting this go until I've done everything in my power that I possibly can. And I don't feel that there is a proposed budget that I've put in your folders as well. I don't feel that it's unfair. I feel that it's very reasonable. We've had conversations before. Senator Kay Kirkpatrick received some information from DBHCD saying that that it was possibly going to cost them more than $1 million to fund this. With our budget, we have not, it's in the other folder. With our budget that we proposed, it would be between 500 to 750,000.
What did you propose a budget for? I mean, what's the purpose of, are you saying that if you could receive a certain amount of funding through DBHDD?
Where I'm just giving you an example of, hey, if a mandate goes through, this is what it would look like to structure the organization, because we would need people to go. I don't know how many calls we're going to get if this mandate goes through. There are thousands of bed
What
uncertified.
mandate?
If a state mandate goes through.
Oh, if the result of this study committee is we make recommendations that results in legislation
Yes.
that requires certain standards.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying?
GAR is scalable with the correct budget. And also, we don't know how many places are uncertified. I can give you
I
at
could,
least 1,000.
well, I was going to tell you, there are more uncertified than there are certified.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I totally believe that.
Yeah.
I wish I could give you some sort of idea, but I
And
can
two
only.
things will happen if we do that.
Mhm.
A lot of the non-certified will become certified, or some of the
It will
non-certified.
cry.
Some of the non-certified will become certified.
Yes.
Some of the non-certified will go away.
Yes.
And then some will attempt to operate as uncertified until they're caught
Yes.
and dealt with.
Yes.
It
Yes.
Will be most likely what happens, I would think.
Mhm. Absolutely.
Okay. So
My goal with this is to show you guys what we have done and to show you the model that has been working, and that to show you, we are the subject matter experts on recovery residences and certifying them in the state of Georgia.
and what makes y'all the subject matter experts?
Because we've been doing this for so many years. We're supported by NAR, who's providing us education, guidance, evidence-based leadership, and because of the process that we utilize. We have an ethics department. We go through and address any concerns. We have a certification department that we're going through and actually looking through everything. We are people that own and operate recovery residences, or we have worked in this field for a very long time.
You're saying your people, you're talking about your membership.
Most of our board own or operate recovery residences. Yes.
Okay. And all of your board are GAR certified.
Yes, you have to be.
Yeah. And NAR, is there a medical aspect to NAR? Who is the executive director of NAR?
That's David Sheridan. And so he and Beth Fisher, who I mentioned before, she is a licensed clinician.
Okay.
And so she utilizes evidence-based. You have to be very careful though and stay in your lane though, because, part of what we teach
To make sure we're talking about recovery centers.
Recovery
And so
residences,
that's
yeah.
why I appreciate.
So
you.
whatever we teach, we need to be sure that the people that are coming into those rooms, we're explaining to them, we're going to educate you on what schizophrenia looks like. But what we're not going to do is explain to you how to diagnose it or to treat it. And so there's this fine line of ensuring that recovery residents receive the education needed to operate safely, and also understand, hey, I need a higher level of care, or I need a referral, or I need this, or I need that. And that's what part of what GAR does, is to help support that.
Okay. How many residences in Georgia today are GAR certified?
110 with 25 in process. That's 3,687 beds.
What does it cost for me to start the certification process if I own a recovery center?
$350.
How long does the process take?
That depends on you and how quickly you're willing to get your documentation
Give me
in.
give me the high and low on the 25 that are in process.
It'll take us probably 2 to 3 weeks to get the documentation completed, and then we schedule their site review. And then we'll go do a site review. And then once that's completed, we create what's called a POC, a plan of correction.
So let's say 120 hours,
Mhm.
3 weeks, 40 hours a week.
Sure.
Y'all are charging $300
For the initial.
Yeah, for the initial certification.
Mhm. And we have a lot of places that can't afford that.
Who can't afford $320?
350. They've
$350.
paid for, they've got to pay for the insurance. They've got to pay for the house. They have no income. They have staff that they have to pay for. I mean, there's a lot of different things. And look, I'm not,
So how are they going to pay for it if we were to mandate it?
that's a great conversation. I would love to, I don't have all the answers. I'm here to
Well, no, I
kind
think
of
we all
work through
have the
that.
answers because we all have common sense, and
For sure.
I think the answer is they'll pay for it.
Yeah.
I think right now because GAR is voluntary,
Mhm.
some of them choose not to be a part of it. But then there are some that want to be GAR certified, but they don't want to pay $350 to get something that makes them better, which I would challenge that person's dedication. I don't want to say integrity, but if I'm willing to invest that money into property, if I'm willing to take on the insurance costs, if I'm willing to take on the liability, and then $350 is going to break it. When I stand in court in front of a judge or in front of a civil jury, and I have an opportunity to say, "Oh, and by the way, we're GAR certified,"
Mhm.
or I say, "No, we're not." The judge says, "Why weren't you?" A judge, I just couldn't come across with $350 after I spent thousands of dollars in leases and thousands of dollars in insurance. I couldn't do the one thing that brought in structure, recognized structure that's used at over 100 plus other recovery residences throughout the state of Georgia. Yeah. Okay.
That's fair.
I think so, maybe a lack of integrity or
That's fair.
not being completely transparent.
Yeah.
Okay. Continue, please.
And then we do the on-site inspection, which then we go through and take a look at and ask some questions about the organization. And then we do a plan of correction if anything needs to be corrected. If we need to come back out, we will charge another fee to come back out. And then once the report is completed, we submit it to the board. I don't get to decide if anybody gets certified. It's a board decision. And I can make a recommendation based on everything that happened. They vote on it, and then that person is certified, and then they pay their first annual dues. And then January, they have their annual dues, their fees due for the
How
entire.
much are the annual dues to GAR?
So the first annual due is $75 a month, prorated on how many months are left in the year. And then at the beginning of the year, like I said, it's based on how many beds you have.
Okay. Where did the model of bed count come from?
NAR. They charge us a fee as well to help support us.
The fee is to be a member of GAR or to maintain certification?
To maintain certification, the annual fees. And then you are recertified every 2 years. Well, every year. So you'd have another inspection the first year. And then after that, if you pass that, then you are every 2 years.
Okay. And so is there a cost for those additional certifications after the year, or does that come out of the membership dues?
It's part of the membership dues.
Okay.
Mhm.
And so my membership dues after the initial 75 are based on beds.
Yes.
What would be the membership dues on a place like El Shaddai compared to a larger?
I'd have to,
Okay. But
totally,
they're, I mean, is 75 the base?
no.
75 is the ceiling?
No. So what, $75?
$75 a month.
Oh, no. It goes drastically up once you are actually certified. That's just 75 is now, okay, so just because you have, the structure is going to change.
Right.
Just, you may start out with 4 beds and then realize, oh no, very quickly, I should have 6 beds. Or it may go the opposite. You may start out with 30 beds and say, oh no, this is not a good idea. I may need to go down to 20. So we see a big fluctuation in beds. Just because you start out with a certain amount of beds does not mean you're going to stay there within the first year.
Well, and I'm a little confused as to why the number of beds would have anything to do with what my monthly fees would be to maintain my certification. Because I mean, I don't see how that scales.
Mhm.
My fee's a lot greater because I've got 30 beds than if I had 6 beds.
Mhm.
It would seem to be, to maintain your certification is a static number. To maintain your certification is $125 a month, period. Whether you have 6 beds, 60 beds, 600 beds. Then because what
Well, but
certification
if I have to go and inspect a program, it's going to be a difference between inspecting a 6 beds. It's
Every
going to
2
take me
years.
20 minutes versus
Right.
inspecting 600 beds is going to take me 3 days.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the largest facility that y'all have right now that you're aware of?
Right now would be Penfield. They have 4 different locations and they're at, I think, about 600 beds.
Oh, wow.
But we have a couple more that are in process that are larger.
And I'm gonna have to read through your
That's fine.
application
Yeah,
or your certification
Yeah,
process.
please do.
But does your certification process include anything with the health department, local health departments coming in, looking at the facilities?
No.
Or local fire coming in
No.
and certifying
No.
fire safety or anything of that nature? So that's not documentation that would come in as part of your certification process?
We are looking that they have fire extinguishers and looking for safety on our end, but we're not asking for a fire marshal to come in. No, some counties require it.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. If you want to do something, I'm gonna say, well, I have to see where the county has come in and certified
Mhm.
your fire suppression system.
Mhm.
Because you have a facility this size, I'm gonna have to see the certifications from the health department that your kitchen is a
Yes.
certified commercial kitchen with the right kind of stove hood and all this other kind of stuff.
Mhm.
I'm going to have to, if this were applicable, I'm going to have to make sure that the local that you're zoned correctly, and so I will need to see the permitting from codes and inspections of whatever county that you've gotten all that.
Mhm.
Because the responsibility of getting it all falls onto the owner of the property. But that, if I came in and asked for the GAR file, I should be able to go through the GAR file and it basically be the entire process that that particular location went through
Mhm.
to qualify for everything involved, whether it's codes and inspections, whether it's fire safety, whether it's if the craziness as it sounds, if there's a swimming pool out back, that it has the proper gating, fencing, all this other kind of stuff. And that's all up to that. But that all is the responsibility of the person, and they surrender copies of all of that into the GAR process
Yes.
would be my concern.
Yep.
So that I don't have to go to all these different things to find out if they've gone through all of the correct processes, including being equipped for those disabled, those, some have it, some don't.
Mhm.
But in what I've heard from the previous witness is he has the flexibility, and I agree with that, to say, hey, our facility is not equipped for disabled, which I think if I looked at a GAR directory, it would have, this
Yes,
one has
we
it,
do.
this one doesn't,
Yeah.
this one doesn't, and all that.
So we have by counties, and then what we're going through is we're tightening up and we're asking about MAT capability, medically assisted treatment. So whether someone is on Suboxone or something, can it
Yeah.
go there? Whether someone is disabled or if there's a court ordered or anything like that, we're providing a filtered resource on our website so that somebody could click all of these things and be able to find the best place for them. Absolutely.
Do you require the individual running the facility?
Mhm.
Do you require that they have basic first aid certification?
Yes, CPR and first aid and Narcan certification.
And they provide that certification in the process via giving you copies of their
Yeah.
certifications?
And we work with Georgia Overdose to provide a virtual we do a monthly virtual Narcan training,
Mhm.
and then they come to our in-person meetings as well and do an in-person training.
And
as
do
well.
they have Narcan? Are they required to have Narcan?
They are required
on
to
the
have Narcan.
property, on
Yes,
premises?
yes,
Okay.
yeah.
Who provides the Narcan?
Typically, it's Georgia Overdose. We work very closely with them, and we ask that the organizations reach out to Georgia Overdose and work on doing a yearly, hey, come on, Georgia Overdose will come in and actually train their staff.
Do you have an MOU with Georgia Overdose? A memorandum of understanding that this service will be provided?
Yes, yeah.
It's a contract?
Yes,
basically?
yes, yeah.
Okay. Okay. At no cost
No
to,
cost.
to GAR, the cost that goes, is this a service GAR provides to maintain the certification? Or is this something that each individual residency has to reach out to Georgia Overdose and establish?
Well, they can come to our training where Georgia Overdose is, but they can also reach out to Georgia Overdose themselves. We provide that as a resource.
Okay. Anything?
I'm good.
Okay.
Okay.
So I've applied for my GAR certification. I'm going through
yes.
my certification.
Yeah, so you've applied, you've done all your documentation, you have your proof of liability insurance, and GAR is listed as co-insured on the policy. We have a NAR code of ethics that they have to go through and sign for every staff member and volunteer that is a part of the organization. We need to understand what priority population
Are
they're in.
all staff members and or all volunteers? Are there any criminal histories done on volunteers?
No.
Okay.
No. Priority population. So we need to understand, are you helping 18 and above? Is there an age cap? What does that look like? And then a cultural competency awareness policy. So we provide that training every single year that they can come to
Tell
and
me what
attend that.
culture competency.
So it's understanding that you have an education and training working with all different kinds of cultures. So even though you may be a Christian faith-based, you understand how to work with maybe someone that comes into your organization that has a different faith, and you understand how to support them, and then you also understand resources for them if they need to go to a different place. So, so we help just train and teach all of that. Obviously, right, we're working in Georgia, we have a massive amount of cultures. So there's going to be a difference between somebody who's coming to Metro Atlanta looking for, some type of recovery residence versus someone going out to the country. So we want to make sure that you understand, how to work with all different kinds of cultures and, those populations.
Who built that curriculum? Is that NAR?
So NAR, Beth and NAR worked on that, and Joel
And,
Bagley.
and
Yes.
how long is that curriculum? Do you know?
So I don't know, but I can
Okay.
definitely find it for you.
Yeah, we need to know that because easily listen to the model from El Shaddai, and I keep giving him these shout outs. So hopefully you'll fill those other two beds. That there's opportunities if, most of the people he gets are far from where he is, which I think is a smart thing.
Yes.
Then there's a greater opportunity for him to get a diverse
Yeah.
culture mix
Mhm.
within the 6 beds he has out there. So
Yes.
that's a positive measurement, I think. So, okay.
And then we're looking at the applications, making sure the correct questions are being completed, that they're being signed off on, making sure that they are following that CFR 42. So if they need a release of information for an emergency contact, we're taking a look at all of that. Program fees, schedule and agreement, the admission, discharge, and readmission policy is really important because, a lot of places have a policy that states if someone uses on their property, they'll be discharged and they won't be allowed to come back. So it's important for that be listed in there.
What about the financials of the
yes.
individual?
Yes. So all of the financials, we go through every little thing. So even if someone has a relapse and may need additional services, that there's a price attached to that, you have to show at the front end what the price is and how long that person is going to be charged that, and then when it steps down.
What about the financial stability of the owner?
What do you mean? Can you explain?
Well,
explain
yeah,
that?
if I'm applying for a certification to do it, then how do you know that I own the property? How do you know that I'm leasing the
Yes,
property?
we ask for that.
Do you know what my situation is? I mean, recently in the news, we've been reading a lot about Ponzi schemes and all
Mhm.
this other kind of stuff. And a lot of these bad actors, we can just call it schemes. They're
Mhm.
there to draw money from a vulnerable population. And so there are a lot of, the same way they did with the pill mills, there's a lot of dishonest people coming in,
Mhm.
establishing these. They have terrible financials.
Mhm.
They set them up, milk people for as long as they can, and then when they get caught, they abscond.
Well, some of them have good financials. I will tell you that this
Oh, no,
weekend-
so some of them do, but what I'm
Yeah.
trying to say is we know that those who don't, right off the bat, shouldn't be using recovery centers as an ATM.
Mhm.
But you do have some bad actors that have great financials.
Yes, absolutely.
And we'll put somebody in there with a DR in front of their name. And all of this, but are looking at financials of the owners a part of the GAR
No, it is
certification?
not.
Okay.
No. And then we look at the statement of resident rights. We're looking at that privacy policy, all of the agreements, anything that the resident has to sign. We work through and take a look at all of that with them. And then any emergency policy. So they need to be prepared for an emergency situation. Obviously hurricanes. We want to make sure that they're prepared for that.
And those are emergency procedure policies that should come in the SOP, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And employee rights policies that should come in the SOP.
Yes.
Right? And all the other standard
Mhm.
requirements in SOP about conduct and things of that nature,
Yes.
correct?
One of the big things we really look at is a very well thought out and well written grievance policy. And that includes our phone number so that if a resident has any issues or grievances, they can reach out to us, and we have a great grievance team or ethics team that'll go through and investigate any of the issues. Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. So yeah, and then, the drug testing policy, making sure that's being completed.
So drug testing policy throughout GAR certification, is it that they have to have a drug testing policy, or do y'all set the parameters for
They
the
have to
drug
have
testing? Okay.
Because your drug testing is going to look different on different levels of care. So if you're a level 3, you're probably going to need drug testing more than a level 2. So yeah, so we go through all that.
Now, this is your level 2 and 3, or are you
yes.
still looking at?
No. This is our level 2.
This is
NARS level 2 and 3.
right, which do not include detox residential or PHP and IOP,
Yeah,
correct?
that's
Okay.
correct.
Good.
And then, so we have a list in the booklet that I gave you that goes through all the documentations. You can
Okay.
take a look at that. And then the on-site review now goes through taking a look and sitting down. And we first start out with an interview because I've read your policy and procedure, so I know what the structure of your organization should look like. But then we will interview everybody to make sure, okay, that is actually what is happening and what's reflected in your P&P. Yes. So I go through and take a look at all of that. And then we make sure after we go through, then we'll go through and do the inspection. So we're checking for those exit signs. We're checking for the fire extinguishers, the Narcan, 50 square foot of space for each resident and sleeping. So you can't just pile as many people as you want in there, which is a big thing that we see a lot of places that are not certified just have couches and they're just, renting out a couch. And one resident can pay for couch.
You've seen that
100% have seen it. We actually helped shut down one of those programs that did
here
that.
in Georgia?
Yes, it was in Georgia.
Where was the program you shut down? Just the city. I don't need to know the address.
The city was, hold on, let me think. It was in Marietta.
Atlanta.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And so then we go through and then we also interview a resident. So we'll pull them to the side and just say, hey, let's, have a conversation, make sure you're not being chained against your will or anything like that. So, and just talk to them about what it looks like. Awesome. If they've been to any other places, what does this place do differently and how does that process compare? And just make sure that we're, going through all of that information with the resident.
Now, in one of your things you look at in the certification process is adequate staffing, right?
Yes.
What formula determines adequate staffing?
That's a really rough one because a lot of this is.
Those are the kind I'm trying to find.
Yes, I know. I figured that out.
Yeah.
So that's more where we're going to sit down and have a board conversation because you could have somebody that is a CAC, which is a certified addiction counselor, or versus somebody who's maybe has their CARES, which is a peer support specialist done through Georgia Council. So we need to understand the difference between what it is that you're providing and who's providing that. So if you're running a group, we want to make sure that it's somebody that is educated enough to run that group. So are we looking at somebody that, if it's a group on, peer support, that they actually, are somebody who does the peer support and can
Right,
understand
but
that.
is there a formula for if I'm a 30-bed,
There's not an
recovery?
exact formula, no.
how many? Because these are 24-hour businesses. These are
Yes.
residents.
Yeah.
People are living there and they're
Yeah.
sleeping there and all this.
Yep.
So I would think there would be staff there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, as there are in
Not on site.
El Shaddai. There is.
Yeah.
Because it's the man and woman that run it live there.
Yes, yeah.
So they qualify there.
Yeah, so we make sure that if they are a higher level, that they have a phone call to call 24 hours. There is a number that they can reach out to, but doesn't.
So there's no
necessarily-
concern that all the residences could be there. All the residents could be there at 2 a.m. and there is no staff there.
Yeah,
There is no concern, or
there is no concern because this is a different level of care. This isn't residential care. Right? The residential is that treatment center where they're in a location where there's 24/7 oversight and overlook and all of that. You'll probably have somebody that runs through and does
So
a
you
few
think,
checks.
so you don't think a recovery residence
No,
is 24-hour care?
You have access to reach out to somebody, but that doesn't mean somebody has to be on the property 24 hours a day.
Okay, well, we're gonna, at this point, we're just gonna agree to disagree, right? Because if the individuals, especially those coming from accountability courts and stuff like that,
Mhm.
then, I mean, I would think there needs to be some oversight.
Yeah.
We do it in other areas of this unholy word of corrections, if you will, to where we make sure not only to ensure that the residences, those living there
Mhm.
are doing the right thing, but to make sure they're safe.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So there is some type of checking happening, some type of curfew check, some type of you can call this number, there's an issue, but not necessarily a staff member is living. There can be a resident
Oh, I
leader.
didn't say living. I
Okay.
said they're there.
They're there, yeah,
Yeah,
they're
yeah. I'm
checking
saying, I
in
don't
and
care if
running.
it's at a
Yes,
desk.
okay,
If it's at a
yes,
desk in the living room watching whatever infomercials on at 3 a.m., but that there's somebody there. Because I think, the hotline to call, if I'm the guy and every 3 days I call the hotline and say, Jerry won't turn the TV off and I'm trying to go to sleep, then, after a while, we don't
Yes.
happen to snitches. So,
Yes.
but after a while, it becomes a problem.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and some of these places are a lot are in apartments. And so there are a lot of different locations within an apartment complex. And so somebody will either stay at one of the apartments or go through and walk through the different apartments.
okay, so we have, is this apartment model, is this somebody coming in and renting 12 apartments?
Mhm.
And then they only put men or women in recovery in those apartments?
Mhm.
They don't own the apartments.
No.
They just have a lease.
Yes.
And then their job is these people move into these apartments.
Yes.
And I guess they have schedules where they leave the apartment, go to meetings.
Typically, they're not home from during the day. They're either volunteering or we're doing community service or working most of the time.
Okay. And where did they go to? And there's an office or a phone number where they reach out to whoever their recovery supervisor or whatever.
So, I mean, the model is different.
Give me a name of a business that is apartments, if you will.
A name.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Four Winds
Okay, Four
Recovery in
Winds.
Marietta.
Okay,
Yeah.
Four Winds Recovery in Marietta.
Yes.
Okay. Here at Four Winds, there's multiple apartments.
Yes.
And amongst these apartments are other apartments.
Yes.
Where people live that aren't in recovery.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And so they have an office in one of the apartments they've turned into an office. And so that's where like everybody will come check in and,
I have a picture of this apartment complex in my mind. Do you think
Yes.
that picture is probably pretty close to what this is?
100%.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, that is one of the things that is something that a lot of places run into is a lot of those apartment complexes are not the most conducive to recovery. However, at this level of care, you are trying to reintegrate back in. So you're not always going to be surrounded by this puffy cloud of everybody's in recovery and everybody's sober. You are going to constantly be tested. And that's the whole point of this level of care is to help readjust you and get you regulated enough and create a really positive, strong recovery program so that you can reintegrate back into and you can attend the Christmas party at work with everybody's drinking and you're not.
Well, I could see that if they transition from the recovery center we heard about before.
Yes,
where
most
they
of
were
them do.
constantly under
Most of them
supervision.
are. Yes.
And then they leave El Shaddai and go to Four
Mm-hmm.
Winds. Then they have some of the tools they need when they get
Absolutely.
there. But if Four Winds is the initial recovery, then I don't
Then
know.
Winds will work with that person if they're struggling too much and move them to a higher level of care because maybe they do need a residential level of care.
Okay, how do they move them to a higher level of care?
It's called a warm handoff is typically what happens. They have an MOU where they work off with another program and they'll call them and say, hey, so-and-so's relapse or so-and-so's struggling. Great.
And a cold handoff, is that 911?
It's
I'm being dead serious.
it's probably dropping them off at your local AA club out and
Okay.
saying good luck.
So that's the cold handoff.
Yes.
The warm handoff is we have an MOU with a place that offers more direct supervision.
Yep.
And assistance and help.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And so that's part of what we do is we help encourage those in the recovery residents to go out and meet with their detox down the street, because you'll probably need them at 2 a.m. one
Well,
morning.
and the reason I ask these questions is I'm not trying to be counter, but I'm trying to say if we were to get to the point we're going to establish a mandate and we sit here and say, okay, this is what a recovery residence has to look like.
Mhm.
And we say it has to be everybody in this amount of space, this, and this.
Sure.
Then there's a good chance something like 401s would be excluded.
Yeah.
And so, and if we start looking at, I mean, I can go to any high crime area and rent some apartments. And I'm not saying that's what this group is, because obviously if they were like that, then GAR would not have certified them
Yes.
and given
is
GAR the
correct.
credit for that.
Yes.
But
But we can't shut them down.
what's that?
We can't shut them down.
You can't, of course you can't shut it
Yeah.
down because GAR is voluntary.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the state of Georgia has recognized
Mm-hmm.
through some system
Mm-hmm.
that this is a recovery.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can call it a recovery residence. I mean, you could, I don't know what you call it. Multiple housing recovery residence, something like that. Government can always come up with a really cool title for
Sure.
garbage. And I'm not saying this is that. My concern is the bad actors that come in and take advantage of a system like that
Mm-hmm.
and say, I can go to this place that's terrible.
Mhm.
I can sit down with the property owner and go, hey, I noticed you got a lot of empty apartments.
Mhm.
I can help you out for $150 a month per apartment.
Mhm.
If you lease these to me, then of course I turn it into something where I can establish where I have a pretty good profit center, and I can schedule people to go to AA and NA, 3 times a day. And if they do, they do. If they don't, they don't.
Yes.
And the last thing in the world I want is GAR looking over my shoulder saying, no, that doesn't meet our standards.
Yes.
You have to do this, this, and this.
Yes.
So I'm just a little disappointed that you have one that is GAR certified, that
Mhm.
is doing the right thing,
Mhm.
that is that model.
Mhm.
But having that model out there uncertified
Mhm.
without somebody like GAR looking over the shoulder causes me great angst.
Mhm.
So,
I can understand that.
yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the whole, to me, the feedback that we need to hear. I mean, we need to figure out what's the best way to do this. Well, how do we, and I just want to explain to you and show you, hey, this is what we've been doing. And this is what we see. We're working with people, right? So it's
Yeah.
going to be this crazy flow of
Look,
things.
I don't have a problem with that model as long
Sure.
as you have the oversight. As long as you
Absolutely.
have, and look, the bottom line is GAR, and I don't know GAR that well.
Mhm.
I don't know the people that run your recovery residences that well. I met the gentleman this morning, but I do know people who are addicted.
Yes.
And I do know men and women and families. I know children out there that are suffering
Mhm.
from the damage of addiction.
Mhm.
And look, I'm not letting those addicted with the disease off without some responsibility.
Mhm.
I've got compassion for people that are addicted,
For sure.
very, very much so.
Mhm.
I've known them and I've attended their funerals, but at the same time, those, they are my focus.
Yep.
They made choices.
Mhm.
Nobody, in rare occasions, has anyone ever put a gun to somebody's head and make them use drugs.
Yes.
And I'm including alcohol in the drug thing.
Yes.
So they made choices. They were terrible choices
Mhm.
and they're paying for the choices. But there are people out there that did not make the choice
Yeah.
that are paying for the choices of the others that did.
Yes.
Those people and the addicted people are who I'm focused on.
Yeah.
So if we're going to help them, we need to help them.
Yes.
I will not buy in to some of these bad actors coming in and setting this stuff up. With GAR and this apartment model,
Mhm.
I have confidence that y'all are doing your job.
Yeah.
I have
you.
confidence in the compassion that the men and women that are running those
Yes.
are doing it from the right place.
Mhm.
My concern is now that I know that this model exists
Mhm.
and that there are people using this model to take advantage of people,
Yes.
bothers me.
Yes. It
And
should.
so,
That's why we're here.
that's going to push us more toward coming up with a solution.
Yeah.
And I can promise you, any solution we could come up with, GAR is going to love it. At least 80% of it.
We just want to be at the table and have the conversation.
That's exactly where you're sitting right now.
Yeah. And I will tell you that the issue that we are starting to see now, there is a real estate conference happening this weekend in Atlanta, and their main thing and main focus is talking about this model and how you can become wealthy off of this model. And so they're bringing in people who are focused on the money aspect, who have no education or backing in running recovery residences, and explaining to them how to get around zoning, how to do all of these things so that you can open a place that is going to make you a ton of money by bringing that in.
That's
So
happening here in Atlanta this
that's
weekend?
happening in, yes.
And where's this happening?
There's one of
I'm
the
not
conference
shocked
centers.
it's in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Everybody's picking up on my theme,
I
I'm
know.
sure, but I do not
We
dislike the
just
city of
about
Atlanta.
it. We just learned about it a
Yeah.
couple days ago.
Okay.
And so
you'll get me that information this afternoon?
absolutely.
Yeah.
I can send it over to Will in a few minutes.
Please do
Yeah.
that.
We horrified to learn that, and terrified that that's what's happening. Also, when I spoke to New Hampshire, their affiliate, they told me what they're seeing is a lot of real estate brokers are coming in and buying out old motels
Yeah.
and turning them into flop houses. So, that
Turning
trend-
them into what?
flop houses.
Okay.
Yes.
Which, give me your definition of a flop house.
A flop house to me is a not regulated entity that allows people to bring in and use substances without any ramifications.
But what has that got to do with,
There's no
Recovery.
oversight or regulation. There is no
are they
recovery.
claiming to be?
They're
recovery?
claiming to
Okay.
be recovery.
So a flop house is a place claiming to be a
Yes.
recovery residence
Yes.
that allows people to come in
Yes.
and do this.
Yes.
Because we had flop houses where almost like drug dens,
Mhm.
where they would lease hotel rooms for an hour, 2 hours, and people could come in, and they were very accommodating with their drug use. And they had security cameras, but it was not to keep the drug dealers out. It was to watch for when we showed up.
Mhm.
So they could tell everybody, hey,
Yeah.
and I think, they say 5-0's here, and everybody would know the water pressure would drop drastically in that neighborhood when we drove through from all the toilets flushing at the same time. But so the flop house is, according to GAR's non-official
Mhm.
definition,
Yes.
is these places that set up claiming to be recovery
And they're not.
houses
They're
or
just
recovery
making
residents.
Money off people.
And they charge people to live there.
Yep.
But they allow them, there's no programming whatsoever.
Nope.
And people are actually active in their addiction
Yes.
while they're there.
Yes,
Okay.
there is something that I can send to you as well. It's called The Great Rehab Scam. It's on Nat Geo, a Trafficked episode that they just did that goes into it a lot more in great detail. So I can certainly send that to you because it's eye-opening to see what's happening in Arizona, because those places are now taking Medicare.
Now wow. So now in the perfect world, we
Mhm.
would write regulations on recovery residences.
Yes,
And we would require mandatory oversight by
Yes.
a organization.
Mhm.
And in your perfect world, we would do what Lowndes County did and designate GAR as that.
perfect world, yes.
Okay. Do you feel at this point, GAR's been around since 1987? And how long has NAR been around?
Since 1989.
Okay. So, and NAR's been around since 1989. Is there any other state that recognizes NAR or their state affiliate
Mhm.
in legislation
Yes.
as,
Yes, it's Ohio, and I put it in that
Okay.
folder as well, with everything that they just went through, and explains the law and the bill and everything. I was gonna print it, but it was 6,000 pages, so.
I appreciate you not.
Yes.
Yeah. Wait, the legislation was 6,000
There's
pages?
a lot of information, because there was a lot
Yeah.
of numbers and a lot of things, but there were
6,000
little things.
legislation sounds more federal than state.
So, yeah,
yeah.
no, there was a lot to it.
I'm sure it gets into the regulatory side that our good attorneys in DVHDD
Yes.
understand.
Yes,
So Ohio, what's the name of their organization?
it's OHAR.
Okay. So OHAR,
Uh-huh,
the GAR of Ohio,
yes,
is designated in legislation
yes,
as the oversight
yes,
or the regulatory required membership,
yes,
if you will.
Mhm.
Is that group a 501c3?
yes, I believe so,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. So that would be your hope.
Mhm.
Do you feel that the standards established by your sister organization in Ohio are equal, less, or greater than the standards that GAR has now?
I can answer that after we go to their conference this week, because we're going to look more in depth at what they've done and what it looked like, because they had to make a lot of changes for the mandate.
Would you agree that if we have a mandate
Yes,
in Georgia
yes.
and we have a mandate in Ohio,
Mhm.
that they should be, with rare exception, mirrors of each other?
Yes,
And the reason for that being, would you agree, is that if we have these types of regulations in all 50 states, that
Mhm.
they should be very much, with rare exception, and we do know there will be rare exceptions,
Absolutely.
especially if we look at rural areas,
yes.
we look at urban areas and things like that, that they should mimic each other very closely.
Yes, and that's why NAR provides, these are all based on NAR standards. Everything in here is a basic NAR standard.
Is Ohio the first state that you're aware of that has ever done this?
Well, I mean, so Florida has one, but theirs is very confusing because it is voluntary, but if you do it, you get special things like zoning, you get like there's different special things you can do.
Those are just benefits.
Yes,
from
benefits. Thank you.
volunteering to do
Yes,
it.
yes. So they have a lot more benefits, a lot more things, but they have the ability to basically suck a place dry, because they will not, no
They have the
people
ability to do.
like dry out a place where they won't be able to get any referrals, because the treatment centers are not allowed to send to any places that are not FAR certified.
Right, so that would be another benefit.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So theirs is more of that model. But Ohio, Michigan, are the two that have put in actual like legislation. Tennessee is working on it. They're at the same place we are.
Okay.
But Ohio for sure.
Tar.
Yes, TAR.
Okay.
Yes, TAR.
So there is legislation in Tennessee trying to do the same thing? Okay. And Tennessee and Ohio are not bad states. Michigan's not a bad state to look at. Florida's unique.
Yes.
Florida is run by, they have term limits, so the bureaucrats run the state of Florida.
Mhm.
But luckily, apparently there's somebody there that appreciates the work that your sister organization in Florida is doing for them to do that.
Yeah.
I do like the benefit side of the voluntary
Yes.
side. I don't know that I necessarily support a voluntary.
Well, we're
buy-in.
doing a voluntary and it's not working.
Well, and that's my concern.
We can't shut places down is our major concern, because they're
Yeah.
killing people.
Oh,
That's
no
a
doubt.
basic
Well,
line of
they're
thinking.
killing people, or they're allowing people, and addiction is slow suicide
Yes.
because you're always addicted.
Hmm.
You're always recovering. You're
Yes.
never recovered. So I think it's a slow suicide, and all they're doing is providing spaces for people to continue on with that
Yes.
path to death. And so that's my thing. What is the biggest fear that GAR has of us regulating recovery residents?
That it will be that we won't be included in the conversation, and then it will shut down the places that are doing good work.
Look, there's only going to be a couple of types of people that will want us to regulate
Yes.
who the certifying group is.
Hmm.
It's those who, if I believe you, and I have no reason not to, there are those people who actually care.
Yes.
And then there are those people that actually see opportunity,
Yes.
i.e. money,
Hmm.
that would want us to regulate and designate. Is there any other group other than GAR that you're aware of in Georgia that are in the arena that y'all occupy right now?
That would probably be Thor, which is what a little bit of, the number one thing on a Thor inspection and certification is you have to be GAR certified.
Oh,
So we're willing to, Thor started out more of as like a database and referral, and they're more focused on re-entry. We're focused on recovery
and
residences as
Thor is a 901. I mean, if I
They're under DCS.
is it a state?
Yes.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Okay. And they're changing their name because it's not.
Sometimes I just think we focus on the wrong thing. I think the people that are looking for a Thor facility don't care what it's called. They just want to get out of jail.
Yeah, that's it. Well, and to that point, not everybody in recovery has been in jail, right?
This is true.
And not everybody in recovery centers are there under court mandate. Is that true?
That's 100% correct.
And they get up and walk out whenever they choose?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
That is one of the things that we require is that you don't lock the door. Somebody should be able to leave at any point.
But you don't even lock the door when those people are there mandated by the court, right? If they have chosen to be there
Yes,
by an agreement with the court, and if they
Yes.
choose to walk out, they're
yes,
in contempt of court
absolutely.
order.
Yeah. But we don't support.
Our friends
someone
at
locking the
El
door.
Shaddai they're not running a jail or a prison,
Yes.
right?
Agreed.
Okay.
Yes.
And so if they get out and walk down the road, a phone call's made.
Hmm.
They don't run down there and try to grab them and drag them back or any of that other stuff, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
So your biggest fear is that we don't do what we're trying to do or that we're discussing.
Well,
here,
that
right?
that GAR isn't a part of the conversation, because I just think it's important that we are able to review, to show you what we've been doing and what we work with, and explain to you some of the things that we run into. For example, one of the things is whether an owner or operator is in recovery, and what does that look like if they relapse? And so having a conversation, these are things that we've dealt with that others probably will never think about. And so it's something that we want to show our experience and how we've worked with that and how we worked through it.
Well, is it more important that GAR be part of the conversation or GAR be the designated?
I think that GAR should be the designated, but I mean, I'm probably a little biased if you can't
Well,
tell.
first of all, you're extremely biased, but it's important. Would you agree that it's important that y'all be part of the conversation because you've been around since 1987?
Yes.
And so you've been in that arena longer than anyone.
We are
I would-
asking to be.
I would say y'all have been in that arena longer than the state of Georgia has. Because the largest recovery residence that I know in any county
Mhm.
is the jail.
Yes.
And that is the involvement of government in recovery.
Yeah.
The legitimate involvement of government in recovery
Mhm.
for as long as I can remember.
Mhm.
And that's not a slam on government. It's because there was nothing in the community. So jail was the natural place to end up. It's not only is it recovery, it's drug rehab.
Yes.
It's the largest mental health hospitals. And that's not a slam on the state or anybody else. It's the reality of what happened when John F. Kennedy and Ronald Reagan started shutting down hospitals and putting the
Unfortunately.
responsibility, in my thoughts, where it belonged, which is back into the community.
Mhm.
We shouldn't warehouse people
Yeah.
if we want to help them.
Yes.
But so these recovery residences are an alternative to that, and y'all have been involved in that alternative since 1987.
Yes.
And so you feel that y'all have the resume to be at the table.
Yes.
And you feel y'all have the experience to be considered to be
Absolutely.
the source
100%.
to solve this problem.
Yes, we're a scalable organization and we can certainly make things happen. And I think it's within a reasonable amount of time and money. And we're absolutely.
Because I can almost assure you, and I'm not with DBHDD, that we would not tolerate the behavior if we were talking about mental health recovery residences,
Mhm.
of having these non-compliant groups going out there and setting up
Yeah.
strictly for mental health.
Yes.
And where, and treating and it happens.
Yes, it
I mean,
does,
it
unfortunately.
happens with juveniles and it happens with adults and everything else. And so we need to look at this with as much concern and compassion as we would if we were talking about that fragile community.
Yes. And
Which
you
I
all are
know there's
welcome
some
to-
crossover in
Yes,
substance abuse.
absolutely.
I'm not saying that's not the
That's
case,
another conversation.
but that not everybody suffering mental health crises are addicted to anything.
Mhm.
And not everybody that is addicted or suffering through those same, not every alcoholic and opiate addict has schizophrenia.
Yes,
And so
this is correct.
we need to make sure that we don't let
Yes.
those two get commingled too
Yes.
much during this conversation. So you are at the table. GAR is at the table.
Thank you.
And you were here at the last meeting, I believe, when we
Yes.
held it on the other side. So and y'all are going to be welcome back to every meeting that we have. But at the same time, nobody's going to walk into the room and automatically be put on the dance card.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I don't expect that.
And I've yet to get that that idea from any of your testimony and from the first time we met, that's what y'all anticipated.
Yeah.
And as I said before, there have been phone calls made to try to prevent, if somebody who wants to speak on Thor wants to come up and sit down and have that conversation, they're as welcome as GAR is. And we're going to make sure, because when we come through with our recommendations at the end of this study committee, which I think is sometime in November, then what we want to do is make sure we have all the garbage in, along with all the great ideas,
Yes.
so that we can see the landscape clearly.
Yeah.
But you did bring up several things today. I want to go out and look at this apartment model.
We would love to, if you want to come do an on-site with me, you can come anytime.
I would, and I also would, I'm very interested into this meeting that's happening here in our state capitol, with individuals who might potentially want to take advantage
Yes.
of these individuals.
Yes.
But at the same time, I have an obligation to DBHDD as part of the Senate represents the state.
Mhm.
Well, we're called the Senate, and the House of Representatives is called Representatives. That whatever we create works well for the state,
Mhm.
and never do I want the state to be in competition with private industry. I'm a fiscal hawk. I think if there's private business out there that can do it better
Mhm.
than the state does it, then I think we're obligated to use our taxpayer dollars to get the best value,
Mhm.
because we do have a budget and it is required to be balanced.
Yeah.
And part of that balance is salaries.
Yeah.
And part of that balance is expense and operating costs. And so I don't expect anybody at DBHDD to work without a salary. And I'm disappointed. I will be disappointed if the members of GAR are comfortable with their executive director
They're not.
being.
They're not. It's
not-
something
not-
that
not-
that's something that I came forward and did. I will tell you what has happened. This committee got the word out, and our increase of how many people were in process doubled.
What committee
And
got the word out?
this was happening.
Oh, okay.
So everybody got the word. And so everybody came in. So we went from before getting only a few inquiries to getting absolutely bombarded with so many people that are like, oh my gosh, we got to get them in. We got to get in. And so that has been something that was eye-opening for us, and readjusting things and happening. So I will say that, it's only this one-time thing and it will change, but it's something that I did personally, and my board supported my decision to come through. They weren't thrilled about it. They were not thrilled about it, but I'm not going to let other things loosen up when I know that we need to continue to maintain our operations in the best way possible. And I'm blessed and able to do that because I believe in this so much. And so I took this opportunity. And so it's something that it will not continue to happen. And now that we have a CPA, which we did not have before, things have changed, right? The board, the whole point of what I was put on this board to do was to help bring on the positions that were missing. And one of those was a CPA, and things have drastically changed. And
And I
so,
gotta tell you, I'm a little shocked by that y'all didn't have a CPA on before.
Mhm.
I was president of a large association membership group. And I mean, it all started with our finance committee and the groups there. We have about 7,000 members here in the state of Georgia. And it's just, we're all cops.
yes.
And
yeah.
we all have unique skill sets. Accounting is not one of those skill sets unless we're accounting inmates at night in the county jail. So I appreciate that, because I think whoever we look at, if we look at somebody outside of the state government to be the certifying, it would have to be somebody that is a professionally run organization
Yes.
that does qualify,
Yeah.
that does hit all the marks.
And we have a lawyer on the board now.
That was my second
That was,
thing.
yeah. A lawyer that has experience in
DBHDD
this.
even has a lawyer.
Yes. Well, we needed a lawyer that had experience in these special, like the zoning being a major thing, which I have somebody here who's going to talk to you more on that.
Well, there's a tremendous amount of liability that comes,
Absolutely.
and there's a tremendous amount of exposure. And I'm not
Yes.
just talking about civil exposure.
Mhm.
I'm talking about public exposure.
Mhm.
Because sometimes people become the dog that catches the car.
Hmm.
It's what you wanted. You
Yeah.
thought it's what you wanted
Yeah.
until you got it.
Yes.
And then
We're aware of
if
that.
we're looking at the number we're looking at, y'all need to be ready for some serious growth.
Yes.
Because even if this were not to happen, and someone asked me, and I knew that Gar or Thor were the choices,
Hmm.
then my recommendation to them were, if you're not a part of those, then you should be a part of those. And learning what Lowndes County has done,
Hmm.
I think you may see ACCG, GMA, and some of the other, Georgia Municipal
I was gonna say.
Association. Yeah. And the County Government Association,
Yes.
ACCG, Association of County Governments of Georgia, start looking and saying, there's a possibility to do that to make sure that they don't have these bad actors in their communities
Mhm.
running these flop houses.
Yeah.
As
Well,
you
we're
described.
going to continue to operate no matter what. But one of those things we recognize is that, okay, moving to a 501c3 was an important part of that. So
Yeah.
that's where we're headed. We will be around. Doesn't matter if this doesn't go through, that's okay. We recognize that it may be time to approach it from a different way and to go to the different counties and work that way. But regardless, we're going to continue to do what we do because we believe in it so much. And
Yeah.
the entire board that's behind me, they're not going anywhere and they're willing to fight for what it is. So this would be an amazing opportunity. And also, we're not banking on it. We're
Yeah.
still going to be around
Yeah. Okay.
no matter what.
All right. You said you had someone else you wanted to speak, or
I
you-
do.
okay.
Yes, absolutely. I have Ian that's going to be discussing zoning.
Yeah, and because I do want to point out, we do have a witness after you.
Okay.
And they're shatterproof, and the reason it's an important organization that I
Yes.
think your group needs to hear
Yes.
from. So, all right.
Perfect. Thank you
carry
so
on.
much.
Yes, ma'am. I tell you what I'm gonna do. It's 12 o'clock right now. No, you're good. You're good. Um, as William knows better than anybody in this capital, I am that guy. Like y'all heard before, I've had study committee or hearings that have started at 6 a.m. and upset legislators whose drivers aren't even up at 6 a.m. But also, lunch is never a priority. I'm gonna give everybody a 10-minute bathroom break, stretch your legs break. We'll start back at 12:10, and I'm gonna go get another cup of coffee. You're going to be on mic 1. Okay. And what I want you to do is if you'll identify yourself,
Yes, sir.
tell us what your role is, what organization you're with, and then we'll start entering your testimony.
Perfect. So my name is Ian Neubauer. I am an owner and the Chief Executive Officer of Second Chance Recovery Residences LLC. We are a owner operator of recovery residences in the Roswell, Sandy Springs area. Full disclosure at the beginning, because I think that it'll be pertinent to our conversation. We have a model that utilizes both housing, so houses, single family dwelling units, as well as apartments in our business. So
We would have found that out anyway, but I appreciate you
Of
offering
course,
that up
and-
front. Absolutely.
I'm not ashamed or hiding from the apartment model. So we
Good-
can
Good,
absolutely
good
discuss-
actors are never ashamed about doing business the right way.
Perfect. And I'm not sure why we're
They told me there was no sound.
there's no sound, but it's kind of glitching. But these are examples of our houses that we have. So we've got houses in country clubs. We have houses that are more off the beaten path, but we offer a wide variety because addiction does not discriminate.
And listen, I appreciate, and I don't want to know which country club or anything, but tell me your definition of off the beaten path.
Not in a country club, no HOA, right? So I'm an attorney. I left a career as a corporate mergers and acquisitions attorney with an international firm here in Atlanta. I was general counsel of a private equity group. I'm a grateful recovering addict and alcoholic myself. And
You said you are?
I am. I'm in
Okay.
recovery.
Okay.
I left law to do this and this only because when I was in treatment, going through formal treatment, I went to my wife did not send me to a luxury treatment center when she told me it's time to go. I started hearing talks of recovery residences, what they are, how they operate. I didn't know of any in Georgia. I was ignorant, totally ignorant. And so I came back, and the more that I learned about it, the more I realized this is just a chaotic, broken system from a legal standpoint. And so told my wife, never practicing law again. I quit my job as general counsel, and I've been doing this for the past 2.5 years.
Okay. So you established Second Chance?
I did not. I bought it. So
Okay.
I bought Second Chance when I acquired it was I bought the website and the phone number effectively. They had 17 apartments at the time. We are now at 14 apartments.
They were at 17 and
They
you're
were.
now at 14?
Correct. In a perfect world, I gravitate towards the house model. The problem with the house model is you've got to deal with zoning boards and fire marshals and the NIMBYs, the not in my backyard folks.
Yep.
So it is a fight. I've practiced more law in the last 2.5 years than I did during the 7 years that I was a practicing attorney.
And I agree with that. And we've had the fight in my district over a home for young ladies that had been trafficked, and people came out and fought against it
Mhm.
because,
It's crazy.
well, the problem with it, and I think the common denominator is our failure. We don't educate people on who we're trying to help. Most people think that, well, first of all, a lot of people do not believe nor do not understand that addiction is a disease.
Mhm.
They think when everybody thinks of addiction, our good friends out on the West Coast have established what addicts look like.
Mhm.
And they are people that are dressed extremely disheveled. They have needles and track marks.
Yep.
And all they do is go around every day stealing and pillaging in order to feed their habit.
Mhm.
And because that sells,
Mhm.
in Hollywood. They take things that are terrible and they try to shine it up to the best they can. But when the good people of Georgia and other places see that, and then they hear that somebody's going to open a residency, a house in their neighborhood and have 4 people living there that are recovering, that are in recovery, then their minds automatically go back to that
100%.
picture. And so it is up to you, GAR, and everybody else to educate citizens on what it is and what it isn't. And I think a good example is our first witness today when he explained that he deals with individuals, even though his are mandated to be there, that he deals with individuals who did not grow up in community, that had never sat at a dinner table together as a family and had dinner. And I think when you educate the country club folks and those who are off the beaten path to this is the environment that we have established and this is what we're trying to do, then I think some of that bias changes.
Hope so.
Yeah.
It's an uphill. I mean, it's tough.
Look, I was reading that Coke is beating up Pepsi on some stuff because Coke moved money away from bottling, which you think is really important,
Mhm.
and put it all into PR. Look, PR is what
It is.
gets it. And
100%.
yeah, and that's a brutal investment for a lot of people.
Mhm.
But I'm looking at these pictures. I've stayed at a lot of Airbnbs
Mhm.
and I've stayed at a lot of hotels.
Mhm.
And I tell everybody the you can tell the quality by the camera angles
Mhm.
because everybody goes in and says, "Man, it didn't look like that online.
Mhm.
That room looked a whole lot bigger.
Mhm.
That yard looked a whole lot greener." But because what I'm looking at, I'm very impressed with.
Well, perfect.
So I mean, these are nice homes that you're showing me. So tell us what I'd love to hear about first is your apartment model,
For sure.
and tell me how that runs.
So we have men's apartments and women's apartments. I have a men's program director. I have a women's program director. So we have 4 full-time staff, and then we have independent contractors who are successful graduates of our program that do our rounds.
And I want to get ahead of this because it's going to come up at some point during session or somewhere. And we talked about it briefly earlier. I had the pleasure of foreclosing on a bail bonding company years ago, as someone who managed all Title Code 17s for the agency I worked for. And we received some property,
Mhm.
and we sold the property on the courthouse steps as we were required to do. And a local foundation bought one of the 9-unit, 10-unit apartments, and they converted it into a women's transition center. And somebody asked me about, well, why didn't you make it, men and women? And I
Mhm.
told them, well, reason being is because there are plenty of opportunities for men out there already,
Mhm.
and women are, especially women coming out of jail and prison, tend to go right back to jail and prison because there's no opportunities. So they slip back into that life of crime, whether it's sex trafficking or drugs or whatever, theft. But tell me, what's the advantage of separating men and women in recovery? Or is there an advantage?
It's a multitude, but
What are the advantages?
men and women together are going to do what men and women can do. I mean, you keep, when you want them focused on recovery,
Okay.
and
So and look, we're doing government work here,
Yes, sir.
and I don't think I have to say this. I mean, William knows this better than anybody in this building. I'm not a politician, never want to be one. But is sex the problem?
you don't want commingling amongst your current clients just because of the multitude of problems that can create.
And I was going to ask you, is it a greater problem in recovery when we're dealing with people with addictions? We're dealing with people with low self-esteem. We're dealing with people with addictions. We're dealing with people who feel they're at or near the bottom. Does physical
So I am not.
does that
doctor.
factor in more?
I would say that, just speaking from personal experience and my own recovery, yeah. I mean, when you feel like you got nothing to lose, when you're at rock bottom, you make your decision tree is less, and you are more inclined to, you're more vulnerable, and
But is it more seeking pleasure wherever you can find pleasure, or is it more self-deprecating? I'm gonna continue to hurt myself as much as I can by having shallow relationships with people. Is it one of those two things? Because
I think it's a combination.
we know we've looked at the science of addiction,
Mhm.
and we know that dopamine matters, and we know
100%.
that feeling good matters. And so is that just another drug?
It can be. I mean,
Yeah,
we have,
yeah.
there are sex addicts. I mean,
Because
Yeah.
somebody's going to come up and say, at some point, somebody's going to say, why do we call one men's and why do we call one women?
Mhm.
And all, we run into this everywhere.
Mhm.
And so I just want to be clear that there's a certain science to it.
Mhm.
and maybe that science is even more magnified when we're dealing with a vulnerable population, when we're talking about those that are suffering from the disease of addiction.
For sure. And
Okay.
yeah, and
Okay.
less distraction.
Yeah.
So our apartment model, we've got, like I said, we successful graduates of our program, they do rounds. Our program, unlike the program that you first heard up here, we don't have clinicians. We don't have licensed staff. We focus on the three pillars of, in my experience, the successful recovery, which are structure, accountability, community, right? And so from the standpoint of structure, we require, we're not a fraternity house, we're not a sorority house. So every morning, one of the members of our staff will go to every apartment, make sure that everybody's up and about doing something productive, right? Whether it's community service, work, outpatient treatment, school, something. We have chores. So, I mean, it's the functional equivalent of a family in that regard. We make sure that the apartments are clean, like you would want to live in.
How many apartments do you have?
We have 14 right now.
Okay. How many residents live in an apartment?
4, so 2 per room and bathroom.
Okay, 2 per room, so it's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so it's almost the dorm model,
Yeah.
if you will. Okay,
Each have their own, no bunk beds. I mean, they've got their own beds, they've got their own dressers, they have their own space. They're 1,200 square foot apartments.
okay, all right. And so you go in, you check on the roommates,
Mhm.
if you will.
Mhm.
There's 4 in an apartment.
Mhm.
Okay,
And going back to the question that was asked earlier, we do our very, very, very best to match people of like experience and age demographic. I mean, from the standpoint of like the extent we can avoid it, we're not going to put an 18-year-old with the 81-year-old that we have in our program. And we have 18 and we have 81.
and why not?
I think for the 18-year-old, it's a lot easier for them to palate coming into sober living and to acclimate than it would be if they had a 20-year-old or a 19-year-old that they can, I mean, recovery is connection. And in my opinion, to be able to like connect, especially if you're cautious at the beginning, you want to be able to share experience, understand one another, and people that are in the same age group, they're just going to click better at first.
And that's a great answer. And the reason we ask these rhetorical questions is to get the information out that needs to be spoken.
Yes,
And you also don't want an 18-year-old to feel like a caregiver at some point when they can't even take care of themselves.
100%
At this, yeah,
Yes, sir.
okay.
But so too, I mean, I do want to make the point that this disease and the residents in recovery residences, all walks of life, all ages, I mean, I have people who have sold companies for $250 million. I have people who are working for their next paycheck. And so it is a snapshot of society at large in our houses, in our apartments.
What about your demographics as
And-
far as race, sex?
So on the women's side, we have,
Is it diverse?
we have all races.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely all races in both the houses and the apartments. So
Okay.
country club, all races, every demographic
Is represented.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So I think that, again, I came with a speech. This is more of a Q&A. So if I seem.
Well, no, you can continue with your speech, but and like I explained, I don't know if you were at the first meeting. A lot of people don't understand what study committees are for, is for you to educate us.
Perfect. And I love
That's exactly what it is.
Will.
No, that's what I'm saying. So when you come to something, we want to know,
Perfect.
because we're going to make recommendations on what we hear.
Mhm.
And if we hear something, she's a very intelligent lady, and a state senator with a background in dealing with the drug community and everything else. And then we have another attorney on the committee, we have a minister on the committee, and we have a surgeon on
Love
the
it.
committee. And so we want you to educate us, because when we come out with our recommendations, they're going to be based on what we learn in here. Not all of us on the committee are going to agree on everything, thank goodness. And at the same time, if you tell us something that we know is not true, we're going to drag it out into the sunlight so everybody can see it's not true.
Perfect.
And so that's the reason we ask these questions.
Wonderful.
Because when we put something out, we want to put out the most perfect model we can find, which we know, and my staff gets on to me all the time because we know perfect is unattainable. But we're going to try to get as close to the unattainable as we can get.
Love it.
Yeah.
So then let's talk about zoning. And I mean that if any.
And that was my question about me buying a house or renting a house near a hospital and setting it up like that. Explain to me the zoning, because a lot of our problems can be solved if local government does its job. And that's zoning, that's codes and inspection, that's fire inspection and all those things. And then if they did everything, which Lowndes County has taken a step in the right direction, if local government will take these recovery residencies seriously for what they are, then I think we can solve the problem.
And what they're not.
Yeah.
I would argue that.
No, and that's a great point.
And so the problem that I have frequently encountered, especially, I mean, with Roswell, we know me and the city attorney and everybody know each other well now, is recovery residences do not fit into a clean umbrella. They don't. We're not treatment centers, as we've already discussed. We're single family dwelling units. I mean, our occupants function like a family. If you go to any of our houses right now or our apartments, these are tight-knit bunches. They attend meetings together. They hold each other accountable, support one another, respect one another to come to us if they notice anything abnormal. And so they're a functional equivalent of family.
So, Mr. Attorney, you've looked at the zoning for single family residences, right? Does it give a description of what a single family residence is?
No, what they'll do is they'll define family or they'll define household.
Well, so it does give a description.
It does up to a certain number. So there's a few ways they do it. Most of them define family to include a specified number of unrelated individuals, which let's take Roswell, for example. That's 3 people. Okay. Marietta, 3 people. The number that they're fixing for households, it renders recovery residences financially impossible.
Tell me what they define it as.
So 3 unrelated individuals residing. So any number of blood related individuals or up to 3 unrelated individuals. It doesn't talk about people in recovery.
Okay, so 3, so it's zone residential if there are 3 unrelated individuals inside.
You are considered a family, and a family is permitted to reside in a single family dwelling unit
Okay.
if there are 3 or less unrelated individuals.
So in other words, if you, in every one of your houses, if you just had 3 people in recovery, you'd be fine.
Correct. You
Okay.
would. Roswell does have a definition for group home. Okay. And that permits 6 people protected under the Fair Housing Act, plus an unspecified number of support individuals.
Right, staff.
There you go. Most do not have that. That's unique. I mean, Roswell is unique in that they expressly carve out group homes.
So would you want to be classified as a group home?
In that context, 100%. I think that group home is a very broad, vague category that some recovery residences fall cleanly into, others don't, right? Like a group home can also be a home for mentally retarded or what you were talking about. I mean, women who have had abuse and the like. I think group home encompasses much more than just recovery residences specifically. So that is one way that, and let me backtrack. Every county and municipality has a different definition of family. So when I'm looking to open something in Sandy Springs, I go to their code. I have a definition of family. You go 3 miles down the road across the river, and you're at an entirely different set of ordinances, different set of standards, and you have to accommodate. So there's no cohesiveness
Do you think there should be a separation between state government and local government as far as regulations go
on this.
on anything?
I do.
Okay, so on this, I know where you stand.
Mhm.
On this, you think state government should define what a family is when it comes to zoning and residences, right?
Or specifically define recovery residences and have an omnibus, superseding provision that says, if you are a recovery residence consisting of X number of individuals or less, you are permitted in a single family, in a zone districted for single family dwelling units.
Okay.
That's what I would do.
Okay.
And again, we talk about, so there are bad actors in anything, no doubt. That's not unique to us.
I've put handcuffs on cops before, so it's
There you
okay.
go.
Yeah.
That being said, I think a lot of the problems that we see, and when you hear some of these stories of people sneaking around and recovery residences operating in the shadows, it's because of these regs. There's no standard. There's no. There's no.
Is that excusable?
No, it's not.
Okay.
No, it's not. But I think that it's incumbent upon us as people who are operating in the light and doing it to advocate for a system that would enable those individuals to operate cleanly, if you will. I mean, for example, Stevens County, yesterday, they just came out with a moratorium on recovery residences blanket. No more recovery residences in their county. That's illegal. That's against federal law. It's wrong. It closes the door on people who are trying to better their lives. So stuff like that in my opinion.
Do you know a good attorney?
And one may have reached out to him already. That's what we're trying to solve for, stuff like that.
Yeah. And look, I think anybody on this committee would see that as being ridiculous. And I'd love to know why they chose to do that.
Mhm.
Because there are bad things that happen at recovery residences, group homes and everything else. And a lot of times there'll be a knee-jerk reaction to that one bad thing and everybody else pays for it, which again, like I said, there are people in my profession that were bad actors. There's people in every profession that are bad actors. There's a state bar that if an attorney becomes a bad actor, then they pull your license. There's a post that if you're a cop and you're a bad actor, they pull your certification. These things happen.
Absolutely.
And so I appreciate that. So putting Stevens County aside, which I certainly hope our Attorney General is aware of that.
Well, hopefully.
And so that we can take action and correct that, I'm sure oversight by that. Was it the county commission?
It was.
Okay.
It was.
That the county commission can be brought back to the light.
Perfect.
So would you support establishing a separate zone code for recovery housings or zone designation?
So what I have seen, I think Tennessee specifically, they have superseding legislation. It's a 2-line chapter in the code that says X number of unrelated individuals living together constitute a family and are permitted in single family districts, right? So it's that simple. So it supersedes the local.
So this line,
Mhm.
is it referencing recovery residences?
Not specifically. And I don't think you have to.
So in that model, I could go into the country club community with 5 of my friends and we could, is that what you're saying?
Let me fact check myself on that.
Okay.
It might be specific to people. in the
Okay, you see my
country club,
question would be,
100%.
yeah.
And I'll revert with the answer to that.
that's,
That's not
when I was
productive.
in college, my roommate and I went and rented a house and we lived together, just
Mhm.
2 of us.
Mhm,
And of course we weren't related.
mhm.
But under Tennessee's, we could have invited 3 other buddies in and we could all live there. And the thing that's unique about it is nobody knows about it until there's a violation.
Correct.
Until somebody came by there one day and they said, hey, there's these 5 guys that live here together and they're not related.
Mhm,
So that violates.
mhm.
So they would call the owner of the property and say, hey, you can't rent to 5 guys that are unrelated.
Yep.
Yeah. So,
I'll get back to you. It
Yeah.
might be, I don't think it's specific. I know it's not specific to recovery residences. Group home, as we were talking about, I think that it has something to do with the group home overarching disabled individuals.
and I think a lot of this also applies to parking
For
and
sure.
other things
Mhm.
where they don't want,
For
you
sure.
have 5 people living in a house, they don't want 5 vehicles there, 2 in the driveway, 2 on the street, 1 on the grass.
Mhm.
Because HOAs and
100%.
which is an entirely different conversation we could have. They have rules and this kind of stuff. So I think that's where some of the concern comes from. Would you agree?
And I would agree with those concerns,
Yeah.
honestly. I mean, the houses that we purchase, we have added parking. So in the back, 2 of the larger houses that we have expanded parking so that it's out of sight from the street. You can't see it. And the houses off the beaten path, we've got pretty gravel that we put down so that nothing is on the street. Nothing. You would not be able to drive down the street in any of our neighborhoods and say that's a recovery residence.
And that recovery residence down the street complies with all city ordinances.
It does.
Okay.
So that goes back to it is a lot of it is subject to interpretation. So a fire marshal, if they want to characterize, they have to characterize us as a family for us to not be subject to
Okay.
the regs that apply to commercial and institutional dwelling or buildings, right? And so if a fire marshal in one city comes out and says, okay, you guys are functioning like a family, there's 6 adults in here, highly capable, high functioning individuals, I'm going to call you guys a family. We don't have to worry about the expensive retrofits. If the other fire marshal right down the street comes in and says, no, this is a board and dwelling occupancy or whatever the specific definition
Right.
is, we're talking about automatic closing doors. We're talking about commercial grade fire sprinkler systems. We're talking about commercial grade alarm systems, $100,000 in retrofits in a single family dwelling unit that none of us can afford. None of us. And so again, we need some consistency, some cohesiveness in that regard.
Do you know of an example where recovery residents tried to set up and a fire marshal came in and prohibited them from setting up?
I know of a recovery residence where the fire marshal came in and tried to say that, and there was an exchange where they ultimately concluded that we were a family.
Okay.
You're looking at one.
But and did they base that on city ordinances?
No, they have the state fire code is what they,
Okay.
they.
So that's
incorporate
that's a question for Commissioner King and his staff then, right?
it. Mhm.
Okay.
And then so you've got the zoning from like defining family, you've got the building life safety codes. Those are 2 of the main weaponized legal mechanisms that are used. And then the last one is spacing requirements. So in Roswell, for example, you have to, if you have a group home with 6 individuals protected under the Fair Housing Act, they require 3,500 feet of separation between group homes. Okay. And there are studies, if you
Group homes and other non-group homes or group homes themselves?
group homes.
So we can't have 2 group homes next to each other?
Correct.
Okay.
But let's specify. So you can have one house, a group home can be recovering addicts and alcoholics. Then you can have another house that is a group home under Roswell's code that is 6 autistic individuals,
Right.
right? No relation to one another whatsoever. They have to be 3,500 feet apart from one another under Roswell's code.
Do you know why?
They would argue that it's to maintain the character of the neighborhood and prevent it from becoming, commercial. That's the justification that they gave to us.
Okay. And to make it where it doesn't become commercial. What was, you said the first thing, the character of the neighborhood? Okay. So in y'all's interpretation is you feel that they believe that the autistic home and the recovery home would do a lesser job of maintaining the curtilage and
think
looking
that's-
like a home?
That's their view.
Yeah, but
Right.
that's not a view they would state, that they think autistic people and people in recovery are less capable of making a home look like a home? Okay.
I mean,
We're here to be frank.
100%.
I don't represent the city of Roswell. I represent 11 million Georgians. I don't represent just the city of Roswell.
So-
So, yeah.
Another example, we purchased the home in October of last year. We got the business license, did everything by the book. We found another home that I did a Google search, Google Maps distance measurer, reached out to Roswell zoning and said, had this house, interested in buying this house for the exact same use. Do we comply with your ordinance? I received a response. You sure do. Great job. Buy it. Let's rock and roll. I bought the house. Okay. 2 weeks after I closed on it, they came back and they said, you're 140 feet too close. And therefore you can't do what you're proposing to do, a house for recovering women. That turned into a dispute. And
Did they respond to your question in an email?
yes.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
I believe if you use LinkedIn, I think I've copied you on a couple of things.
Okay.
So
I'm on LinkedIn and I have, I post to Instagram, Facebook and LinkedIn. And when I say I do, I have two people on my staff
There you go.
that post all my stuff.
Well,
People will tell me all the time, it's a great post. I said, super, let me see it sometime.
well, I've
yeah.
I've tagged
Yeah,
you.
I'll find it.
Yes,
Thank you.
sir.
I appreciate that.
Um,
And anybody that wants to tag me on any of this stuff, please do that. I'm being somewhat coy, but please, information, I don't mind. The only person that drives crazy is William. So please send me as much as you need to on this
yes,
stuff.
sir.
Yeah, or any other member of the committee.
But that's what we're up against. I mean, that's you've got separation requirements, you've got the definition of family, and you've got the fire and safety codes. And in the backdrop of all of this is the Fair Housing Act, which I don't know how familiar. The DOJ and HUD are pretty clear where they stand on a number of the things that I just discussed, and our cities and counties don't care. They say, sue me. And the practical reality is most of the recovery residents, owner and operators don't have the time, don't have the financial means, some combination of both to start suing cities and counties. And so they roll over, and the cities and counties just keep chugging along. The recovery residents sneaks around, finds another municipality where they're going to try to open until all of this happens again.
And then eventually they break the rules because it's the only solution they can find, correct?
Precisely.
Yeah.
Or like in the apartment model, one of it exists because in Sandy Springs, which is like it's a hub.
Okay, I think you're about to answer one of the questions I was going to have is why does the apartment community model exist? And I think you
Nailed it.
Yeah.
You can put up to 4 unrelated individuals in a dwelling unit, be a family under code, and it's permitted in multifamily districted zones. That's why that's how it came to exist.
So is this all come under the umbrella of not in my backyard?
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Okay.
I mean, and in an apartment complex, 4 people living in a single unit, that's not going to draw the heat that a country club recovery residence does, right? It's not going to, people aren't sitting there looking out their windows to see what Joe Schmo is doing right next door. It's an apartment complex. So it flies under the radar.
Well, how do you have them in a country club neighborhood?
Because I wasn't one of the individuals that rolled over when confronted on it. And one of the problems that I encountered when I
Was it that you were able to do it based on code?
Mhm,
Okay.
mhm. And you have to search long and hard. Roswell.
Knowledge is power.
That's so, but the thinking behind the country club wasn't to poke the bear, to say,
Right.
when I was coming out of treatment, I again, I learned about recovery residences while I was there. I never heard of them, but there wasn't, to me, there wasn't an option in my neighborhood where I'm from that there wasn't something that catered to what I would have been willing to do, right? I was very early recovery. My willingness was teetering. And I looked around and said, like, I'm accustomed to living in a house. I want to live in a house. Those don't exist. Those don't exist or didn't exist. So I said, there's a need. And clearly there is. We've got 6 properties. We are 100% full.
How many individuals in recovery are you responsible for right now?
There are 80 people total.
Okay.
We've got 9 staff members total.
And I know this is probably rhetorical asking an attorney this, but you have an SOP that you operate under? Standards, operations and procedures?
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, we're GAR certified. So
Okay.
we've got.
So do you have a policy on how your apartment recovery is operated?
For sure.
And would we be able to get a copy of that?
Absolutely. Like,
Okay.
I mean, you want to see like our intake packet, for example?
I would love to see
Procedures?
the intake, yes, intake packet, procedures. You talked about having your staff come in,
Mhm.
and make sure everybody's out being productive and doing whatever.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'd love to see all that.
100%. I
Yeah.
can get that to you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That'd be great. And so mainly to solve your zoning problems up to this point, it has been challenging through the court system.
A nonstop fight.
So what became of the 135 feet?
The business licenses that I was seeking just miraculously showed up in my mailbox one night.
Okay.
No concession, no acknowledgement, but they showed up.
So basically in Roswell now, based on the new policy is that your 2 houses there comply.
I have the licenses to show that. Like I said, they did not send me an email saying,
Would you agree that any city can have any policy they want,
Mhm.
but if they allow something to happen,
Mhm.
once they allow it to happen, it becomes the
You
policy.
saying like precedent?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, and
Mhm.
precedent becomes policy,
Yes,
no matter what's written.
correct.
Yeah, because once the precedent is opposite of the policy, the precedent becomes the policy.
Mhm.
The policy becomes defunct
Mhm.
in the written form,
Mhm.
and so you have to rewrite it
Mhm.
to factor in the precedent. Would that
Totally
not be
agree.
true?
Totally agree.
Okay.
And so I mean that is the essence of the zoning concerns.
And this is one of those bare bones reality checks that the committee needs to hear, that here's the problem we're having. So when I hear there's a place out in rural Georgia that can accommodate 6, but they only have 4, and they'll take 2. And then there's urban areas where we know we're going to have a higher concentration of addiction. We have a higher concentration of people in recovery
Mhm.
that, most communities do not want apartment buildings everywhere,
Right,
most in metro area.
right.
And so we have to find a balance where we can do both.
Mhm.
Because one thing we can't do, we have to reach the understanding of, no matter what the reason we have addiction the way we have it in this country, where we live in a country that makes up 6% of the world's population,
Mhm.
and we consume almost 90% of all pharmaceuticals manufactured in the world.
Mhm.
And then we're shocked that we have addiction problems, that we're not attempting to accommodate our fellow citizens who have found themselves fighting the disease of addiction.
Mhm.
And sometimes that's going to be in your neighborhood.
It's sad, honestly. I mean, as the owner of one of these operations, the demand it's frightening, it's sad, the demand is too great for recovery residences, quality recovery residences, for there not to be regulation on it. It should be viewed as much as a part of the overall recovery continuum as the initial detox that somebody goes to, followed by residential treatment, followed by outpatient. People need the structure, accountability, and community. That's how they stay sober.
You don't need to give me a name, but where do you get most of your referrals from?
Like the
How
category.
do people find out about you?
We have word of mouth. I mean, we've been around. Second Chance has been around since 13.
Within what community though?
I mean,
Within the treatment community?
yeah, we get a lot of referrals from outpatient programs.
Okay.
We get a lot of referrals from the clubhouses, right? I mean, sponsors when you have a program the size of ours, and we're very
You said from the clubhouse?
AA clubhouse.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, we
I've been to some AA meetings, but I've never been a part of the clubhouse, I guess.
no. So I mean, like 8111 is a very well-known clubhouse.
Okay.
There's a heavy Second Chance presence there at any given meeting, and so word of mouth, people helping people in need. Not everybody has insurance, or
That's my next question.
not everybody has the disposable funds. I mean, the tens of thousands of dollars that it can cost to go to residential treatment. So they look for their next best option. And obviously, I'm just a addict and alcoholic who has, God willing, stayed sober. We provide a resource. If nothing else, we are connected to the community where we can pair recovery housing we can make a recommendation to an outpatient program, or we can get them in touch with a sponsor.
How do the individuals that stay in your residence, how do they normally pay?
They're self-pay, 100%, zero insurance involvement.
So there has to be resources for them to stay. So average Joe
Mhm.
is not going to be able to afford to stay in one of your recovery houses.
Sadly enough, and the number,
We're talking
yeah,
reality here, right?
100%. And I would say that if you take the 50 calls that I receive a day, I would say 5 of them are financially capable of making ends meet. And that's a question I ask. I say, here's our standard rate. Is that feasible? And if they say no, I scholarship thousands of dollars a month to people to come in because it breaks my heart, candidly.
Or no, you're 501c3?
We're not.
No, you're not. You're
We're
for
not.
profit.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But it is the few, the far between that can afford recovery housing right now, versus the individuals that have a marketplace insurance policy. They go in, they find a treatment center that'll cover them. They do their 30 days. The treatment center says, congratulations, you just successfully graduated. Have at it, be on. And then these people are found
Right.
with they don't know what to do.
Yeah. They start out using the dose, they stop using it, and so they end up dead.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Start back using, I should say. So what's the length of period the average person stays in your house?
The average would probably be 5 months.
Okay.
Recommended, if you want a certificate of completion, it's 6 months. The minimum is a month, because we don't want to be a boarding house, a rooming house, anything alike. Like we for legitimacy purposes, minimum is a month, but we have no cap. So I have guys, older gentlemen who have been in our program for 2.5 years.
Okay.
And it's home. It is their home, and they love the structure.
But that's the thing they've clung to stay sober.
And they have.
Yeah.
And you'll see people, what's amazing, and I don't have statistics or data, the number of individuals that we've had who have been with us for, say, over a year, and have not had one slip up. And we drug test and breathalyze, routinely, regularly, within a week of them discharging. Because of the lack of support, community, accountability, they're back on the bottle. It's a repeat story.
You say you do have that problem?
Oh yeah. It's because
Are they not given the tools that they need while they're in the recovery?
we're not clinicians, right?
Right.
Ultimately, and we provide.
So in my harsh way of asking questions, are you just a parking place for people as they try to prep their life to transition back in?
No, I don't think so. I think we provide the community, right? So we are.
So the AA, and all that,
Mhm.
okay,
We hold them accountable to attending the
by
AA.
going in, making sure they're doing community service, their
Correct.
work, school, or whatever.
They know that they're going to be breathalyzed that night.
Right.
So whenever the devil on their shoulder is telling them to do something, I can't, because I know that Jake or whoever is going
Right.
to come in and breathalyze.
Do y'all bring any faith resources in?
We're not faith-based.
I didn't ask you if you were faith-based.
We
Asked,
do
do
not
you
have
bring any
no,
faith
sir.
resources in?
No, sir.
Yeah.
No, sir. We do bring, in
Do-
terms of bringing in resources, we have speakers come in. So we have second chance, community meetings.
Right.
So men's and women's, we have 2 meetings a week where we'll bring in people to tell their story. We'll bring in individuals who are non-AA based, like different modalities of thought for how they've gotten to where they are in recovery. So we offer things that are more than just a bed to sleep on.
Do you feel that there'd be an advantage to bringing in, to offering as a resource, something within the faith community, so that when they do leave your residence, they do have something they can cling to?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I absolutely.
Because it's all of our jobs to help them get control of the disease, right?
Precisely. And I do want to caveat what I said when you said, like, isn't the point of our program for them to get back on their feet? 100%. I'm not a licensed professional that is using scientific modalities to do that.
But neither is AA or NA.
Correct.
Yeah.
But it works.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
And we see that.
100%.
But it's through the consistency,
Mhm.
and it's through giving them some sort of net,
Mhm.
if you will,
Mhm.
as they move back out into the world of chaos,
Mhm.
where their addiction manifested itself to begin with.
100%.
Because if we anticipate, hey, you've been living here this long, you've gone through AA, and then we're going to throw you back out into the world of neon lights and chaos, then we'd be idiots to think that, hey, they're not going to have any problem, especially if they can't look back to the shore and see a beacon that they can swim toward to to get them out of the current.
Mhm.
And so then we can't anticipate. We have the effect where they're going to end up in jail or dead.
Or dead.
Yeah, or somewhere like that. So
And something that you'll see
especially if we're doing it from here, if we're doing it from our heart, not from our wallet,
100%.
we have to think that.
100%.
Right.
Um,
And I don't want you to put a cross in your front yard,
no,
you know, and any of that kind of stuff. But what I'm trying to say is while they're there, if they're given all the resources
Mhm.
that they can have, not for just while they're in that great place, but when they walk out the door, they may not sleep in the same bed, have the same walls they're looking at and all this other kind of stuff. But if they still have the same connections, if they can still call Joe, Bob, or Ralph, if they can still go and meet with the whatever spiritual leader they may have been introduced while they're in there, then they still have those life preservers they can go to as they continue to strengthen themselves, right?
and oftentimes the net that you're describing that helps them is their family. But when
Yep.
people are early recovery, families have to recover too.
Well, they've burned so many bridges
100%.
in that. Yeah.
And so part of our program is you have a safe, supportive environment. You know, we all understand what you're going through. Baby steps, right? So we had the number of men and women who will spend evenings having dinner with their husband or wife or significant other, take care of their kids, put their kids back to bed, but come back
Yeah.
and just reintegrate themselves into everyday life. I mean, that's what we do. That's what we provide.
Well, that's excellent. And I'm fascinated by the zoning stuff. I think it's something that we need to address. I'm going to go check my LinkedIn. Yeah. And now I feel like a terrible person, but I'll go check the LinkedIn and send me the
I'll do it.
information. I would
Yes, sir.
greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
guys.
Right now, have our friends here from Shatterproof. Is that Kugler?
Kugler.
Kugler. See, I knew I was going to mess up on the vowel. The consonants I have a good handle on. If you would introduce yourself and tell us what you do with Shatterproof Treatment Atlas.
Absolutely. So good afternoon to Chairperson, Vice Chairperson. It is an absolute pleasure being here this afternoon. My name is Dr. Lisa Kugler, Senior Vice President over Treatment Atlas. I am a licensed psychologist within the state of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I have over 3 decades in substance use disorder care, led the Center for Treatment of Addictive Disorders in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Also have spent some time down in Georgia. I helped Walmart Health build and operate the integrated care clinics that were in several Walmart locations. And now I have the pleasure of talking with you about Treatment Atlas and some of the clinical issues that we've seen within even levels of care identified by the American Society of Addiction Medicine, and how recovery residences can be a great support to individuals on their recovery journey.
Well, I just want to tell you, I appreciate you coming in. I ran into a friend and he made me aware of some of the technology that you guys use and some of the processes of vetting, which a big portion of my concern during the study committee is to get the bad actors
Mhm.
out of the way. And some of the things he told me that you guys have been working with could potentially help us do that. I'm very familiar with Pittsburgh. Matter of fact, I had a good friend that she worked at a place that dealt with those addicted to opiates and primarily heroin in Pittsburgh. And so great city, by the way. Very friendly to my profession. So think a lot of that part of that state. And what'd you say your certifications as a psychotherapist or
Licensed clinical psychologist.
psychologist? Yeah.
Yep.
Well, you are prohibited from diagnosing anybody on this committee. Okay, I'm gonna say that. to Start with.
I will not do so, I promise.
Yes, thank you. Well, I'm sure you will, only in your mind though. So, yeah. Just don't say it out loud. Right?
Okay. So as we've been talking about all morning, substance use disorder treatment is riff with acronyms, with nuances that can be really confusing to the general public. There are multiple levels of care that exist in substance use disorder treatment. And for, once again, the general public, it's very difficult to understand which level of care makes the most sense and how to access those levels of care. There's also limited agreement with, which is different than any other medical condition that we're aware of, that what actually is clinical quality in substance use disorder care, and there's a lot of barriers to accessing care. I'm not going to go into great detail with this, but this is the American Society of Addiction Medicine really outlining what are those different levels of care. And at the very lowest level is outpatient level of care, followed by intensive outpatient, followed by residential, followed by medically managed. With levels 1 and 2, somebody could be in a residential recovery setting and going to those levels of care. So that would be, they would be getting some of the clinical services in addition to the structure and community, which we've heard so much about today.
Yeah, to be clear on that, they live in the recovery residence, but one of their, it would be me living at home going to see my chiropractor or my cardiologist or whatever, right?
Exactly.
Where one, the two are not the same.
Correct.
I could be receiving those services while I'm in the recovery of AA, NA,
Mhm.
things of this nature. But outside of that, I'm going to doctor's appointments, basically. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay. And one, while it may be covered by my insurance,
Mhm.
the other is not,
Correct.
as I am today. Insurance doesn't make my mortgage payment, but they will cover me if I go to the cardiologist.
Exactly.
Okay.
There is one, and it's all based upon the American Society of Addiction Medicine, that intake that's being done, and what is the level of severity of substance use disorder. So if someone is generally doing relatively well, but they're having some cravings, they're having some difficulty with structure, they may be in that outpatient level of care or that IOP level of care. If someone is having more significant issues or concerns around structure, around inability to maintain sobriety, in difficulty dealing with cravings, and it's really interfering with multiple levels of their life, that's where they're going to be in that residential kind of level of care. With NAR, part of where it starts to overlap slightly is that level 4, because level 4 does offer some levels of counseling, and it may meet that 3.1 level of care. So do want to kind of specify, and this adds to the nuances and the confusion within the substance use disorder landscape, is there is some overlap within the ecosystem. That level 3, 2, and 1, and our friends here from GAR can definitely add some additional color here if necessary, are lower levels that do not offer that clinical services. So they are really that supportive recovery residence and does not have that clinical aspect to it. Okay. Some states actually do cover levels 3.1 and halfway houses. So that's also something that can be brought into legislation and credentialing as a means to monitor and to look at some ways to further support individuals that need that level of care. I really love that the Georgia Society of Addiction Medicine looked at specifically for rural Georgians, what were some of those barriers to accessing treatment? Fear of withdrawal, need to get things in order, limited confidentialities, and they perceived that treatment was an area that perpetuated drug use. So I think as we're talking about NIMBY and some of those challenges within society, we really need to address this, because treatment facilities are not places that condone or perpetuate drug use. Residential resources as well, getting those bad actors out of there so that it is truly a safe place for individuals to go that need support in their recovery journey. At an organizational level, People were afraid to enter into treatment because they were afraid of strict facility treatment programs. They were afraid of lack of gender-specific treatment programs, and they are also concerned about being able to maintain employment. Once again, this goes to, I think, some misperceptions within the community that all treatment has to be done at a residential facility. There are multiple levels of care based upon that individual's needs. And sometimes individuals are trying to access residential levels of care that could really do much better at a lower level of care.
And excuse me, all of this is based on the Georgia Society of Addiction Medicine study
Correct.
from 2024.
Mhm.
And so do you see that a lot of these are most likely results of lack of education?
Yes.
Okay, because we've so stigmatized addiction that if we put out the compassionate part of it, or we're not putting out the compassionate part of it, where we're telling everybody, look, you can have this problem, but there's solutions that fit into your life. That's not, you won't be so stigmatized as an addict lack of gender specific treatment programs. Again, I feel like I'm beating a dead horse, but that I would think that would primarily come from females, right?
Most likely, yes. And
Because when we get gender specific, rarely, and let's be honest, I would have said years ago that most of the people I ran into that were addicts were men.
Mhm.
But for two reasons. Number one, it was so stigmatized as a female to be a mom or to be somebody and be an addict that you never put it out there.
Right.
But at the same time, during that point, women weren't as much out into the workforce and everywhere else there were. So in reality, there were more males suffering through addiction with alcohol, especially, than there were females. So, or again, it was just hidden more behind the
There's more.
curtain. Yeah, yeah. So would you say that a lot of that gender specific treatment, because we have more resources for men than we do for women?
Correct. And especially for the women, there's a lot of additional challenges.
Yeah.
There's concerns, what's going to happen to my children if I go into treatment? Are they going to be taken from me? There is that stigma. There's also trauma. There is so much trauma with females, especially in the sex trafficking and in other areas where they've experienced some of that trauma, some of it coming even from childhood, that it's re-traumatizing to be in an environment where they don't feel safe.
And so you think through the mandates that we're looking at, ensuring that recovery residences are safe
Mhm.
has to be paramount in part of our discussion as we go through and define the requirements to be a recovery residence, that the safety has to be a little above and beyond because of the addiction piece being in there than what we would do in more some of these. And again, looking at the model, and the previous witness did a great job, but looking at the apartment model, safety has to be one of our serious concerns when it comes to that type of model.
Yes, from my clinical and professional opinion, safety needs to be paramount. These individuals have oftentimes been victimized more than we could ever imagine.
Inside the recovery residence and outside, which we know we have the situational stuff that
Mhm.
goes on. If you're in a bad neighborhood, if you're this, all that happens. But we also have to make sure there's safety inside the process and the recovery process, because we talked about we're getting people at their most, at a very vulnerable place. And so we have to make sure that those who are saying they're there to help are actually there to help.
Absolutely. And especially if they're coming from a correctional facility as well, there's a lot of trauma that can happen in a correctional facility.
Well, there's anybody that comes out of a jail or a prison or stuff like that, 90% of the people, 90+% of the people there are there because of bad choices that they made. But there is an impact on everybody
Yes,
that experiences incarceration at any level. Yeah.
absolutely. some of the other items in here, once again, I do think a lot of it can be addressed by education. Some of it is also looking at the entirety of the ecosystem. Is within rural communities, limited availability to treatment. This can also be somewhat addressed by making certain that individuals are accessing care at the right level. So outpatient, once again, not everyone needs residential. And if more people who were actually, not as progressed in the disease may be accessing outpatient care, that would free up the residential beds for those that were further along in the continuum.
What's your opinion of telemedicine in that role?
I think it can play a great portion of it as well. Once again, as with very many other fields and what we've been talking about all day, there's really good actors and there's some that are not so good.
Well, recent studies have shown some telehealth dealing with psychiatry
Mm-hmm,
is damaging
mm-hmm,
because of the lack of personal and then and even cross state line type actors. I've talked to individuals who have therapists or psychiatrists in Texas,
yes,
and these are Georgia residences, and they were taken advantage of. And so so I guess we fall on the same line as they're good and bad in all of it, but you aren't opposed to the fact of there's the possibility of introducing telehealth into some of this stuff as long as it's vetted and made sure that it's held to the same standard as if they were sitting in a room with somebody.
absolutely.
Okay.
And there should be policies and procedures in place on what to do. There should be certain criteria that are followed. For example, if someone is exhibiting high psychiatric symptomology with hallucinations, delusions, etc.,
Yeah.
it should not. be
That's
done.
not
It's telehealth.
that's not telehealth. No,
Exactly.
that's inpatient. I think in 100% of the cases when we have somebody like that. Yeah.
Exactly. And there's a lot of questions that are going back and forth now, even induction of buprenorphine. Should that be done face to face or should that be done telehealth?
In introduction of what?
Buprenorphine, which is one of the medications that is utilized Suboxone
Yeah.
for opioid use disorder.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. But for that to be done in a facility, the facility would be much higher than a recovery residence, though.
Absolutely.
okay.
But it could be done at an outpatient level of care.
Sure, but to be done in an outpatient level of care, the person would have to go,
Mhm.
i.e., to the doctor,
Yes,
receive the medication, then come home, which is not beyond what we would do in normal circumstances.
absolutely.
Because remember, what our primary focus is during the study committee are on recovery residences. And I hope, I don't think that there's a model of a recovery residence where they would not allow or prohibit somebody from going out to see their health caregiver and receive whatever medicine they have to come back inside. Yeah. And not all prescribed medicine is administered by the patient.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Once again, there are sometimes bad actors though, and they may not allow medications for opioid use disorder. And that should be something that should be discussed with an individual.
Why would they not? There's no cost to them.
It's no cost to them. They could say that they feel that it's not aligned with their standards, their protocols, etc.
Bad actors don't have standards. They do have protocols, which are contrary to what we do, I would think. But I do see your point to where, but it would almost be an advantage if I were a bad actor to make sure that someone stayed medicated as I continue to perpetrate my scam on their family to draw as much money out of them as possible in some cases, because the medication is not costing me anything. And unless I'm looking at transportation costs or something like that, where I could see that may factor in, but that is a concern. I appreciate that.
And I mean, just kind of hypothetically, if you're a bad actor, you don't want that individual out talking to any other health providers.
Well, and to your point, in some cases, if I'm a bad actor, I don't want that individual to get well either.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And medications for opioid use disorder is one of the gold standards for treatment of opioid use
Yep.
disorder.
And how familiar are you with opioid abuse?
Very.
Very. So, and everybody up here will understand where I'm going with this. So what's your thoughts on Kratom?
So I think that there's a lot of new substances that are coming out that are
We agree on that.
that are going around the federal regulations, and they're very damaging because they're being sold as safe at gas stations everywhere, and it's inducing that dopamine. It's getting people out of themselves to deal with pain, and that is sort of a gateway to substance use because it's a coping mechanism that people start going back to again and again and again.
You used a lot of words to say you agree with me that Kratom is not a good choice if you're dealing with opioid addiction, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good enough.
That's right.
So when we're just looking at substance use in general, and once again, this is looking at the totality of the treatment spectrum, that there's a lot of disagreement about what really is quality, and it remains siloed, and there's not a lot of standardization in.
And where does the disagreement come from?
Actually, this is where the disagreement comes from, is there's a lot of different measures to try and understand what is quality in the field. And substance use disorder field comes from very disparate areas. So there's some groups that are very firm in, we only want to follow this one pathway because it worked for me. There's other groups that are really looking at more of the medications and what is evidence-based. And then there's other groups that are those bad actors that are trying to say, you know what, whatever the provider will pay me for, that's what I'm going to promote as good. So whenever you look at Google reviews, for example, those are not evidence-based. And
Really?
yeah, really.
Jeez.
I know.
When you
sorry.
can't depend on Google, I mean, what in the world, what are we coming to, right?
Well, and
But even in
that's a
the,
challenge.
even in the medical community, wouldn't you say there's a lot of conflict?
Yes.
I mean, when we deal with addiction disorders, if we're looking into, to go back to another conversation, we're looking in the DSM-5.
Mhm.
There's even controversy on what's in the DSM-5. And that controversy comes from different groups, health groups, medical groups, psychologists, psychiatrists, and everybody else coming in. And a lot of times it's based on the pharmaceutical
Yeah.
research, the big money groups that come in, and everybody's fighting to get a disorder in there. Where I was telling everybody, and we're in this meeting to be extremely transparent. When you pick up the DSM-5, the non-expanded version, and I'm assuming it's in the expanded version too, which I didn't go to it. You go in there never to be crass, but also always to bring things out. You know, premature ejaculation is in there as a somewhat of a disorder, but how you treat that would be different from different groups, but a group needed it in there so bad. But the danger of that is you've got every 14, 15-year-old boy out there who could easily classify that as a problem that he may have. And so how do we get to the solution if we have all of these parties, self-interested parties, fighting and pushing and spending money to get things in there? And then we have the same problem when it comes to treatment, that everybody, and then we have a mom and a dad or a husband or a wife who's trying to get their loved one into some kind of recovery, and the people that are responsible for their recovery can't even agree on what to do to help them recover.
And it's so much more than that. I mean, in the entirety of the ecosystem, there's these battles that are going on. Like, is harm reduction really part of recovery? And where does that fall? And then there's questions about, the medications, even though the evidence is extremely supportive of medications for opioid use disorder. And there's still some even disagreement on what is recovery. SAMHSA has put out there a definition of recovery, living a self-directed life. And there's some that are like, it has to be abstinence. So it does create a huge challenge
Well,
within the field.
isn't recovery reality? If addiction is a disease
Mhm.
and everybody is always recovering, so isn't recovery an open-ended thing that at your funeral, they would say, hey, Randy is finally recovered. He has spent his entire life, once he realized he had the addiction, and we all realize that we have addictions, but some people are taken hostage by their addiction. And I referred to it earlier as just a long suicide if you don't find recovery. But once you get into recovery is every day. You are never recovered. Would that not be true, or is me not being a person in recovery? Am I way overstating this?
No.
So recovery is every day.
Recovery is an everyday, daily
So
event.
there should be no debate over what is recovery, because we are never recovered, right? We never get completely out of the disease, do we?
Here's sort of, I think, where some of the differentiation occurs is, does recovery have to mean complete abstinence from all chemicals? And many groups, and SAMHSA even says, no, because an individual can live a more self-directed life if they are working towards that recovery. And so, like I said, this is where it gets into a lot of the nuances.
And there are other groups that say abstinence is the only way?
Yes.
So that when you, if you happen to be Catholic, when you go for communion, you just walk up and
Mhm.
and not take communion, and because you're afraid of the consecrated wine, and
Absolutely. And,
Okay.
and there's some individuals that have taken the consecrated wine per se, and then started experiencing cravings and stuff again. So they're like, you know what? I realized I can't do that. And so everybody's pathway in recovery even can be slightly different. I used to describe it as having a 500-piece puzzle. And through every single day, you get one additional piece. Some days it works a little better, some days it doesn't, but it's everyday learning from it.
So your group, as explained to me, y'all have to cipher through all of this information to determine what's those that are legitimate and those that aren't.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and I'm sure, and I don't know if we have the week to go through it, but I'm sure there's some type of backroom whiteboard formula that gets y'all
Oh,
to
yeah.
where you feel is the best. Okay.
So within the treatment protocols, really look through and base this upon the 2016 Surgeon General's report of what are the things that are necessary in substance use disorder treatment to align with clinical best care. And some of these probably make kind of common sense, but they've all been backed by research. And it was not just us that came up with this. We brought together RTI, we brought together the leading experts in the field, we brought together the health insurers, the health plans, to really create the principles of care, which included things such as a personalized treatment plan for every individual, fast access to care. Anyone who has worked in the substance use disorder field know that there's oftentimes just a very short window that someone is ready to access that care. So making certain that there is that fast access. Long-term disease management, not looking at discrete episodes, but really looking at that entirety of the ecosystem, because this is an everyday journey for the rest of an individual's life. Just with like with other chronic conditions of asthma, heart disease, etc. Coordinated care for every illness. For a long time in this field, and I remember whenever I first started, it was like this. You treated the substance use and the mental health separately. So someone had to get better over here before they could get over here. That is not looking at whole person care. And it created a huge issue for individuals that were seeking care because they were getting turned down no matter where they went. So really looking at a holistic approach. Behavioral health care from legitimate providers. So are there things occurring that are not evidence-based practices? Medications for addiction.
So let me ask you real quick, would a recovery residential place be considered in y'all's formula as a legitimate provider?
So this is actually at the level above recovery.
I understand that. Yeah. But in y'all's overall services and designations, do recovery residences fall in there?
No, I
Okay.
mean, we,
That's what I didn't think so. So, yeah. So this is to get individuals the quality care they need prior to moving into recovery residences and back into the community.
or during, if they're in an outpatient or IOP or
Okay.
partial
All right.
program. Access to medications. So for a long period of time, there was residential treatment programs that would not even talk about medications for opioid use disorder or medications for alcohol use disorder. And that should be included as part of it. If this was any other treatable disease like cancer, and one of the viable treatment options was chemotherapy, and the provider would not talk about it, that provider would be sued for malpractice. That has never been as strong of a stance within substance use disorder treatment. And then recovery support services beyond medical care. So is the provider offering peer support services? Are they offering supports for GED? Are they offering legal supports, childcare, et cetera? Whatever that person needs to continue in their recovery.
And how do you determine all of that? What instrument is used to?
So with this, we do surveys of every single treatment provider where it's a little bit different than, say, other surveys that may be out there is we utilize both what's available publicly and we do an internal consistency as well.
How would you do that in the state of Georgia?
We would offer to every single treatment provider that is licensed or credentialed within the state the survey. We then collect the surveys back. I mean, it's electronic. They submit them. It goes through the internal validation process, which is also coordinated with external sources of information as well.
Do y'all use a form of AI to pull all this data together?
Right now, we're using APIs, but
Okay.
yeah, I mean, eventually we'll move
Right.
to AI.
It's a lot quicker and pulling a lot more data.
Exactly.
Okay. These surveys are voluntary.
Mhm.
What's your success rate on average?
On average, we're at 60% successful within the states that we are operational right now. Within, say, some states like Pennsylvania, they have strongly encouraged the providers to complete them. We're at an 80% completion rate.
Wow. That's impressive. Very
Thank you.
impressive. Yeah.
We also have within Treatment Atlas reviews from patients and families. Every one of those also goes through a validation process, looking for serial completions, also looking for information that may be just repetitive of that treatment provider's
Now,
website.
I can simplify this really
Yep.
quick. Your treatment atlas is if mom and dad are looking for treatment, they're just got Johnny back from college and he's got a problem. And so they're trying to get him into treatment. They can go to your treatment atlas and look at the available resources in the state of Georgia and or beyond if wanted to. But if they want to look just in the state of Georgia, they can go in here and they can find the treatment center resource, whatever, and then they can look at reviews and other things related to that particular place in order to determine if that best fits their need at that time. Is that correct?
That 99% correct. The only difference is right now we have state direct contracts and we do not have a contract with the state of Georgia.
No, I understand that. That's what I'm saying.
But
If we were to do something like this, then they would be able to do that, correct?
correct.
Whereas right now, if somebody in Georgia had this problem, they could go to the treatment atlas and look at the state of Pennsylvania,
Mhm.
and they could find the absolute program they needed to see where it ranks.
Yep.
Based on all of the data points that y'all pull in to look at exactly in each area that they may need and determine what's best for them.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We also have within Treatment Atlas an ASAM assessment that we created with ASAM. And so it gives recommendations on level of care as well, along with clinical supports. And
How does it do that based on somebody just giving a recommendation on level of care?
so it has 10 questions and it asks about, what's the level of severity of substance use? What substances is a person using? What additional clinical needs do they have? And then that all in the back end kind of correlates to the ASAM dimensions, and then it spits out
Okay.
what that appropriate level of care
So
was.
there's a survey involved for it to pull that type of recommendation. There has to be a survey filled out, right?
There has to be the screener.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's 10 questions. Yep. It does not take the place of a full biopsychosocial evaluation, but it does at least allow for some recommendation.
Triage. Yeah,
Exactly.
okay.
Yep. And also, as was mentioned by the Georgia Society of Addiction Medicine, gender-specific programs, et cetera, are a need for some individuals. Those are filters that are also offered on Treatment Atlas, so people can filter if they want to find women-specific programs that focus on pregnancy, postpartum, et cetera. And I mean, if nothing else is taken from today, one of the things I would so strongly recommend, and I've done this from, Pennsylvania, and I'm over by West Virginia. I've done a Google search. And whenever I just put in find rehabs, it's always the top 3 are like luxury department, luxury sober living, luxury rehabs that are $40,000 out of pocket
A month.
a month. Exactly. And it's so sad for me to see that.
Well,
because-
I had some parents come to me one time, and I was involved in my job at the time, and you understand my job was law enforcement. I wasn't a rehab guy or anything like that. I ran a narcotics unit. We put a lot of people in jail for a lot of different things in Georgia and Alabama. But they asked me, what's the best rehab? And I gave them and they said, well, what's the least expensive?
Mhm.
And I told them jail.
Yeah.
Is always the least expensive. Jail's expensive, but
It's
it's always,
expensive.
but it's the least expensive when they're looking at somewhere where Junior can look out the window and see the waves crash on the beach while he's eating half a grapefruit, recovering from whatever his addiction is, which is what you're talking about. They did a family that had the means, but they did the Google search, and those who could pay to have their businesses put higher on the search engine were what they were seeing. So
Yes.
and those are definitely not always the best places for recovery.
No.
Yeah.
They aren't. Sometimes it is just that place down the street, and it might be even the mom and pop shop that doesn't have the money to become CARF accredited or something like that, but they have people there that care, that are doing the evidence-based practices, that are doing those wraparound services, that are
And they have the
helping
results.
physicians, that have the results.
It's not as much of a marketing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why Treatment Atlas is open to every single licensed or accredited program within a state. So it levels that playing field. It's not about,
So if the state of Georgia licenses it or accredits it through whatever purpose, if we were to say, as long as they are certified by this particular organization, then they would be considered approved by the state of Georgia, then they would qualify at no cost to them to be on your atlas. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay.
yes. And, as a parent who has a child that had significant mental health concerns. I was kind of inundated at a time that was a crisis period, getting calls from various facilities. Oh, you want to come here for a mere $90,000 a month. If I didn't know better, I would have fallen prey to that. So I don't want to have any Georgian have to go through that and not know where to go.
Well, and I'm not going to discount the $90,000 and $40,000 a month programs if they can actually succeed, and if someone actually falls into the socioeconomic area where they can afford it, then that's all fine and good. I think my big concern is doing my research, and thankfully it's not all been Google, but is if you look at a lot of those programs, they're beautiful, but their success rate is very, very poor. And that's my concern.
Exactly.
If you can afford 90,000 a month and it's got a great success rate, then rock on. But I know a lot of families that need the much less expensive option with the same results. And I think we're finding more of those less expensive options with better results
Yes.
than we're finding with the really expensive ones.
Exactly. And quite honestly, the one that had the $90,000 a month, I started asking them the hard questions and they couldn't answer them.
Yeah. Yeah. You were the wrong person for them to lie to about those kind of
I
questions.
was actually, they started hanging up on me. They wrote me a letter that we were not appropriate for that. But, you know, I knew what questions to ask. Other programs are spending the monies to do the marketing and to be out there. They're not actually spending the money on the things that matter in the best clinical practices.
Now, in the state of Pennsylvania, who's your contract with?
Department of Drug and Alcohol Programming, DDAP.
Okay. And what is your contract with DDAP? What does it entail?
It entails the platform, and for it to be up and running, 365. It's for us to collect the surveys, for us to validate the surveys, for us to collect and validate the patient experience of care surveys. It's for outreach, for us to be out in the communities, raising awareness, doing demonstrations, conducting training. We also meet with the state on a monthly basis and provide outcomes of what we're seeing and distribution of what their network actually looks like in areas of technical assistance for it. And it's for a marketing budget as well, so that we're popping to the top whenever somebody does put in, I want to find substance abuse treatment. The treatment atlas is right there at the top of that
So
list.
do y'all use a co-responders model in Pennsylvania where if somebody gets a call out on a known addiction issue or mental health issue, that they'll dispatch a first responder with a mental health professional or some other trained
Yeah.
individual? And when they go out there, have y'all trained those types of, or do y'all offer training for those types of responses so that they can recommend the Atlas to the family and say, hey, if you go here, they'll help you find the right place to go? Whereas years before, we know where the place they were going to go. So now they would be able to refer them back.
Yes.
Do y'all offer that kind of training
We
in
offer
the first responder community?
We offer that in the first responder community. You mentioned CIT. I'm going to be doing a presentation at the next CIT conference in Pennsylvania. We also offer it to all the behavioral health MCOs, all the physical health MCOs, 988 and 211.
So how long have y'all been in, is Pennsylvania is that where it started?
No,
Where'd you start?
we started in New York.
Okay. So not one of the United States, you started in New York. Okay. So what have you seen? What's the usage rate in New York? I mean, is it pretty strong?
It's pretty strong.
Is it?
Actually, it
And I'm joking.
I know.
I do know New York is a state. Yeah.
Different states are really different based upon how much money they're spending towards the paid marketing, dependent upon how much they're spending for outreach. So California has the highest amount for paid marketing. So that's where we see the utilization the strongest and penetration rates the strongest. Pennsylvania, you know, we have a fair amount in the paid marketing, and we're seeing the usage kind of increase 60% year over year.
Okay. Do you see a correlation between the usage of the Atlas and people actually moving their family into treatment from the Atlas?
Yes.
You're able to track, you see where how many clicks you have, and then you're able to track how many actual successes you have of connection.
We cannot see actual connection because it is it's completely anonymous. But what we can see is people who are engaging with the treatment providers. So in Pennsylvania, we have about 70% of the individuals that are interacting with the treatment facility on there are interacting with those treatment facilities that are at 80% or above aligned with best clinical practices. So they're engaging with the treatment providers that are aligned with best clinical
But
practices.
you can't track whether they're becoming aligned with them based on the use of Atlas?
Oh, we can, it's because they're using Atlas.
Okay.
That's why they're,
That's what I was trying to say.
yeah.
So you can show that people are not only going to your platform and finding the information, but they're actually utilizing the facilities that are promoted on your platform. And when I say promoted, I don't mean marketing wise, but I'm saying by meeting all the standards
Correct.
and requirements that you have for them to even be on there. Because if there's a substandard treatment facility out there, they will not be on your Atlas. Is that correct?
They will still be listed, but they'll be way down at the bottom.
So they'll be ranked.
They'll be ranked.
Okay. And is there any way that any treatment facility could get rankings other than through the vetting that y'all do based on the professional standards?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So nobody could advertise or anything else on there without, it's just pretty much, so your revenue, I assume, would be derived from contracts with states.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Because we actually did have a program that said, could you put us a little higher? And I said, absolutely not.
Yeah. So you can put you higher by doing better.
That's what I told them.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Very good.
So just basically in summary, you know, once again, really additional sort of community awareness, education on different levels of care within SUD services, how recovery residents can really help support the communities. NIMBY is always a huge issue. I think that can be coalesced and integrated as well with that education. Standardization of quality indices for SUD treatment facility, transparency, awareness building campaign, and also policies that promote that high clinical quality and reduce proliferation of confusing and misleading information and harmful information.
Well, I do appreciate it. It's fascinating. I think we're looking at as many resources as possible to give those in recovery a clear roadmap to success. And I think and like you said, right now, everybody's using Google.
Mhm.
We talk about, we talked about the different models here today. And I think one of the problems we have is when everybody's providing recovery residences, they don't have a whole lot of money for marketing.
Right.
Those that do have the money for marketing aren't always necessarily the best places for people to be.
Correct.
And then they end up in there and listen, from the state side, we want people to find good, affordable recovery.
Mhm.
That number one, and this is the part that people don't love to hear me say, because we don't want to pay for it. We want there to be able for families to find affordable,
Mhm.
reasonable, and in many cases, insurable
Exactly.
opportunities that they can get their families the help they need, all the way from the top to recovery residences.
Yes.
Like we talked about the hotel model, or the country club model even, which I did up in a hotel. I'll go ahead and tell you that, or not a flop house. But anyway, I think this is a great opportunity. I love the technology, and I look forward to talking to you more as we move forward. to try to figure out a way to offer a service like this as we build around this model. So, I mean, it's just, I'd like to look at I'd love to look at some of the California numbers and some of the PA numbers and things of that nature. And so thank you so much for offering this.
Thank you.
All right. As the grind continues, Kathy Whitmire, the Center of Wellness and Recovery.
Thank you
Thank you.
for what you're doing. And this is a wonderful format. And
Thank you.
I'm-
I appreciate that.
I'm one of those that don't have the marketing dollars, but I represent an organization that is nonprofit. It's rural. We are a 12-bed detox and treatment center licensed by Department of Community Health. Also, we're a contractor with the Department of Behavioral Health and Disabilities. I just got off the phone with Vaughn, and you know, our relationship with the Commissioner Tanner and has come out of Judy Fitzgerald and a 20-year relationship that I had running a rural hospital organization called Hometown Health.
Okay.
And so coming out, I was the COO of Stevens County Hospital. A little background is during the opioid crisis in 2016 and 17, I was called out of a job about working with value-based care into my hometown hospital of Stevens County. And a friend of mine called and said, "Don't you live in Stevens County? You get over here and help save this hospital."
Was it Stevens County we heard about earlier that just
Yes.
outlawed all recovery centers?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, all new recovery centers, I guess. Yeah.
So interestingly, as a COO of Stevens County Hospital, I had a whole entirely different seat within the community. I had the crisis happening in the ER that I
Yeah.
was managing, and I brought every community leader together, and there was this just a wonderful support for help with the opioid crisis, and it's just evolved from tonight. That was 2017, and now all these years later, it has come into an organization where 36 stakeholders came together, and these 36 leaders in the community represented every sector, the schools, the law enforcement, the industries, and they did a lot to address it by supporting a organization called Hope for a Drug-Free Stevens. And out of that, we did a strategic plan and said, what's the biggest need? I mean, our people were just rotating out of these, you know, they would be 10, 13, they would come into the ER, we would get them evaluated, they would go to Laurelwood or Avita for 3 to 5 days.
Now, was this for mental health or was this for
This was
addiction?
substance use
Substance
disorder.
abuse. Okay. So they were 10, 13 them on substance abuse. Okay.
Oh, yes, because they didn't have any other way to really get them into some kind of treatment.
It was a detainment without arrest
Yeah.
is basically what it was.
Sometimes Stevens County Hospital had 6 people, 1013, waiting on evaluation and treatment.
Now, how big is Stevens Hospital?
And the hospital is licensed for about 60 beds.
So how many holding rooms do you have for 1013s?
Listen, so every single, that's exactly what happened. No, they couldn't keep them in the
Yeah.
isolated rooms. They just had to keep them in regular rooms. And we had to have somebody posted outside
That's
the
right.
door. But anyway, it just, the opioid crisis came to such a climax in that year that I did some research. CDC started measuring how many prescriptions were written in every county in the state of Georgia. And in 2018, Stevens County wrote 164 opioid prescriptions for every 100 residents.
Wow.
And that was the 9th highest in the state of Georgia.
So
And
did you have a pill mill operating in Stevens County or did you have doctors who just,
uneducated doctors.
I've got a friend, he was a Green Beret. He brought the field surgical procedures into the Army. He was one of the ones on the helicopter when President Carter attempted to rescue the hostages in Iran, Dr. Carl Savory's retired as a colonel, he's an orthopedic surgeon. And he said the worst thing the health community ever did was coming up with the smiley faces of what level of pain. He said, it's amazing how everybody's at a 10. He said, we just needed one smiley face with 10 on it and do away with 1 through 9. Because he said physicians got so fatigued that when people would go to 10, then the normal thing was the patient is the customer and you don't want them to hurt. So he was a little more grumpy and curmudgeon where he wasn't the popular one amongst those who wanted pain medication. But so I do think that contributed a lot with uneducated doctors leaning into,
Right.
Everybody can't hurt that bad, which is again, the reason I got into these alternatives to pain. I'm blessed enough with a high threshold for pain, but that's just from being beat up for a long time, but that's all that is. But so y'all decided, what was the solution?
So in the strategic plan, we decided that because there was only for-profit treatment facilities, residential treatment facilities in the area in Dahlonega, Cleveland, there was not any options for people that were uninsured. And so we decided to go after some HRSA grant money that was available through the Rural Community Opioid Response Program, and got a planning grant and put together a strategy that included a detox and treatment facility. And it was interestingly how the team of people that were behind it were very influential, and we got the city's approval, and we did not have any problems because it was such a crisis. And I will say today in 2023, CDC reported those prescriptions had been reduced to 54 per 100 residents in Stevens County. But the unintended consequence was, like you said, with the heroin, and it drove people to the streets more than to the doctor for the prescription. But it's been a journey, and I just wanted to say the continuum of care. I know I don't have a lot of time because we've been here a long time, but I do
Well,
want
we haven't been here that long.
but I just want to, I think there's some other people that wanted to speak, but I want to make sure that everyone knows that recovery residences are such an important part of the treatment continuum. We bring people in, we get referrals from everywhere, whether it's a private practice, sometimes it is the jail, but a lot of times it's from recovery residences where people have relapsed. And I educate everyone that a 30-day intensive therapy treatment program puts everybody on a solid footing. And when you're talking about alcohol or substance use disorder, with a solid plan, and then of course you can't stop at 30 days. You have to make sure they have a safe place to go for either 6 months or 12 months. Most of the time they can't go back to where they came from. It's people, places, and things, right, that have to change in order to stay clean and sober and live a long-term recovery.
So tell me, if we didn't have recovery residences, we did away with all of them today, where would these people go?
Well, that would be the second crisis.
And that's a rhetorical question because we know where they would go. They would end up on the street,
Yeah.
back to the street, jail, wherever else,
Mhm.
because we said they burn a lot of bridges.
Right.
And being in recovery is building these bridges back. Because our ultimate goal is to get them back to the life, or as close to the life as they once had, at home, around family, around people that care about them. But until we get the bridge built, they have to be somewhere. And so we would just be dumping them back on the street. Is that not right?
And I will add to that we built an ecosystem in Stevens County that covers the full continuum of care within recovery. We developed a transportation system so that we can transport people in recovery to where they need to go, to jobs.
How do you
And-
pay for that?
Through grants, through the America Transportation Association.
I'm gonna say an ugly thing. So we pay for it through tax dollars, right?
Well, that is probably ultimately where those grant dollars came from.
They either come from tax dollars or philanthropic.
Yeah. It was a $75,000,
It's a smart
Wow.
thing. It's a smart
Yeah.
thing, though. It's very good.
but we are sustaining it. And, but you have to have all the services built around people in recovery. You know, they have to have, there's some people that can survive with good housing in a safe place as long as they're connected. A lot of times we don't, there's no room in the inn,
Yeah.
in the recovery residences. I mean, we call and call because of the finances and the money. But, when I came into behavioral health, which was in the year 2020, I said it's like the wild, wild west.
Yeah.
After being in the healthcare hospital industry with Medicare, quality measures, and person-centered care, and the accountability, and I will just add, I want to add something to your list, and that's readmissions. Because one of the problems with the treatment centers are they're not accountable for their outcomes. And they actually run people through over and over again. And the insurance really hasn't put a measure out there to stop readmissions. But I really want to say that throughout this entire 5-year journey, over 567 men and women have completed the 30-day program. We follow up and we see 82% of those 567 clients that have been through the treatment center remaining in recovery. And we are there on a database. We communicate with them. We support them in so many ways. And the problem with housing and recovery residences and all of this is just really coming to a head because so many more people are living in recovery. So many more people are finding recovery. Can you imagine Little Toccoa, Georgia is 26,000 population. We now serve over 1,000 people living in recovery. I just have 567 of them, and they're in Stevens and surrounding counties. But we're nonprofit. We're vital service. We are, have a lot of irons in the fire, and now we are stepping people down. We're keeping them longer. That 30-day window is just not enough time.
That's right.
And without a safe recovery residence, I have one here that I refer to, and we share people. Grace Foundation is here, and that they're in Stevens County, and we depend on them to have a 12-month wonderful program. But I just really wanted to share that and make sure that the definitions are clear
Yeah.
between residential treatment facilities. There's only, I think there's, in the state of Georgia, there's only 16 nonprofit residential treatment facilities. And that's where the heart of the rural communities are,
That's right.
that's the people who care about their people. But I would, if you would like to, we partner closely with our recovery residences. And we sort of hold each other accountable. And if you would like to see an entire ecosystem that works closely with the Georgia Council for Substance Abuse and DBHDD, the commissioner was at my facility in December, and we're getting ready to expand with the big workforce initiative. But you got-
So Ms. Whitmire, you would agree that recovery residences are necessary,
yes,
but they have to be good recovery residences. That there are people out there that take advantage
yes,
of individuals, and that does nothing but continue our problem, the vicious cycle, when these individuals aren't getting what they need after they've been through the
right.
process and before they get out to the community, right?
And I can tell you, because after 567 clients and probably over close to 400 have gone to recovery residents, I've had to go and pick them up from the worst roach infested places that I've ever seen and bring them back until I could find a better place for them to go. So these standards are so necessary. And I'm thankful for this meeting today, and so thankful when I got the article. I called Will and just from a perspective of treatment and residential treatment and the continuum of care, as I say, I'm excited about being a part of this discussion, just as your reference.
Well, we hope you continue to be a part of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And speaking of the Grace Foundation, Katie Wallen.
Hello,
Hey, how are you, Miss Wallen?
I'm good, thank you. So I'm the director of the Grace Foundation. We are a ladies recovery residence. We are a 501c3 nonprofit. We are one of the newer programs. We're going into our 5th year. We are a GAR certified program. So a couple things that I do want to say. First and foremost, recovery residences are the beating heart. I mean, it is the bridge and the gap from clinical services back to real life. If we are not coming alongside individuals and helping them transition from a clinical environment, institutionalization, if you will, back into activities of daily living, what we would, I guess, call normal, if there's a such thing as normal, but to the standard anyway, to function as contributing members of society, if you will. Definitely individuals, I have 11 years in recovery. So
That's not your timer. That's somebody else's timer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so as an individual with 11 years in recovery, there are a lot of things that you have to do after you have essentially spent most of your life making incredibly bad decisions. You're in a terrible financial state. You're in terrible mental health. Your physical health is terrible. Relationships are extremely damaged. And so that is where recovery residences come in. Yes, we receive the clinical services that we need on the front end, right? So those are wonderful. We have done a wonderful job with pioneering those. However, the transition back into real life. So my background is occupational therapy, so we deal a lot with activities of daily living. From an occupational perspective, being able to relearn or to learn initially, a lot of times, anything that you do in a day. We're addressing things like balancing a checkbook. I mean, all of these skills that you need to be independent in real life. However, they're not clinical skills. So which within the NAR code for levels, we are a level 3, our program is a level 3 program. So we do address basic life skills. We have cooking plan. We have volunteers that come in, and you would not believe individuals that don't know how to cook a meal. And then these are ladies that are working with DFACS. We work closely with the DFACS program. You're talking about trying to have the return of your children when you don't know how to manage the nutrition for yourself, much less another individual.
And I apologize. How many beds?
We have 8.
8. Okay.
Yes. So we're a small program, but 8 beds is still 8 beds. And we're,
Well, eight people or 8 people that aren't out on the street.
that's
So,
exactly
yeah,
right.
That's
exactly right.
important.
And so we are one of those programs that is GAR certified. And I can say, as newly navigating this process, GAR was an invaluable resource for us. They are the standard of care. There is such, like in any career that you, certifying body, whatever, there are different approaches, as we've all talked about. There are so many conflicting definitions of this, that, and the other. However, GAR has found a way to navigate those things and still set the floor for for standard of care. It's an invaluable resource to be able to have a community of recovery residences, owner operators, other facilities that you can say, hey, I have this issue. How are we addressing this? And so within that continuum of care that you have for your recovery residences, an individual may come in, they need a level 3, right? You may have an individual that comes in that could function well in a level 1, an Oxford house. When you are making your policy and procedure, you want the least restrictive environment that that individual can function is so that they can progress back into independent living. And what you get from the GAR community is support and direction for those practices.
And how new is your
We're
facility?
going into our 5th year.
5th year. And
Yes.
so from the first year, you got your GAR certification?
No, we did not receive our
Okay.
GAR certification for the first year. So just to tell you a backstory, my husband is also in recovery. He went through a recovery program in North Georgia, also out of Clarksville. They were not GAR certified. There are a lot of good programs that are not GAR certified. However, from what we experience from individuals that have come through and individuals that we know personally because of our background in recovery, there are so many places that are taking advantage of some of the most vulnerable people.
Why would a good program not want to be GAR certified?
I know for us, we weren't even aware of GAR certification because we knew that there was not a standard for certification for the state. There was not that requirement. To be honest with you, we were probably in our 2nd year before we even knew about GAR. So in looking to GAR and Thor, because we work with Department of Community Supervision, they began to ask us if we were Thor certified. So in looking at how to become Thor certified, we recognized that we had to first be GAR certified. So when we initiated that process, not only did they give me a standard of care and a checklist, they came alongside of our the entire process and helped us through these things. So you may inadvertently be doing something that is not your intention to hurt someone or your intention to leave a gap or to put yourself or a resident at risk. However, you don't have the time or the experience under your belt to be able to see that this situation may arise. And with GAR, while they bring your program up into standard and to the best practice, it's invaluable to have that resource.
Would you say that what you get from GAR and what you get from Thor, both very valuable, but very different?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and that's two very different populations, if you will, even though there's a lot of overlap.
Right.
There's a lot of overlap, but it's still very different.
Thor's dealing with people on paper, dealing with people who
And
have criminal offenses.
States
Yeah,
too,
yeah.
Right.
But GAR is in, because what we don't want is we don't want repetition.
Right.
We don't want to be paying for the same thing twice.
And there's
So-
still a gap.
So GAR and Thor, while they're not alike, they're both necessary, would you say?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Andrea Conley. GAR, A Better Way Recovery. See. Okay. Just introduce yourself and
My name is Andrea Connolly. I am owner and director of A Better Way Recovery. I'm also the secretary for GAR. I have a degree in human services and my minor was focused in psychology and sociology, and I am a person in recovery at 15 years.
so what is A Better Way Recovery?
It is a women's residential treatment program. We are ASAM 3.1. We are a level 4 with NAR now. 3C, the new change.
Okay, so how many beds?
So we have 27 beds.
27 beds.
Mhm.
So tell me what your typical resident is.
So our program is a little different. We have 2 tracks for the length of time. And that differs what services they receive just a slight bit based on how long they're going to be there. Some of our evidence-based curriculum, they're long enough to do. So our our regular resident would be a female between the ages of 18 and probably around 65. They have to be able to do 32 hours of something in the community.
That's a large gap, 18 to 65.
It
Yeah.
is. And a lot of times we find that the majority of our residents are probably in their 30s or early 20s to mid 40s.
Okay.
That's the majority.
But this is more than a recovery residence.
We have I'm a certified addiction counselor level 2 with GACA. I also have another staff member who is a CADC level 2 with a master's degree in Christian counseling. And then I have a CAC1 that is a group facilitator. I have two cares that are group facilitators, and one of my case managers is currently in process with her CAC1.
How big is your staff?
We only have two part-time or two full-time, and the rest of them are part-time or just facilitators.
Sounds
So
like you have,
6,
there's 6 total?
but not all of us are full-time.
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm saying 6 total staff, part-time
Yes.
and full-time.
Correct.
Okay. So there's a stronger healthcare side of what you're doing. You're not
There's
just a,
Counseling.
Right.
Clinical counseling.
well, and I think we can identify clinical counseling as a part of healthcare. I
Yes.
think we'd be safe to
But we
do that,
we
right?
do not take insurance. It's all self.
Right. Okay. And where does your funding come from?
So the resident fees
Okay. And what's your tax class, your 501c3?
that currently.
Oh, you're for-profit.
For-profit.
Okay.
I started as a for-profit because you could do that with 3 days when I decided to do this. I formerly was a counselor at an accountability court, and I saw the need. There wasn't any services to treat women from someone who is in recovery that were treating them with compassion in Hall County, which is where we're located.
Okay. And what judicial circuit were you in the accountability court? Was it,
Northeastern
okay,
Judicial Circuit,
through the DA's office?
through drug court.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Is it Superior Court?
Superior
Yeah,
Court with
okay.
Judge Steele was my, the head of it, but there was also Judge Bearden. There were several judges in Hall County accountability courts. But I saw a need, and I really hated sending people to jail.
Right.
So, I decided that I wanted to be able to look at myself in the mirror every day, and so I changed what I do for a living.
So,
Been open, since 2021.
and how many of your beds are filled?
I believe we currently have 3 or 4 open beds, but we have served 205 residents since we've opened.
And is this a single location?
We have 2 houses and an office. So our office has
How many beds did you tell me you have again?
27.
Okay, 27. You have 27 beds in 2 houses?
Yes, one of our houses holds 16 women. Our certificate of occupancy and our business license is a maximum of 16.
And
at
how are
that
you, how are you zoned?
We are zone commercial residential treatment
Okay.
at one house, and the other is commercial as well.
Okay.
So
And inside commercial kitchen, they eat, sleep,
kitchen,
live,
yes.
and during the day,
During the day, they work.
they work,
Um,
do whatever they need to
They
in
go
recovery?
to meet with their defects caseworker, or they go to meet their probation officer, or they do their volunteer community service, or go to court sessions as needed. We require 32 hours. That gives them the flexibility to make a doctor's appointment if they need to, or go to a court hearing that they need
How
to.
many of them are sent there by the accountability court?
When we first opened, we didn't have any from accountability court. Now it's probably closer to between accountability court and probation, the majority of our residents are.
Okay,
managed
you're a for-profit
currently,
and they,
yes.
right. Whether you make a profit or not, that's what you're classified as.
Correct.
So you're a for-profit, but your residents are sit there, they're mandated there either through accountability court or through the Department of Community Corrections. Is that right?
The majority, or our local Georgia Council office will refer them, Georgia Council for Recovery. We work closely with the AUD and the OUD program. We are MAT capable. Or the Day Report Center, DRC,
Right.
DFACS, just word of mouth. Several of our churches in the community know about us, so we get referrals from there as well, all the way to South Georgia. I recently had a call from another program.
But you're completely funded through the individuals staying there,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And 6 staff members,
Mhm.
full-time, part-time. So well, is it a sliding scale? How do you
It's-
determine, or is it a static?
Fee just increased on September 1st to $800, our intake fee. Now,
Right.
we do allow, if they have documentation to be able to go to work quickly and they have a work history where they can get a job in the community quickly that we're currently located in, then we will put them on a payment plan and they can come in without having that $800, and it's $270 per week. That includes laundry detergent, toilet paper, paper towels, house groceries that we have. We've got donations from several of the churches in the community that provide us with house groceries so they can eat. And we allow them to go to the food bank when they first come in. Once they get a job, we do not allow them to use that resource unless it is a necessity. We don't abuse resources in the community.
How do they eat?
Um,
Once they're beyond that?
Once they're beyond that, they get 2 store days a week that they can go and buy groceries that they want.
And they cook them in a
they-
community kitchen?
Yep, we have the commercial kitchen. We have 3 refrigerators, a deep freezer at one house. The other house has 2 refrigerators.
And when they work, do they get their pay, or does their pay go to the,
They get their paycheck,
Okay.
they go cash their paycheck, and we accept payments through Zelle, Cash App, Cash Check. It's all trackable through QuickBooks. Everything's on the up and up.
and so you're recreating these accountability skills?
Yes, we're
or-
teaching them how to
right,
pay their own
right.
bills.
How to pay their own
and
bills and be
They'll,
accountable.
they'll tell us how much, they send us their paycheck and we say, okay, well, let's look at how much you're making and how do we divvy this out? Do you have a phone bill? Do you have car insurance? Do you need to send your child support? What does that look like for you? And we budget that appropriately and teach them how to manage their own money.
And how long have you been in business?
We opened November of 2021.
Okay. And what would you say your success rate is? And how we measure success, I guess, would be somebody works, they're there while they're on paper, while they're mandated there.
Mhm.
Once they leave the program and move out, you,
So we have an aftercare portion of our program as well that is completely voluntary. They don't have to do this. It just allows them to continue to utilize the staff, the groups, and the drug screens, monthly reports for probation or whatever. They get a big celebration.
Right.
So it's not a requirement, but it's standard is $100 a month. That just covers drug screens and, coming to see us and services for staff. Our aftercare success rate, most of them choose not to do that. If they're outside of our surrounding counties, it's not recommended that they do our aftercare because it puts.
it's not
them in
that
danger.
convenient either,
Right.
is it? Yeah.
So as long as they're in our county or a surrounding county, we give them the opportunity to sign up for aftercare. Our current outcomes success rate is based on who completes the program. And that does not, like if they have a slip, we don't count that against them. Did they complete living there is where we look at our outcomes, and our outcomes is about 72%
Okay.
last year. It did decrease from 84 prior to taking mandated clients. Mandated clients messes with outcomes.
Yeah.
Because they're really.
They're there and they
Let's
don't,
see.
some of them necessarily don't want to be there.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
But that's still, in my opinion, a really good success rate. Part of that is because all of my staff are in recovery and I require my staff to also take drug screens. I require my staff to also have a plan of action for their personal recovery and hold themselves accountable.
Within your hiring process, do you do criminal background checks on your staff initially?
I know them, but if it was someone that I didn't know, I probably would ask them for one.
Would that be, do you think that's discriminatory because you know them, because you don't know them, that you would ask them to do that in the hiring process? Yeah.
Probably, but I already know their background. I graduated from an accountability court myself, so I have many mugshots.
Yeah. I've got many, but they just made us take one every year just in case we look different. So yeah.
So I have several mugshots myself. So the people that currently are employed by me, we have that open dialogue of communication. I know that nobody on my staff is currently on paper.
Well, and the reason I ask that question is if we're looking at a standardization,
Mhm.
if we're looking at making sure all of our recovery centers are on equal footing
Yeah.
and that we're trying to get the bad actors out of the game,
Correct.
then I think we have to look at what those parameters are when we bring somebody in so that we have equality in staffing around the state. So if I know somebody's at a recovery center and up in the mountains, up in the Blue Ridge Mountains, that they've been vetted and they're
Absolutely.
safe, or if somebody's down in my district down around Columbus or somewhere, that they've been vetted and that they're safe,
Mhm.
because we're putting people into situations where they're very vulnerable.
Mhm.
But I think when we start looking at recovery, we realize there's an advantage to having people working in recovery that are in recovery.
Yes.
It's beneficial for those individuals living there to see people that are successful, that have gone through what they've gone through. But also, we're providing additional backup and support for those that are in recovery
Yes.
while working to help other people in recovery.
Yes.
But so the reason I asked the question about criminal backgrounds that I've been asking to other people today is not that I think anybody with a criminal background history shouldn't be able to do it.
Mhm.
I just want to make sure we're doing things consistently throughout the system,
Understood.
because
Agree.
you as a business you as a for-profit, you understand, as do the nonprofits, that there is a level of liability that comes along with it too.
Yes.
And in that environment, and you having multiple mugshots,
Mhm.
understand, as I do, that in the criminal justice system, there are gazelles and there are lions, and we have to make sure we protect the gazelles from the lions. And so
Yes.
that was my concern and my reason for asking that question.
Yeah.
Never to disparage anybody that has a criminal background.
Now, I will tell you,
yeah.
I am not a convicted felon.
That's a bumper sticker,
Yeah.
isn't it? Somebody just cut me off and she's got a bumper sticker that says she's not a convicted felon, so I guess that's pretty good. Yeah,
Mugshots, but I wasn't
Yeah.
convicted.
there you go.
No
Yeah.
felonies.
That's the reason they ask somebody if they've ever been arrested for a felony or if they've been convicted of a felony.
Mm.
Two different questions. But so you say it changed from having people come in and get into the program to where now you have people that are mandated to go through the program.
It seems that there's more of a need. And so the majority of our assessments are no longer word of mouth referrals, people looking for treatment, but the majority of them they're still coming to us, some of them, like they're choosing our program out of the options they're given. But the need for bed space is majority mandated clients.
And your mandated clients are more post-sentence.
Yeah.
Not
Well,
pre-sentence.
Trial.
And pre-trial through accountability or
We have
post-account?
resources up there. We have accountability court with a sentencing. So some of them are out on bond and have pending charges.
So is it a condition of bond?
Yes.
Okay.
But not all of them. We do have, I think maybe one or two currently out of that are completely voluntary. We don't have monthly reports for that person. They don't have any pending charges. They just struggled.
And those that do have pending charges that are waiting to be adjudicated, are you finding that the courts are more friendly
Mhm.
when they've gone through
Mhm.
the recovery
Of course.
residency?
Every circuit is a little different, and at this point in the game, I can tell you, depending on where their court case is, whether they're gonna do time or not. And that just kind of sucks, but it breaks my heart to see somebody rebuild their life for 12 months. And I have one that she had her pending case handled and she had 2 years clean at that point and was looking at a trafficking charge and was offered a 30-10, and had managed to put together 2 years clean. Fortunately, that judge did look at her and say, you know what? The state lowered her charges down to where it was a charge that they could do, sentencing with just probation. And
So it went from a 30-10 to probation? Wow.
Uh-huh. And she still comes by. at
Yeah, I
least
would
once a
too.
month, and she's like, hey.
I just avoided the possibility of doing 30 years in prison. I would come by
In
too.
Texas, or hey, this,
Yeah.
I mean, she tells me about her life,
She
and
should bring coffee and donuts every morning. Yeah, wow.
so, but she's still very,
Would you attribute that to recovery?
absolutely.
Yeah.
I would love to take some of the claim, but the reality is she did all the hard work.
Well, yeah, of course they do all the hard work, but they can't do the hard work without a recovery, without somewhere to go and do the hard work.
Correct.
And the
we-
hard work,
And we walk the journey with them. We prepared her for, if you go to
Yeah.
prison, you need to be okay and know that God's got you there for a reason, or your higher power, has got you there for a
you have to
reason.
apologize. I say God all the time.
Well,
But
Arena.
my thing is, and to your point, it's better to go to prison clean than to go to prison to get clean, right?
it is, but
Yeah.
it's hard to stay clean in prison
Well, it's tough it's tough to stay clean
anywhere.
everywhere. I mean,
you don't
in
have
prison,
problems
in there,
there.
because a lot of times in prison, most of the people that are there have addiction issues and other things too. And while I know everybody thinks that drugs run amok in prison, it's not quite to that point. In the more violent areas, there are issues. And I promise you, there's many more pounds of tobacco getting smuggled into prison than there are pounds of meth.
Yeah,
But you do appreciate the need for consistency throughout
Yes.
the state when it comes to recovery.
absolutely.
And your situation's a little different for the fact that they're being required to go there. But my concern is I want to know when they get there, whether it's a 501c3 or a for-profit, that they're going to an environment that promotes safe recovery,
And we
wh-
do,
while at the same time holding them accountable.
yes.
So if you have a 3010 that comes in and says, this is Bumpkus, I don't care about it, and they get to a certain point, for profit or not for profit, you say, hey, Sally, go let the courts deal with you.
Yes.
Because in some cases, there are people that want the benefit without any of the sweat.
Correct.
And so,
we've had some that are sitting, they weren't ready. They didn't want to follow the rules. They were bringing in, abusing medication that they weren't supposed to be having. And they vocalized, I'm only here because I'm trying to skirt this, I'm trying to not go to prison.
yeah,
And I was like, you've got to still do all of the requirements of the program in order to stay here. Like, it doesn't matter whether you're here mandated or not mandated, the rules are the rules.
yeah. And look, we have 50,000 people in our state prisons right now. I did that study committee last year, and I appreciate the fact that we want people to rehabilitate, and we want to try to keep people out of there. But the reality is some people
Are not ready.
need to go to prison.
Correct.
Some people deserve to go to prison. Everybody's in prison for making a choice.
Mhm.
They made a choice.
Yeah.
Nobody's in prison, nobody stumbled through a door and went to prison. And so I know we live in a society where media and others want to make those in prison victims. I'm not saying they never have been, but they're not in prison because they're a victim.
Correct.
They made a choice.
Every single
and
time I went,
yeah.
I got incarcerated. I was
Look, I felt really bad.
choices.
I felt really bad for a lot of people I had to put handcuffs on.
Yeah.
I did. But I never put handcuffs on anybody because of a mistake.
Yeah.
They chose to do something stupid, and they happened to be there at the time that the snake was biting and they got bit. So
And we do have our program specifically, I have a 2-strike rule. So if you enter our program and you choose to leave, or you mess up and have to be asked to leave, you're allowed up to one more time to try. And my hope is, like, if you just.
but that's if the court agrees, right?
Well, yes, but this is whether they're mandated or not, it's still the rule.
But vast majority are mandated to be in your class.
Yeah,
Okay,
currently.
right.
But if they do not succeed on the second try, we don't allow them to re-enter at any point, because obviously we weren't the right fit for them and they needed a higher level.
And isn't there a line of people waiting to get that opportunity?
There are.
That will come in there and
Yeah, we
And-
currently, I think we looked at, I believe it was 10 assessments. Yes, this weekend staffing, we had 10 assessments waiting for us to give them an answer, yes or no.
And I hate if I miss this. What's the gender of your
Female.
all female?
Mhm.
Okay,
Yes.
that's a large facility for females.
Yes. And
Those two houses.
we allow a 2-hour kid visit every single week, plus their pass.
What if they don't have kids? People
they
just
don't
bring
have-
kids by and let them visit with them?
No, that
Oh,
it's only eligible if they have minor children. So even grown.
Parents.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and then they're allowed to see them on pass as well, because as a mom, when I got clean, I know what it did to my children.
Yeah.
For me to not be able to see them. My daughter moved to Tennessee, while I was in my accountability court, and I did not get to see her but 2 times in 3 years. And I know what kind of trauma that did. And I immediately put her in therapy when I got her back to prevent her from becoming another statistic like I was.
And how's she doing?
She's thriving. She's now
Good.
a mom. We've repaired that relationship, but I also am not trying to create new clients for the future. Our society just needs somebody to say, hey, we've got to break the chain somewhere.
Yeah.
We also allow 2 hours every week for their chosen belief. So they can go to church 2 hours
Off campus?
off campus.
Yeah.
We're about a mile from Free Chapel, which is a big church in our community, but they can choose their church.
Yeah, there's one thing we're not lacking in Georgia, and that's houses of worship. We
Yeah.
have plenty of those.
Yeah, so they're allowed to have they do work the 12 steps in some capacity, whether it's Celebrate Recovery, AA, NA, Overcomers, HA, whatever.
And I asked this question multiple times through all these hearings, though. Do you find the most consistent, successful method is either the 12-step or something, the 12-step modified, but
Mhm.
the 12 steps the thing, right?
Living proof of it.
And so is it not, and for lack of a better word, ridiculous that here we are in 2025 still using something that has been around for eons, and it is more successful than anything else we ever do. It's more successful than drilling holes in the brain and all of these hug a teddy bear and fairy dust that we continue finding that 12-step program is applicable anywhere, whether you're in prison, whether you're in recovery, residence, or wherever. It's the basic 12-step program.
It is.
And, grant me the serenity.
Yep.
And so, okay, I really appreciate your honesty, that we're not having to invent something new and sell it to people. That
Correct.
there's a free solution
They
out
get
there.
to choose which one.
Yeah.
But they have to find the spiritual principles of one of them.
That's right. That's good.
And
Okay.
if they ask us on a different basis, we'll tell them exactly where the spiritual principles started.
Yeah.
But we
Well,
let
as
them
a,
come to us first, and then we'll talk
Yeah.
about faith.
and as a for-profit, y'all have a much more leeway. I mean, look, I always think everything needs to be faith-based. I really do. I'm a Christian, so
Mhm.
that's,
I am too.
and so, I believe in the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost, the whole 9 yards. I know that some people don't believe that way. And of course, I never want to force anybody into anywhere they want to go. But what I've found is, and this is counter to the people that live across the aisle from me, is I do believe there's a separation. I do not believe that government needs to be in church, but I do believe that church or church is welcome in government.
Yeah.
Not saying we mandate it, but because of the way our country was found, it was found for that purpose,
Mhm.
that there is a place in government for faith and religion, but there is not a place in religion for government. We don't need to, we saw that during our recent pandemic.
Yeah.
That government needs to stay out of church.
Gotcha.
But I thank you for your testimony.
Absolutely.
Um,
And I will tell you the big difference for me with Thor and GAR, because I am certified through both. GAR was more thorough. Because I became GAR, Thor's walkthrough and paperwork took less than 5 minutes.
and that's great, and I just want to be clear, Thor's mission's a little different than GAR's mission,
Yeah.
because I don't want anybody to think that I'm saying that there's going to have to be choose. I think both
Mhm.
is the solution. I think Thor's there.
Yeah.
And I like Thor. GAR, if that should be where we land, then GAR's purpose is entirely different than Thor.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's good, because I do think there has to be, at some point, there has to be a certification process.
Correct.
And if that is GAR's certification, that is the process that we think's best, I think that's great. But that GAR would not displace Thor.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they helped tremendously when I first, it took me
Thor or Gore.
GAR.
I mean, yeah. Thor
When
or GAR. Yeah.
They helped me write my policy and procedures because I didn't know where to start when I first started into this.
I went to a small police department one time, and they were having an issue with a city council that didn't know what they were doing, and they were terminating officers that they had no right to terminate. And I went and explained to them in a open meeting very eloquently what the rights are, freedom of association, things of this nature. And so as I'm walking out, I asked the police chief, I said, do you have a copy of your policy and procedures? Because I want to show you what will help you. He said, he handed me something, and it was the city's policy and procedures. I said, well, chief, this isn't your department. This is the city. There's nothing in here about law enforcement. And he said, well, I haven't had time to sit down and write it. And I said, well, if you go to the International Association of Chiefs of Police, they have a model policy that if you take it, fill in your agency, it is court defensible and all this, and that's what you do. And that is what I try to tell everybody in here, and what associations like GAR and other people do. They put the template out there. If you'll go out there and just get that, do what you have to do, then you become compliant, and then you can build the muscle out into your own unique situation. Because from a liability standpoint and everything else, I don't know why any group would want to be out there, and for $350 and $75 a month, they wouldn't want to purchase that protection. It blows my mind. The only people that I think wouldn't would be the people that knew they couldn't pass the certification. And if they can't pass the certification, then why in the heck are we letting them deal with the most vulnerable population we have out there, unless they see profitability on it without the commitment?
Yeah.
And that's my concern. So you make that case when you say, you know, you went to this one group, and because of what they've done, it made the other thing just so smooth to get in. And it sounds like you're doing good work and God's work, and I do appreciate that.
Thank you.
Tricia Meeker. Steve Carter. Steve, you have to tell me who you with.
All right. I'm the executive director of Palm House Recovery Center in Athens.
What's Recovery Center?
Palm House Recovery Center.
Plum House?
Palm House.
Palm House,
Yeah.
okay. I'm sorry, you have that Clark County accent. I didn't quite pick up on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been sitting on the board for GAR for the last couple of years. Just finished up this year as the ethics chair. I'm currently the president-elect with GAR. And the one things that I really just wanted to come up here and say was there's two things that really got left out. Everything everybody said were great points. But the one thing that GAR provides that didn't get talked about very much was education. We educate all of the people that are every other month. It's an in-person meeting, and we pick out different topics and different presenters to educate our members. There's also every other month is the Zoom meeting. And so the education piece is huge. We just rolled out our our residential recovery professionals program, which is 4 days, which sits down with programs and teaches them, you know, even just the basics and best practices. And through that, what we've realized is, like somebody was like, we were talking about observed screens, the drug screens, and they're like, you observe your drug screens? And we realized like people are not only are there people out there, the bad people that we've been talking about there, but it's the people that are good-hearted. It's those people out there that literally just want to help somebody. Dealing with all of the ethics complaints last year was, I had somebody that, they just wanted to help out the girl in their program. So she wanted to help her be able to make extra money. So she took her to her house in Tennessee. Well, it's cool, but she's on probation. So we just crossed state lines with her. And then at dinner, she had a glass of wine. This lady, you could tell, absolutely had no ill intent in her mind. But without the education, without being able to provide that for people, I mean, you got all the good-hearted people in the world out there leading people in the wrong direction.
Well, I understand, and good-hearted across the state line, I could say that's probably not understanding the law, but I think giving somebody in recovery a glass of wine is either profound ignorance
Yeah,
or some other problem. I mean,
right.
yeah, I can forgive crossing the state line. We can talk about that.
Yeah.
But I think when you have somebody that you know has a substance abuse problem and you offer them alcohol,
Yeah.
that would be concerning, especially if you were running a recovery residence. So
Yeah, I get super
Yeah.
passionate when we come to the ethics and the GAR part. So I graduated a GAR program, that same program I'm the executive director of today. I sat on the board for a year and kept my mouth shut to watch how they work. I've seen this thing connect me with other people. So when we go back to a conversation that happened about the medically assisted treatment with the opioid crisis, not everybody needs to be giving out that medication because not everybody's educated enough to handle it. That's why, so we don't do the medically assisted treatment in our program. I know people like her. I know people like Four Winds. I have other people that do it. Now, there is a level of those drugs that are appropriate for my program, which is Vivitrol. So those are 30-day shots. They go somewhere and get that. My staff's just not educated to be able to have those other medications.
Does your staff do any medications? Because you're saying they go elsewhere, get the shots and come back.
Correct.
Right.
We had basic medications, absolutely. Like, the heart medications, the cholesterols.
But who distributes it?
So we put it on the desk, they get it out of the bag, they actually
Okay.
touch it, we don't touch
How
it.
many beds do you have?
62.
62. So y'all actually house the medication?
Mhm.
So,
In a lockbox.
okay,
So-
lockbox, but
So
y'all,
it depending on what the medication is,
but you
yeah.
do not have a pharmacy.
No.
Okay, so you don't, prescriptions are filled off campus
Yes,
by the individual.
yes,
They bring the medication in,
yes,
give it to you guys. Y'all put it in a lockbox,
yes.
and then y'all help them manage it by as far as making sure they take it when they're supposed to take it.
Correct.
Okay, that's all I want to be sure.
Yeah.
Now you talked about the education every other month.
Every other month is in person.
Okay, how many people are at this education? Is this every GAR?
Everybody has the opportunity to be there.
Okay, so it's not mandated.
No, so what's
Okay.
mandated is 12 continuing education hours every year to keep your certification current.
How much is offered every year?
Um,
If you're talking about once a month in person
So-
and then every other month on Zoom,
Right, and then there's 6 education hours just for our safety summit in June. There's a possibility of 8. There's more than that.
It's 20.
20,
okay, hold up.
20,
We're recording all this,
Yeah,
but let's let
yeah.
the guy talking on the mic.
Yeah,
answer.
I was trying to think there. No, I think she's right. So that's 8 education hours for our summit in October. 8, 4, 12. Yeah, that's 20.
Okay,
Yeah,
so 20, and how many do you have to have a year?
12.
Okay, so they have additional 8 that they can get.
Correct.
So, okay, so if they can't make it in person, they can do it every other month on Zoom. And then if they go to the conference, they get additional, so they would
Correct.
have the 12 that they needed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The in-person and the Zoom, are those the same types of classes?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Same types of education coming from same kind of.
Now, who
clinical-
set the standard at 12? Garth?
No, it's been that way as long as I can remember, so I'm really not sure where that
Okay,
came
and
from.
and that's fine. And the curriculums for the education are written by
Yes.
GAR in-house?
Yes, and so a lot of those are the clinical people in our network that come and teach those classes. It's not just anybody that does it.
Right. Okay. And if somebody falls below the 12?
So they have they
They-
run the risk of getting dropped down to a provisional, or depending on the situation, could even get their certification taken.
But they are given an opportunity to make up if necessary, to get to
Yeah.
where they needed to be.
Yes. So that's been the hardest part is, so you got a program that made 6. They had some things come up with the program. We talk about it as a board. The ones that I don't spend much time on are the ones that had 12 months and have 0.
Yeah.
If you want to be a part of this, then let's be a part of this.
And but the problem is GAR's voluntary, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Like you get the call of the male that's opened the female program. A female gets, fails a drug screen, and then for sexual favors, it's overlooked. Like those are some of the worst ones I've heard. I could go for days. The people that they got charged an extra fee of $1,000, didn't have the money, so they were able to sign over their car title to keep them in the program.
Now the stuff you're describing to me now, that's just criminal, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So but these are things that happen in recovery centers. These are things that you've been told that have occurred in
Mhm.
recovery centers. And in these recovery centers that they're told, if you've been told them, then these are GAR certified recovery centers, right?
No, these are the ones that aren't.
Okay, these are the ones
Yeah.
that are not. So GAR has no ethical,
Correct.
Oversight
Everybody wants
there.
to reach out to us with those issues, but like this, that's the disheartening part is we hear them so much that there's nothing we can do.
right? Because that is not a GAR
Correct.
certified facility. Where if it were a GAR certified facility and somebody filed an ethical complaint against them,
Yeah,
could they just withdraw their membership from GAR?
sure they can.
Because it's voluntary, right?
Right.
But if it were not voluntary, then they wouldn't have that option.
Correct.
And incoming president of GAR, how comfortable would you be if the state came up and said, you know what? We're going to make GAR the gold standard that everybody has to be to run a recovery center in Georgia, recovery residents in Georgia, you have to be GAR certified. And then we say, and to be GAR certified, you have to have 20 training hours a year, and the training hours have to be in these subject matters. Would you, as the president of GAR, would you be comfortable with the state oversight, the state injecting themselves into that based on research, based on studies? We'd reach out to DBHDD, we would reach out to Dr. Burke and others and say, what do you think are the best things to focus on as far as training with GAR at the table to have
Yep.
those conversations? You'd be comfortable with something like that?
Absolutely. I think education is like the second most important thing that we do, and resident safety is number one,
Yeah.
period.
So you wouldn't, because, you know, I'm a small government guy and I want government to stay out of everybody's business as much as possible. But up until the point to where if people are being harmed, then occasionally government has to step in to
Yeah.
protect those that are being harmed.
100%.
So you think you and your membership would be comfortable with the government coming in and putting down certain,
The way you just explained that was the government, DBHDD, and us all sitting down and having a conversation. I don't know how that goes bad.
yeah,
I don't know how you don't get on that side of things.
well, you deal with government, then you realize how it can go bad. But
I mean, as long as, you know, I mean, here's the thing, as long as we're at the table, we're having
Yeah.
a conversation.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Like that, I
Yeah.
think that's where change is made.
yeah, I agree. Anything else you want to tell us?
No, that's just something I'm really passionate that the ethics part, I just really needed to like stress the fact of it's not just the bad people, it's the people that are good hearted and just don't know any better. That education piece is so important. And then, you know, it's just where our wheelhouse is and what GAR's mission is, it's resident safety. I just lost it. Maintaining, so, I can't believe my mind just went blank.
It's okay.
Maintaining the
You're
public
you're
trust.
from Athens. It's
Yeah,
okay.
yes, yeah. Maintaining public trust, ensuring that our certified programs maintain the absolute highest standard of professionalism and the ethics conduct. Like that's the meat and potatoes of what we do.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Well, I appreciate that. Anything from the committee? Well, being who I am, I'm happy to tell everybody y'all are all getting out almost 15 minutes early. But I appreciate everybody coming by today. I appreciate DBHDD taking this as serious as they are and agreeing to be a part of this. I think they're going to be the most important part as we move forward. The committee, we have hearings coming up. I think our next hearing is yeah. October 3rd will be our next one, and the agenda will come out prior to that. We'll be meeting in this room, and it'll start most likely at 9 o'clock. If it's going to start any earlier than that, we'll make sure everybody knows. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.